Got so many messages. What the fuck? Okay. So at last, so at last, got around creating what magical power, gifted him wealth and comfort while managing the kobold minions who consider him a spawn of the draconic master. Personal experiments found him empowered himself through exposure of crystal minor, claiming the prime shard as a potent arcane force, which often nibbled on a kick of magical rush at the life. Yet that life crumble literally, so when adventurers of mind barely survive and realize their draconic master is on. Having one of the best minds ruin, yet eternal opportunity destruction would make the Dragonborn seeming dead as well. The crystal he could salvage the Dragonborn turned his sights onto the vast trade city of Kalimsha. The arcane addiction, and from there electrified burn and smelt away any challenge. That's funny as fuck. This is funny as fuck. I love this. I love this. Tabletop stuff. What else? Okay, gotcha. What other things we have here? Oh, all right. I appreciate it. I appreciate. All right, you didn't have to call me a fucking sniffer. All right. Sorry. I was just reading a D&D thing that Drake had tagged me in for a character that I had done once for a D&D thing that I never did again. It was pretty funny. I liked it. I really did like it. That was really cool. Where the fuck did I get tagged in this? What the fuck was the mention? Oh, you got some competition rare footage of a 16-foot 6-gill shark captured near Hawaii. The creature is older than the dinosaur. All right. I really did like it. I really did like it. That was extremely creative, Drake. I really did like it. Dude. Well, I can't see it, so fuck this. Now what are the polls? Jesus Christ, 6 ads. Believe it or not. Eon's one true love, not Julio. All right, they're having too much fun with this. What is what is good with people? The English language? Are you sure what you saw? What the fuck are my mentions? All right. Maturing is understanding what this means. All right. Also, your stream is buffering badly. Oh, that's right. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. I forgot I disconnected my Ethernet cord for the sake of playing some games online last night. Older than the dinosaurs? Are we talking about? Yeah, alright. I'm not older than the fucking dinosaurs. I'll check out the rule breaker thing later. And character space. Alright. You just got no emotes now? What the fuck? There we go. Yes. Alright. How's everybody doing today? Well, what the fuck is this? Kamigami no Kako. Alright. During his reincarnation, Japanese corporate slave Tadashi impressed the gods by choosing the blessing of agriculture, something no one else has chosen before, and receives unprecedented generous blessings. He is meant to live the slow life of his dreams in another world, but instead he lands on a huge, desolate, miasma-filled peninsula known as Limbo. Tadashi struggles to think, but thanks to his natural, earnest personality and blessings from the gods, he steadily expands the scale of a farming operation. Persecuted former elf queen, a beast woman hero, a master dwarf craftsman, all gather in search of goods Tadashi makes. Agricultural nation building, slow life. Alright. Yeah, fantasy harem. Yeah, I'm not reading this. Maybe later. Let's see. A rank Bukensha slow life. There's always these slow life animes. What the fuck? I've been seeing them like the last like month or so. I'm just like, yo, why the fuck are there so many slow life anime? Adventure, comedy, fantasy, romance, seinen. This seems a lot more my speed. Aldred, the leader of the Kingdom A's ranked party Black Silver, has accomplished the task of slaying a dragon. However, he has pursued strength his whole life and lost sight of his goal to take down a monster of the strongest species. As he worried about what to do next with his life, it is necessary for Nordende that popped up in his mind, a rural village in the countryside full of natural beauty, which only visited once during a quest in the past, declaring the disbarment of his party. I'll check this out later. I'm gonna live with you, not because my parents left me their debt, but because I like you. The main character, Yoshizumi Yuya, was being pressured into paying off the debt left by his parents who had fled abroad. It was his classmate, Hitotsuba Kaede, chosen as the cutest schoolgirl in Japan. Okay, sure, they just have a fucking contest for that. Who saved him from this crisis of life and death. However, there was a catch. The condition required to fulfill in return or taking over the debt was, in return alone, you will live with me. Why did this happen? Yu's life collapses. That yeah. You get a yeah. Sure, I'll read that later. Yeah. Sure. Everyone's darling has a secret. In my class, there's a true idol, first year student, ultra elite school hero, no top student according to strict mother's orders. But when he fails to fill his first assignment test, he gets a red mark and has to take a remedial class. However, there's another participant. Sure. What's this one about? Sure. This seems nice. I'll check it out. What's this one? How's everybody doing? Okay, people dropping One Piece after the spoilers, which is kind of funny. You can't go to the search bar and look for the name. It's fine. It's fine, Eternal. I'm good. I'll check it all out later. But yeah, the D&D character was a mid-dungeon boss who sort of won. A mid-dungeon boss. I'm crying. That's funny as fuck. I don't know why I hear someone say, your guy's totally like a mid-dungeon boss. Like... Bro was powerful enough to like take on like maybe level 10, level 5 heroes, but then once we get to like level 10, like oh yeah, now he's just getting curb stomped or some shit. How's the edits going? Well, I haven't started today, but we'll start soon. Reacts on 20th Century Boy. The hero who seeks revenge shall exterminate with darkness. Raoul Ho. Okay, so his name is Raoul. Raoul Ho had defeated the Demon King with the strongest hero who should be known as the savior. However, his treasured companions and family killed by power-hungry aristocrats. He was executed with false charges brought against him by the princess. Just before his life collapse, at last his heart fell to darkness. I will tear those traitors from limb to limb, burn them at the stake, sever them to pieces, skewer them. I will kill every single one of those bastards of the mercy, make them taste hell. Obtaining the power of darkness, Raoul was revived. Sneering, he vowed for revenge. I'm looking forward to all bask in their blood with my heart's content. Several days after the hero's revival, the Imperial City bloomed into profusion. The parade was advanced towards tragedy began. Fascinating. We call it sloppy on... Yeah, you can call it whatever you want. The only possible threat to our whole family is you, hero. From what happened there. I'll burden you, I'll kill you all at the stake. That's where I started. If you love me, resurrect me, and I will let me wipe them out. What do you say, goddess? Okay. I'm not sure I like the art style. Not even that it's bad. I don't know. Something weird about it. It's like the shadows are trying to be dark. It's like the art style is anime, but the shadows try to be like the shadows remind me a lot of like comic books, like early comic books, with like those like heavy dark shadows. But then like everything else is just so like gray that it kind of seems a little blobby. Already, princess, it's been a while. Get revenge on all of you. Damn. Wow. Okay. I'm not that interested. I thought I'd be. I'm not that interested. Otoko Girai. I don't care. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 9, JoJo Land, Chapter 39 is out. Holy shit, there's already 39 chapters for this. Misato-san is a bit cold towards her boss, who pampers. Misato's a very beautiful office lady who's good at her job, and her boss, Konishikawa-san, a middle-aged man who spoils his subordinates, has a strict attitude towards Konishikawa, but there are hidden feelings behind it. The gap between seriousness and cuteness will faint into anxiety. This office love comedy. Alright, let's check out one chapter. I like this. I like this art style more. She looks nice. Oh, I get it. She's a total tsundere. I might check this out. I might check this out. Yeah, quick question. Are Limbo Clone's stats the same as Madara's stats? I would argue so. I would 100% argue so. I don't really think there's a reason to believe that they're any weaker than him. Okay, I was thinking, like, what the fuck is that noise? Okay. Is Bros Chat frozen? It's not frozen, just nobody's talking. If you want to jap, you can. In soccer, cutting inside is a dribble technique for sharply moving towards the center of the field. It forms the crux of various attacks, and it's typical for players to have 2 or 3 variations at their disposal. Teddy Knight has 7 variations estimated, and his powerful weapon elevated him to join the new generation World 11. How did you create a monster like that? It was easy. Youngsters are still nobodies. Their blank white canvas is filled with hope. You just need to competition, and yet they're so strong. My experiment and thinking still can't make sense of them. I've made it this far by devouring my opponent's ego, so I don't know how to devour someone without an ego. How do I attack? How do I break through? They must have a weakness. Find it, Yoichi. Find the missing piece of your shining rebellion. I'm about to pry open the door, you puppets. 55 days earlier, Kenyu Kimiya, let EI Jutsu teach you how to understand stillness and movement. EI is a Japanese technique for rapidly drawing and unsheathing katana and slashing. If you were to apply the concept to dribbling, in other words, I have to become a stop and go specialist. We've done our research. You're bad news 1-on-1, so we'll face you 1-on-3. Gee, I'm so popular, but since you 3 are here, the other side is wide open. On your marks, get set. Master the technique of a 100-meter dash. Hone that explosive power of your initial velocity to control the space around you. Become the hunter on the right side. Master the technique of starting at 100 dark sprint. Hone the explosive, control the space, and boom, become the hunter on the right side. Okay. Have you seen the JoJo Land's nickname, John Rod? I'm crying. Is that really his name? The JoJo Land stand name, John Rod? Yes, actually, I have seen John Rod. John Rod. Yes, John Rod. Yeah. The stand is supposed to be like absolutely fucking crazy, right? It's Yo, when I first saw this like months ago, it's not this serious, bro. It kind of is. I'm once again here to tell you to reach Shangri-La Frontier its peak. I do not like the main protagonist having a bird head. I do not like it. My friend, one of my close friends, actually tried to put me onto the anime a while back. I did like the first episode, but I genuinely could not give 2 shits about seeing my main protagonist, especially in an online world, just constantly walk around with a fucking bird head. I can't stand it. I don't like it. Something about it is off-putting to me. Just to go back real quick to like John Rod real quick, bro. Like, the thing that had me crying, absolutely in tears about this, is that Araki is the type of like artist to draw or create something extremely fucking weird, enthralling, like just out of the fucking norm. And I as someone who read JoJo's Part 7 quite a bit, and someone who read like at least I would say about half of JoJo's Part 8 and every other one of the parts, I didn't think the guy could get any weirder. But then, bro just made John fucking Rod, bro. He's still making peak. Like, how the fuck do you have a character like how do you fuck you have an author like Araki just make a stand that looks like this and it's this fucking busted, dude? Like, it's fucking stupid, bro. Just got called a LARPer for saying Zoro outspeeds Naruto, LOL. Yeah. You know what they said? You know what? Some of the smartest people in history were often ostracized for speaking the truth, but it is what it is. I am a hunter. Okay, right. Here, we can do this. He stopped it, but we're breaking their 0 to 1 wall. This attack pattern is effective, just like Ego-san planned. This double wing formation works. Double glasses, repeat again to you. Time for a counter. 1 to infinity, you dumbass. Hang in there. You hang out here to get the ball and pass to either side and charge up to the goal again. Your script is too obvious, but it ain't gonna fly, Braid Boy. Yeah, Blue Lock really is exceptional. If we stick to our agreed upon 0 to 1 plan, then we won't have to evolve anymore either. Augie, hey? This guy used everyone else as bait to make his own play. That ego is the match's borderline. You're sticking out. Yeah, you're sticking out. Your ego sticking out. Stick ego. His ego, I can see. Nice Kiora. Now get a good look, you puppets, at Blue Lock's infinity. Devour him. I can devour him. Yo, I love Blue Lock so much, bro. I love Blue Lock so fucking much. Oh, that's cool. That's really cool. Okay. What else do they have? Rent-A-Girlfriend. Let's check out this weekly chapter of Rent-A-Girlfriend. A chapter that I still have not read. Yo, this dude's annoying. I keep seeing him pop up. I don't know who the fuck he is. Cool. Uh-huh. Yeah. I see in 2 weeks I might have a boyfriend. Didn't you hear what Themon Patty Sensei? Every baby is born innocent, and yet... What happened? Okay. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening. It is what it is. Hey, what's up, Memento? How's it going, man? They hated Sans because they knew he was right. Socrates, for example. Yeah. They'll people will light you a flame at the stake. Sorry, it would be at the stake, or I guess it would be at the crucifixion for speaking the truth, or whatever. Alright. What's this one? 7 Deadly Sins. Hey, just apply to hard days. Yeah, another tavern. The board's ads being used for VIP meeting. The castle's still being rebuilt. You understand? Seems quiet in there. Okay. Uh-huh. The worst possible news of all. Can't be true. Lancelot wanted what his particular woman he cherished most, so I don't blame him for turning traitor. He'll destroy the world. That's what's vital to him. What an inane contradiction. What an inane contradiction. 400 chapters of nothing but Kaguya being a chump. That's funny. I suppose. Who the fuck is Kaguya? I mean, when I was growing up, I was super salty about Naruto being the weakest of the big three. Now it's just a fact of life. I mean, I don't know, man. Like, here's the thing, Sans. Here's the thing. I don't know about. I guess it depends on every person's like subjective life experience. But I have never once seen people like really argue that Naruto was the weakest of the big three until like maybe like a year ago. I really haven't seen it, man. And I think I'm not. I'll put it like this. I think that at the very least, as of like the last year or so, bro, like content creators like myself and Stag Nixos have probably been some of the more, you know, I don't want to, how do I word this? I guess we've kind of helped push the idea that like, yeah, One Piece isn't as weak as people think, and like through some level of comparison, like it isn't as bad. Wait, is Bleach stronger than Naruto? I would argue, at least off of some cosmological bullshit, but like, I don't really care. I really don't think about Bleach. Like, that's the thing. That's the thing. When it comes to, when I hear like the words big three, for some reason, I only think about One Piece and Naruto. I don't even remotely think about Bleach. Like, whenever I hear, like, what's the weakest of the big three, for me, it's really just, like, what's the weakest between, like, Naruto and One Piece. I never think of Bleach because it's, like, Bleach is either the strongest or the weakest. No, there's no, like, in-between for it. The self-glaze must never stop. I hate it, but if sacrificing one's life saves the world, then it simply must be done. However, you must watch what you say. Yeah, that's why you still haven't found a wife. Leave me alone. Shut the fuck up, bro. For one fucking person, you're gonna throw away the whole world? That seems crazy. I don't see why Naruto wouldn't be the strongest of the big three, because it has no objective form of scaling that puts it at the top of the big three, unless you view everything in the form of, I don't know, the highest, most hyperbolic way possible. Damn, Bleach going out sad? Not really. They got that new chapter with Ichigo doing that Getsuga Tenshu I've been hearing about, but like, I mean, the attack failed, so why the fuck should I care? Like, this is how, like, I've noticed that when it comes to, like, casual anime viewers, you know, like, the ones that just glaze the thing that they like and don't really think about things too in-depthly, it really just boils down to animation. Like, yo, Bleach fans are eating good. This, blah, that. You know, blah, 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 blah. Like, it looks amazing. Like, oh yeah, Bleach is finally doing numbers or this and that. I'm just like, all right, bro. Like, yeah. Didn't Bleach have the worst sale of the big three? It did. Either way, things can't get much worse. To be frank, Kath Palug is a trifle compared to this. I think you're right. I can't imagine there's a human being in the world who can take on Lancelot. If we had fled Camelot even a moment later, there was no guarantee we would have been alive. Wait, did Lancelot attack you guys? No. No, he did nothing at all except release the magic power within him this entire time. I kept telling you all to consider the worst case scenario. It all sounds exaggerated to me. Strong as he is, he's still not. He's still just one holy knight. I can't imagine he's grown into that much of a threat. We're talking about a man who can beat the crazed four evils, you know? It makes me want to fight him solo all the more. You're a strong man, Baller, but he's a monster on a whole other level. But we got a tavern full of powerhouses, and well, then we can hold out. No, you have no idea what you're talking about. You've never seen Sir Ancelot, what he really wants to fight. Who are those guys? Not sure. The prince took them back with him. Are you sure? Why are you so sure? That's simple. He never fights at full power when someone needs his protection is nearby. He bears this kind of force that could hurt them just as much as his opponent. Regardless, wow, they're really glazing Lancelot. I always thought that like in the tales, maybe I'm wrong on this, but didn't in the tales of King Arthur, Lancelot end up being like a bad guy or something at some point? I at least remember it being something like that. Maybe I'm. It's a shame we have to sacrifice Sakamoto Days. Isn't Sakamoto Days just ending? As a Bleach fan, I'm very excited for Bleach to be coming back, especially since we've been waiting literal years, man. I'm happy for Bleach fans. I just hope that Kubo actually takes some level of, yeah. They're basically saying Lancelot is kind of just Gojo. I don't know, man. I haven't read I haven't read Seven Deadly Sins, Four Nights of the Apocalypse. I haven't read most of it. Like I started around like chapter 120 something because what's her face was a muscle mommy, and I was just like, all right, fuck it, let me check it out. I think I started out like after the time skip. I think I checked it out after the time skip because I saw like one page of what's her face, Gawain, and I was like, all right, fuck it, I'll check the series out. And then yeah, no, it was just I've just seen Lancelot wearing like an Asian style outfit. I'm like, did this dude go train in China or some shit? Oh, that's actually kind of offensive. In some like Asian adjacent country or whatever. And the dude apparently is just so strong. I mean, yeah. In the actual tale, yes, is a massive failure who caused the downfall of Camelot. Okay, gotcha. You're not beating the Gunnar allegations? I mean, I'm not reading it for that reason now, am I? Regardless now, there is any no longer an avoided clashing with him. He's a knight of the prophecy now. This is a chaos. Lancelot, one attempting to wreck the world. We have to defeat him if it means protecting. If we don't accept that, we'll be the ones dying. Where is the Fairy King, by the way? Oh, he went to inform Bond and Elaine. But we need folks here who can fight at least as well as Gowther, right? As well as me and Gowther, right? Thank you. It's very thoughtful of you. By the way, where the fuck have been the seven deadly sins during this whole thing? I saw them fight like once and never again. Did something happen? By Prince Tristan's father, you mean? Yeah, King Meliodas. They are both resting at the moment. I told you not to let anyone in. I won't let them take any long. Just reporting back. Isolde. Okay. Isolde just looks like Elizabeth. Papa, Mama. Elizabeth won't open her eyes. She's likely never will again. She tapped into her divine powers despite having a human body, all to protect the seven deadly sins and our citizens. Forgive me, Tristan. I couldn't protect your mom. It's all a void now. I have no idea what I should do any longer. Well, what should I do after losing Mama and one of my best friends? Like, I could say that to him. Papa and Mama shared the same destiny for 3,000 years. I couldn't imagine how much of a presence she was to him. What do you think I should do, Isolde? No matter what you decide to do, I will remain your ally to the end, and I will constantly be at your side. Can I depend on that? Of course. Yeah. I didn't read it. Where is that PDF Meliodas at? Oh, right here. I mean, yeah. And yes, Sakamoto Days is just ending. It's just a meme, almost like how people were memeing HXH returning for a bit after Chainsaw Man ended. Got you. I thought that Bleach was actually going to come back. Then they said that like the Hell Arc was going to have an open space. Then they said that like after Sakamoto Days it was going to actually have an open space for a Bleach, or was that just like people just making shit up because they just wanted to be back that badly? Like, which is it? I'm genuinely not sure. Alright. That was That was definitely a thing. I will say, I don't like, the one thing I will say that I don't like about, like, Seven Deadly Sins as a whole, like, yeah, the one thing I will say about, like, Seven Deadly Sins, the one thing I will say about, like, Deadly Sins is that, like, I just don't care for, like, the designs that they give some of these characters. Like, and I don't mean this to say that, like, I don't think that, like, Lancelot. Actually, no, I'm just gonna say it. I think that this transformation look looks fucking stupid. Yeah, that's a meme. Talking about these Indian people find the last arc or so pretty rushed. Got you, got you. I don't get it, man. Like, you have a character gain the powers of chaos. You have a character gain, like, the powers of chaos. He's supposed to be the most powerful being on the planet. And yet, his transformation turns him, basically gives him a onesie bodysuit. It gives him a onesie bodysuit with torn off sleeves and, like, back wing-like things. And that's it. Like, you get a bodysuit? Like, what's the deal with this series getting bodysuits? Like, Demon King Meliodas. Demon King, Meliodas. Like, what's up with these motherfuckers just getting, like, these weird-ass bodysuits and then just... I don't know, man. Like, what's good with, like, the sleeveless bodysuits, bro? What's up with this shit? Sleeveless bodysuits and, like, wings. Sure, I guess. Also, I never understood this transformation. I never thought it looked cool. I was like, this is supposed to be the strongest form of your, like, main guy? Alright, shit. Like Zeldris King. Yeah, Demon King Zeldris. Demon King Zeldris. Yeah. Like him just getting, like, yeah, like, again, just a black fucking bodysuit, bro. Like, I don't get it. Yeah, I don't know, man. Sure. I guess. I suppose. It's like Ichigo getting drip with Bankai. I wouldn't say that it's like Ichigo getting drip with Bankai, just because with Ichigo, at least it's stylized. You know what I mean? Like, at least it has some level of, like, stylized, like, individuality in the sense that, like, you know, he's wearing a Shihakusho, but the upper waisted, the upper half from, like, the waist up is basically like a suit jacket. I like Seven Deadly Sins for Knights of the Apocalypse is a massive improvement in my honest opinion. I kind of get why you don't like it. I don't dislike... Alexa, stop. I don't know... I mean, I don't know. Like, I get why people don't like Seven Deadly Sins, especially after all that, after all this stuff with, like, Meliodas and stuff. I mean, like, let's be honest. Meliodas, like, roping on Elizabeth and stuff like that, and yada yada yada, and, yeah, at one point he helped raise her from, like, a baby to a granny, but she died at, like, the age of 70 or whatever. Like, I get why people call it weird. Sure. It is weird to a very reasonable and, critical sense, I would say. Like, yeah, you can really criticize the series for it. But, like, you know, moving past that, because I mean, listen, if One Piece is my favorite series and it's got its problems, I really can't sit here and shit on every other series just for having, like, an issue or two. And to be honest, it seems like Seven Deadly Sins Night of the Apocalypse doesn't really have it, so I'm fine with it. For all of Bleach's problems, it never lacked style. I will 100% argue. I would 100% argue that. It didn't lack style. Also, if you guys haven't checked this out, I would recommend this one. Welcome to the Outcasts Restaurant. This shit's kind of peak. I really fuck with it. But yeah. By the way, how is your relationship with Julio going? He's got a... don't let Letty hear you say that or anything like that, because if she even remotely, ensues the idea of me timing somebody out, I will have to do it for the sake of, maintaining my relationship with my girlfriend. That she's totally forcing me to do, and it's not just my, it's not just me, making a really funny joke. Have you ever watched, videos from the creators, here? I'm imagining that's how you pronounce it. He mostly does chapter reviews and analysis stuff. It's pretty really good. I'm not really into, like, watching, chapter analysis. I'm not really into it. I already read the chapter. I could do my own analysis. If I find something interesting later, I'll probably see it through, like, some kind of, like, a theory video or whatever. I gotta go back. I'm not gonna skip through the chapter. Oh no, I think this is the first chapter. This would be the first chapter, right? Yeah, this would be. I would have to read chapter 3. This is what it is. Okay, I'll tell this to Levy. I'll tell her you called her Levy. All right. Somebody said something about Blue Lock. Since you like Blue Lock and scaling, any chance you saw videos about how far the Blue Lock team will make it into the matches Raimon from Inazuma 11 had to play? Absolutely not. Those motherfuckers have powers. They would listen. We're talking about a bunch of teenagers. We're talking about a bunch of teenagers under the age of fucking 20 that we're basically and actively saying like, oh hey yeah, how do these guys with absolutely no powers play soccer against guys who actively have powers? Yeah, no, I'm not checking that out, bro. There was a video I think I was checking out earlier. Let me see. What's my history? It was about like All for One is an idiot and here's why. Who can you guys just let me know real quick how many of you have actually watched or read My Hero Academia? Can you guys let me know? I've been checking out some stuff like mostly. Actually, I do have to check this one out and this one out because like apparently YouTube did do some like changes, but like I've been mostly checking out like Marvel Tokon stuff and like a couple of things that have popped up for me for the Sentinels just because I don't know. I was thinking Marvel vs. Capcom 2, Sentinel, and then I kind of just popped this one up and I started watching it. But All for One, yeah. So would you guys agree that like All for One is an idiot? I was watching this video where this guy was. I was watching this video where, like, this guy was essentially talking about how All for One was a fucking idiot because apparently he just never stole a quirk that allowed him to regenerate his body. He basically did everything, even in, like, infusing himself or, like, taking over Shigaraki's body so that he didn't have to, so he could, like, get his body and face back and everything, but it's like, why didn't you just take a quirk that, like, allows you to regenerate? And then the other point was, like, why didn't you just use Overhaul's quirk? Because Overhaul's quirk lets him, like, overhaul anything. So, like, why not just take Overhaul's quirk and then, you know, just overhaul your body to make it look better? I have, and I can partly agree on it, Galactic Football Solo's Blue Lock. I would imagine so. I would imagine that most series where the characters have some level of power or are fighting in some extraterrestrial location, likely Solo's Blue Lock. But not as big as Muzan. Oh, he had the quirk, the first Nomu, it couldn't help that much. No, from what the guy was saying, the reason why they didn't do the regeneration thing was because the regeneration quirk apparently works where, like, if you, it would, like, set the current body as the default and it wouldn't fix the Nomu body quirk, regeneration quirk wouldn't fix his body. It would just make it so that whenever he, his face is, like, whenever he takes damage, it would just make his face grow back to, like, where it is now, rather than, like, where it would go. I read up on, Batman arc in MHA. What's the Batman arc? He's also extremely tunnel vision because he wants his brother's quirk because it's the only one he can't just steal like the others that he has at his disposal. And he doesn't see his brother as a person. He sees his brother as a possession, something for him to have but not care for. That is the reason why he doesn't act completely intelligently all the time. But in his mind, he wants something that was stolen from him back because he thinks that that's what One for All is, that it's a possession of his and that it should always have been his, that everything is way. Okay. The reason why AFO is implied to not every generation, at least my interpretation, actually, that he does have it, but he's hundreds of years old, and his body had to withstand the strain of hundreds of quirks that it wasn't built for all those years. Dabi shows us how crippling not having a body made for your quirks can be, and the damage All Might inflicted on him. His regeneration quirks are straining and is always active just to keep him alive. He just needs the quirk to boost the quality of healing, not one that hastens it. He's very stupid when it matters. Yeah. Like, no one's out here. I see one glaring issue with the overhaul fix. Whenever Kai Chizaki, sorry if I misspelled it, uses overhaul, to my memory, he never uses it on his torso or his face. He always kept it to parts of his body untouched, likely because if there's using it, it would be obliterate his vital organs, and he needs to cognitively reconstruct them, even if it's for a millisecond. The pain of losing a vital organ can either break your connection or, shown in the anime, there's a split second of shock before the person hit by overhaul realizes what happened and panic ensues. That's fair. Are you aware of the reason and totally justified hate on Mushoku Tensei or jobless reincarnation? I don't know what Mushoku Tensei is, to be honest. Give away a quirk that makes him speed blitz the whole verse? I don't know. When Deku goes all I am the night and starts aura farbing on the rooftop. Ah, right. When Deku, like, leaves, right? Him not taking Overhaul's power is the biggest issue. But isn't it that, like, he doesn't want to... Isn't it like he doesn't want to, like, take complicated quirks? He just wants to take... He doesn't want to take, like, overcomplicated quirks. He just wants quirks that, like, he can just, like, use and go. That's it. Hell yes. Those are football players with little superpowers and from the Force. I'm crying. He is an idiot. For as big of a villain as AFO is, he still is an old-ass man and very, very dumb. He didn't care about learning more crazy, intense quirks like Overhaul. God, true. What's Mushoku Tensei? Mushoku Tensei. Yeah. I've seen this guy before and I've seen this girl. I still don't know who these two are. I guess I've heard of this, but I've never actually seen it. What's up with this? It's okay. Let's just say the MC EDP's and Epstein's follower, and the community keeps defending him. What the fuck are you talking about? Whoa. What the fuck are you talking about? Okay, hold on. This Rudeus Greyrat? Rudeus Greyrat, right? He was an overweight, 34-year-old Japanese NEET, not an employment, education, or T. I always forget what the T is. Who is reincarnated into another world after getting hit by a truck whilst saving some kids, realizing he wasted his precious life. He resolved to live his new one to the fullest, and the series impacts the new world. Okay. I don't care about any of that. Because of his experience in his former life, is careful not to get carried away and become arrogant. As a result, he is extremely self-aware and humble because he doesn't want to revert to his old self. After reincarnating, he is more willing to be kind, helping his friends and protect his family whenever needed, where in the past he was scoffed. He would have scoffed due to being considered a genius who was capable of many fields at a young age. People have high expectations of him. Rudeus is also very polite, often making him uncomfortable, especially when he knows of his father's notorious reputation. Having the morals of his past life, he hesitates with the thought of killing someone. He also has a calm personality. Okay, I don't care about any of that. Apart from his careless... Okay, so when the fuck does the dude... Like, it doesn't say it here. He missed his parents' funeral to goon to his his bathing videos. When the fuck did that happen? That's not here anywhere. He joined the computer club, saved up his allowance, and assembled his very own computer. However, he was so focused on tinkering the computer, he neglected his studies, causing him to fail the entrance exam to his preferred high school. As a result, the only high school to take him was a low-quality one to bring delinquents upon entering his high school. Okay, where's the one where he's... Okay, continued living as a shut-in. However, a person proceeded to beat him up, making him up naked, nickname him, toward the outside world as a whole. Truly slept into Hikamori's interests and subjects. Old age, refused to attend her funeral. However, his unhealthy lifestyle finally came to an end after both his parents passed away from an old age and refused to even attend their funeral. This ended up... Why did Rudeus not attend his parents' funeral? Rewatch, and I don't ask, God's sake, don't ask what was the reason. Remember there was a scene where he was kicked out of his house by some people and he was watching, okay, Korn. He said they were his brother, and also it was a funeral scene. Yeah, he was. He probably wasn't even invited to the funeral, and also maybe didn't even knew. Also remember that pre-incarnation was an awful, awful person. Well, even the reincarnation, he's awful. He's gradually becoming better. He is an awful person, but people go around and made him awful. He probably knew that his parents had died and had the courage to go to funerals because he had been traumatized so much that he feared the crowd. He meant making himself get out of the tension, sorrow, and pain, like people drink after something bad happens. Yeah, also, you don't have to... Okay. Okay. Why... From a secret camera... Dude... Really? Really? Like, really? You can look the drama up on YouTube? Sure. What do I type in for YouTube? What do you think of Demon Slayer? I dropped it after season 2 because of boredom. I watched Demon Slayer for the first time during the movie. The wiki is deadass not saying it. Yeah, the wiki's not saying it, which is why I'm like, are you being dead ass about this, or are we just making shit up? Like, what do I type in? What do I type into Google? Let me know. Demon Slayer. I first watched Demon Slayer, if I remember right, I first watched Demon Slayer, either when I was at a hospital. I was like, I think I watched Demon Slayer for the first time when I was like interned at a hospital, like close to New Year's. I think pre-pandemic. I just started watching it. It was either pre or post-pandemic. I was like, I got pretty fucking bad. I kind of passed out. They took me to the hospital. I was there for like 3-4 days. I haven't started editing today. Don't have to watch it all, just the first few minutes. Jobless Reincarnation, the Moral PDF. Jobless Reincarnation. Moral. Japanese reincarnation enemies are always weird shit, man. The Moral PDF. People who defend Rudeus. Sure.
In every genre.
Alright, we'll check this out in a second, then I'll get immediately to... we'll check this out. I'll yap it real quick, and then I'll check this out. Then we'll go straight into... straight into editing. I can back up Memento Mori on this. I remember seeing that when I originally read it. Fuck, dude, there's no way. Well, it's a good thing I don't read this anime. That's crazy. I haven't actually watched Jobless. I didn't know. Every time somebody brought up like Mushoku Tensei, I'm just like, there's so many Tenseis, bro. I don't know which one's which. I'm just, I don't know. When it gets to like a certain point for like isekais, I'm just like, there's only so many ways you can write a fucking isekai before it's all just derivative, bro. That's why I'm like, that's why a lot of the times I just don't care. It's like, just throw the person already into the fucking isekai, bro. Just throw the person, just make the world, just don't even make him an isekai character at this point, bro. I don't know. I haven't actually watched Jobless. I read a little bit about it and dropped it because it just wasn't good. I don't know. I never understood the appeal of the series. We'll check it out in just a second. But, so yeah, like, I checked out, yeah, so I checked out Demon Slayer at the time because everybody was, like, going out. I don't say this often, but if you like this anime, I want you bullied and harassed. Sounds harsh, but the video makes clear why. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, no worries, no worries. You can get it all out here. Yeah, so when I first watched Demon Slayer, I thought it was alright. They had, like, the big, spider people there. I think that was, like, the first one of the, like, the 12 moons or whatever that they fought. I thought it was alright. I remember my friend at the time and, Letty, they invited me to go, watch the Demon Slayer movie with Rengoku, and I did cry at the Rengoku part because I ended up liking him so much. So I started reading, so I actually did start reading, Demon Slayer from there on out. I was super surprised by, like, the way it looked. I was, but don't forget Bond mistaken an 8-year-old for his dead lover at the time. That's crazy. I just remember, like, thinking to myself that the art style of Demon Slayer was, like, at least as far as the manga went, was, like, a little bit, was definitely a separation from, like, what I saw in the movie and in the anime. But I really didn't think about it too much. I just kept reading through it, and after, like, a couple days, after, like, 3 or 4 days, I was kind of just fully caught up with the series. I read... No, not you. I know, I get it. No, I know what you mean. I know what you mean, Memento. While y'all talking, watching a vid about Epstein Tensei, because I didn't know that Mushoku Tensei was that bad, and somebody told me, Memento here told me to go check it out, so I'm like, fuck it, why not? Slime reincarnation is good. None of the usual trappings, lol. Tanya is the best reincarnation anime out there. The Tale of Tanya the Evil, or Tanya the Terrible. I didn't like the art style, I didn't care for it, I just said fuck it. The only reason I found out about her was because of that one, like, mix isekai series that has, like, that has her, Overlord, and, Konosuba. I checked out that anime, I was like, who the fuck is this kid? Because I already knew about, Overlord and Konosuba, so I checked that one out, and I was like, I don't like this art style, I don't like the way she looks, I'm just not watching this. Isekai Quartet, yeah, Isekai Quartet. Right. This is the worst when it comes to the anime issues with lolis and minors. No one does it so badly. Shit, man, I don't know. I've seen some pretty fucked up shit in the past. I don't know, man. What was that one series? There was one where, like, they made a loli that was, like, over 1,000 years old or some shit. It was a fucking isekai, I think. I don't know. Anyway, So, yeah, no, Demon Slayer, when I read it, I was like, it was fine. It was all right. I didn't really care for it that much, but you know what? I liked Rengoku so much that I was like, you know what? I'm willing to like check out the full series as a whole. And when I finished reading it, I was just like, man, that was kind of ass. And I say that it was kind of ass from the perspective of just like the ending. Like so many of the fights just felt like I don't know. At least with like the Kokushibo fight, it just felt so fucking bad to me. Like the dude really just gave up because he looked at himself and he was like, wow, I really became this. I really became this fucking monster just for the sake of becoming strong. Like, wow, what the fuck? And then when Muzan, it was just the ending, man. Like, wow, Muzan gets. It wasn't even like a cool like, oh, the villain is getting jumped by every single able-bodied character in the verse. It wasn't even like that. It was just, Muzan just started swinging, hacking away. People kept throwing themselves at him. It wasn't even like in JJK where at least they're all like doing something separately and they're all adding something. It was just like, no. They are literally just all there to slow him down and literally just take the hit so somebody can try and like hold him off to like the end. Hi, I'm you and I love MHA, Demon Slayer, One Piece, and Delicious in the Dungeon. Hey, lovely. Toga loves puppets. Well, welcome to the community. I hope you have a good time here. We just yap about a couple of animes here and there, but in a little bit I'm going to start doing some editing, so if that's not up to your thing, you can always come back like towards the early. Moves on to Demon Slayer fans is Michael Jackson. Yep, 100%. MT is not bad. It just has deeply flawed characters, and people think thinking liking the series is endorsing the behavior of the MC. I mean, that's also true. Like, you don't just because you're watching a series where the MC is a bit of a fucking weirdo, or I mean, I'm gonna find out how much of a weirdo Rudeus is, but watching a series watching a series where the main protagonist is just a fucking weirdo. I mean, like I said, I watched all of Seven Deadly Sins. I read it. I can agree that Meliodas is a bit of a fucking weirdo, and that especially in the Western world, in the Western hemisphere of the planet, a lot of this is just unacceptable to most, I would say. And I say to most because after watching that EDP documentary, I didn't know that there was such a high percentage of PDFs. But anyway, my whole thing is that, like, listen, I get what they were trying to do with Meliodas. The Western audiences didn't take it too well. I don't think I'm a fucking weirdo for that, but I also don't glaze Seven Deadly Sins. I don't really care. My sentence was messed up. Stop typing mid-sentence to get the door. Does that to a guy. Man, Emu before the face reveal just seemed uncanny to me. I can't lie. No, Emu was really uncanny. It's a hot take, but I didn't care for Rengoku. To me, he was just a generic good guy with mommy issues. Didn't really care for him. You know what? That's completely reasonable. I like his disposition. I like the way that he, that he spoke to others. I don't know. I like a guy that's like both loud, but also like, just really fucking nice. I like characters who are loud but really nice. That's just me though. I think it's fair to not like him. I've seen some videos just talking about like how Rengoku wasn't a real character, how we only got to know him for so little before for so many of us to like sit here and say like, oh yeah, no, we don't care for this guy. Like, why should I care for a character that I only really knew for a couple of chapters, and the dude was very much okay with like letting Nezuko die, like literally less than an arc before. I think it was like chapters and chapters before. It was like, I get it. Rengoku's not a perfect character. I just ended up liking him a lot. That was just me. What do you think about Emu? I like Emu. I think Emu's really cool for a villain. And I think that he does have this appeal of, like, he really is this otherworldly being. I think that Emu's power set is extremely interesting. Leave it to Oda to make the main villain of One Piece have abilities that are, like, on par with Luffy for how ridiculous yet awesome they could be. I like him. Most cases I agree. This time, no. Liking this shit is bad. The others did it isn't a defense. Yeah, that's also fair. That is, like, actively a fair actual argument. And I see what you're coming with, because it is true. Just because other authors write weird shit into their series, because again, Eastern, Japanese, I guess, cultural differences and stuff, especially when it comes to the writing, whether it's jokes or the way that they perpetuate. I actually learned this watching a video. It was a retrospective on the Earthbound Mother series. If you guys have ever played Earthbound or Mother, I really got into it specifically because of Mother 3. I never beat Earthbound just because I switched phones and I was playing it on an emulator on that phone. And when I played Mother 3, that was the game that I finished it off. As a matter of fact, I even bought like a special book, a special hardcover book that like was like basically a cool little... Actually, I'll show you guys. Anyway, so I learned through that retrospective that like
One of the reasons why in the in the Japanese version of Mother 2 or or Earthbound, Mother 3 hardcover. Yeah, I bought this. I bought this. They made a fan gamer made it. I love this fucking book, dude. I absolutely fucking love this book. I've read it a couple times. I love the way that it looks. I love the way that like everything in the all the chapters are written and all the like the little tidbits that you get and how some of the characters literally do they have like this cute little chibi style, but then at the same time some of them like the main protagonists are actually made with like clay figures. Like I love this book, bro. If you guys have ever like just bought a guidebook for a video game, bro, these are fantastic. I love this thing, bro. I have it up there on my shelf. But anyway, there's a difference between like the way that Japanese people and or at least like in Japanese culture, they don't view like, let's say, nudity as like something that's disgusting, especially like in children. They don't view like child nudity to be like something gross or like something that like, oh, we must protect the kids and shit like that. They viewed it as a form of purity. Like when you are nude, you are in your most pure form because you're essentially just in like the natural human body. I think that's what I remember from the retrospective. Don't quote me entirely on it. I could be wrong. But yeah, that's how they described it. So in the Japanese version of Earthbound or Mother 2, Ness I think is like naked in the part where he's like in Magicant, but then in the English adaptation, they had to change the pixel sprite work to give him an actual pajamas. But you can't deny he tried to become a better person and did so by the end of the series. So the series is already dead, finished. All right, cool. Rudeus starts as trash and tries to become a better person. To be honest, the entertainment industry does this all the time. Keep in mind, 90210 or Euphoria is based off of high schoolers. Yeah, that's my thing, right? It's like there are series where you do see. I'll give you guys an example. This is a series that I put my girlfriend onto. I watched it back in the pandemic. I watched the series back in the pandemic when we just had Netflix, Elite, Netflix. There's the series called Elite. If you guys like Spanish soap opera, novelas, telenovelas, if you like Japanese, Spanish telenovelas, this is from Spain. I think this takes place in Madrid. I mostly watched it because this actor right here was part of Money Heist or Casa de Papel, which a friend of mine put me onto. But long story short, by the way, if you ever watch the series, don't watch past season 3. Just don't watch past season 3. It's just not worth it. But anyway, in this series, you have a lot of like, you technically do have a lot of actors who are portraying minors who are 15, 16 years old. I think a couple of them are 17, and one of them is an 18. I think is like 18 or 19. And he gets with one of the female cast members in like the first season. Again, you know, it's a bit hypocritical in my sense to like for people to say like, oh, you know, Seven Deadly Sins is weird because of Meliodas, but then they watch Euphoria. I think that is a bit hypocritical because regardless of how you choose to view it, those are kids, and we have series where we're essentially perpetuating the idea that children are smoking, drinking, taking drugs, having sex, and in some cases, you know, yeah, having sex with people that technically are above the age of 18. But yeah, whatever. It's just, I don't know, man. It's all weird. Would have been so much more funny if Emu was just pitch black like that, no silhouette. Oh, that was actually how the way that Emu's supposed to look. I thought that would have been funny. Dude, I had a topic, but Bleach's art style looks so good on One Piece characters like Sanji and Shanks. Do I type something into Google for that? Plus, technically, he has one, considering he's more or less ruled the world for over 800 years. Yep, I agree. I think the only thing he's failed to do is like fully flood the world. Nobody is defending any of Rudeus' action, can't deny. So sad that a good game like Mother series spawned cringe fandoms like Deltarune. I don't know if Mother itself has spawned cringe fandoms like Deltarune because they're like two completely different games, but I see what you mean. This book style actually looks kind of fun. It's very fun. If you guys have listen, I couldn't play a game like Mother 2 or Earthbound because I couldn't finish playing and I couldn't get back into it because I'm just like, I don't want to sit here and play through the first couple of chapters that I have to go through. If I bought the book at one point, I might have done it, but I like to have like a piece of text or something on the side, especially like a fun little booklet like that gives me all the information and any of like the little side secrets that I could get in the game. Like I like stuff like like that because I'm not the type to like want to figure everything out in a game on my own. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. If you guys ever like, if I ever went like more of the route of, if I ever like transitioned more of the route of like gaming and stuff, and I was playing like puzzle games, I have no issue like trying to look for a guide or some shit, man. I've never had an issue looking for guides and shit, bro. Because sometimes I don't want to think about it too much. Mushoku is my top 10. I don't know why people hate it. I mean, speak to some of the people here. They'll tell you why they hate it, and you don't have to agree with it, but they'll tell you why they hate it. I don't know. When people say I don't know why people hate an anime that I like, I'm usually like, have you never seen criticism for it? And I'm not to say anything on you, Masum Kazi. That's not to say anything on you. I'm just saying in general, I've seen that comment a lot throughout the internet. You know, like, I don't know why people hate XYZ. I don't know why people hate Sakura. I don't know why people are calling Bleach bad. I don't know why people don't like Seven Deadly Sins. I don't know why people say that Rent a Girlfriend is bad. I don't know why people hate Jeffrey Epstein. Like, I don't know. I feel like in certain cases, yeah. Oh yeah, this is the one with Esther Esposito. How the fuck do you know about Esther Esposito, bro? I go lie. When I was rewatching with my girlfriend, we were both like, yeah, she's definitely like the prettiest girl of the whole show. I mean, I would personally go with Nadia in the show, but yeah, no, Esther Esposito, she can get it. She can 100% get it. Would fill with cream. My girlfriend also, I think my girlfriend also said the same thing. She was like, oh yeah, would fill with cream too. Sorry, but there is no defense for MT, and any comparison to shit like Euphoria is terrible. I see what you mean. His arc doesn't end till the novels, yes. What he did to Sophie was wrong, but that's also an improvement over how he was as a child and what happened with Eris. Alright, I don't even want to know at that point. Man, I tried getting into Euphoria, but that just the first episode made you quit. Be honest, Leon, how fast you think is the JJK verse? Reaction speed-wise, the top tiers can react to lightning speed attacks. The top two, Gojo and Sukuna, being relative to one another, and Sukuna being able to dodge an EM wave is at least relativistic to the speed of light. I will not go any lower. You will not convince me to go lower. He is relativistic to the speed of light. I don't give a fuck about what Modulo says. Modulo can eat a dick for all I care. I am going to constantly say, no one will ever change my mind, that Sukuna dodging an EM wave as it's coming out is not a relativistic feat, bare minimum. Who's hotter, her or Julio? Who? Letty or Esther? Because in both cases, Letty and Esther are definitely hotter than Julio. Rudeus was never a child. At the reincarnation, he was always mentally an adult. Like I said, even if he becomes the purest Christian wannabe, it's irrelevant. The series never directly punishes him for his deeds. He gets rewarded with 3 wives. No PDFs get no redemption arc even. Shoku is, I think MT is more like Supergirl. There's a lot of money to be made into mindlessly hating something a group already dislikes and milking it for rage bait content. The anime is made for PF apologists. It's fiction. Look up Kachon 13. 1, 2, 3 versus Wiki. His calc are pretty interesting. I don't really do calcs. It's fine, man. People don't call Bleach bad. They say you need a doctorate, save the planet 5 times, and make a sandwich at Subways. I know. I know her because she's dating my favorite footballer, but she's a great actress. Yeah, she's a great actor. I agree. She's a fantastic actor. So people jumped into the bandwagon, hated on it just from what they heard and didn't give it a fair shot. People just repeat whatever they heard out of context without reading the material, in my opinion. Okay, that's fair. I don't really like Rudeus. I dropped the series when his little sisters were at his school, and I was just like weird ick about, man. I gave it a fair shot. Got to the sisters in the school arc. Just a part of me always felt weird as I was reading the manga. Bro, Drachno Rudeus is a PDF sexual predator. Drop the defense, for fuck's sake. Levy isn't here, you can tell the truth. Yeah, no, Letty and Esther are definitely hotter than Julio, in my opinion. To be fair, I don't know what Julio fully looks like, though. The manga's pretty bad, the light novel is better. This isn't a bandwagon hating, the series is genuine dog shit where Rudeus never gets punished for his acts. Agreed, Drachno, people didn't get this energy with Seven Deadly Sins or High School DxD. High School DxD was also some weird shit, I'm not gonna lie. I think I dropped it after season 1. I don't know, man, like... Ha ha ha, they're demons, and they... Like, I remember, you know what's crazy? I remember watching High School DxD at the start of, like, I would say, like, end of high school, start of college, so you can obviously imagine that, like, a kid that age is probably gonna, like, really like a series like this, but after watching season 1, I was just like, this is just weird to me, like, these are, like... Here's the thing, listen, you guys can call me whatever, you guys can call me a gooner, you guys can call me all this shit, but, like, you guys can make jokes about, like, you know, the Nami sniffing and all that stuff, but, like, real talk. I just never felt comfortable watching series where like it gets to that level of etchiness. I don't know. I just, even as an adult now, I just don't feel comfortable with it. When I was 18, I watched through the first season. I thought, all right, I'm gonna give it the whole thing, and I watched through it, and I watched through it, and I watched through it, and I'm just like, this is just not for me. I mean, Reyes, Grimoire or Grimory or whatever the fuck her name was, she seems like a cool character. She definitely flaunts what she's got. I'm not into seeing them in their panties all the time. I don't know how I feel about it. I think there was a blonde chick in there. I forgot what her name was. I think she was supposed to be like some kind of priest or something. I didn't like seeing, because here's the thing, I grew up Catholic, so like whenever I see a nun, I don't ever think sexy. I don't think anything crazy when I look at nuns. To me, nuns are just holy women who just do all that stuff. So I saw that as weird. I don't know. I personally saw all that as weird. I could not get into it. High School DxD is absolute dog water, and that's coming from a real degen. Rias is too cute for something so crap. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't like Rias, especially I didn't like her hair. Like the red hair, cool. I didn't like the spiky over the top hair with her, but like I don't know. It's just, is it worse than Fairy Tail? I was able to at least watch through Fairy Tail, and with Fairy Tail, like there were some pretty degenerate scenes, but like it was never like it was never just the characters just straight up being as close to corn as possible without it being it, right? Like with Fairy Tail, it's gotten pretty close, but like even then, I don't know. I guess maybe it was also like a character design thing where I just like the character designs of Fairy Tail characters more, but like High School DxD just wasn't it for me. Like it just didn't feel like an interesting anime. But the more it kept going, the harder it became to defend the series. Four Knights of the Apocalypse kept the trend. Broku and that guy with a pencil mainly got me into Seven Deadly Sins, with Seven Deadly Sins versus Black Bulls. That's interesting. The only good thing about DxD is probably just its system and world. Got you. Japan seems to love sexualizing nuns. I guess, and I mean, sure, whatever. Not my cup of tea, but what am I supposed to tell you, bro? Like, listen, Japan has a weird thing with, like, the way it portrays the sexualization of characters. They kind of go to, like, a real extent. I remember seeing at some point that, like, the average age of I think, like, the average age where a person lost their virginity, and this was, mind you, I think pre-pandemic. I remember reading it that it was, like, around, like, the age of 30. I don't know if that's gone up or down. But, I mean, yeah, Japan has always been, like, from my understanding, Japan's always been a sexually repressed society that essentially puts it all out through their media in many ways, and it's just, I don't know. Quit stalling, Uncle. Let's watch the video. My bad. I'm just yapping here. My bad. I'm kind of, like, putting off having to watch this so I don't have to edit, bro. I keep thinking about, like, how... considering the math I did yesterday, I kept thinking, I'm like, yo, this shit is really gonna take me, like, multiple months to finish. I'm just like, I'm like, the part of my brain that like wants to put it off is just thinking like, if I could just yap here for like the next 5 hours with you guys and not watch this video, then I never get to editing. Fuck me, dude.
Honor of anime. It'll be a series.
Thanks for streaming for real. I can actually do my schoolwork while listening to you because I don't get bored. That's fair.
Is absolute unredeemable garbage. Yet will be highly successful regardless. For shonen, that would be Solo Leveling. For romance, it'd be Rent a Girlfriend. Mystery.
Rent a Girlfriend is catching like 50,000 strays, bro. Every single time I see Rent a Girlfriend, I don't blame Japan. With no context, the symbols in Catholicism are pretty cool. Yeah, with no context, the symbols in Catholicism, you could definitely say that it has a very rich like lore and like mythology to it, but like, bruh. Me personally, as a man who technically grew up Catholic and had to go through like all that Catholic religious, I'm not gonna call it garbage, but all that, you know, religious trends and stuff like that. Bro, I see a nun, I think of like a nice lady who simply like, you know, helps you out if you need it, right? Like just a nice lady. That's all I ever think of when I see a nun. They're usually, especially since my mom is friends with a couple of them, so it's like whenever I saw like a nun being sexualized in something, I'm just like, no, just no. If I see the cross, I'm just like, no. That's like the ultimate. Just don't fucking do it, bro. Okay. Wait, well, let me just read a couple more comments and that's it. Meliodas objectively did more weird shit than Rudeus. It's just cooler to hate on MT without having seen it. The only thing good about the XD, Dracno in the series, with 3 gripes he groomed, he was suicidal and he still groomed. Okay. Did you forget Urza getting by the gay demon? Okay, the thing you showed me with... Okay. The thing you showed me with Urza in that one chapter or whatever was like a 100-year quest. That was way after... That happened way after I stopped watching. You're the person who introduced me to that shit, bro. Meliodas suffered most in the series, and you really can't compare him to PDF to get to be groomer his second life. All right. Melly literally raised his wife several times within 3,000 years. He's no different. Can you all? Yeah. Halo, that's what's wrong about. But even if not, and now, seriously, and from the little we know about the rent-a-cuckoid, it is pretty bad. Groping and grapes are two completely different things. They're both bad, but one is way worse than the other. Who did Rhodeus? Okay, all of his wives and slept. Okay. Can we at least use the word grape instead of the other thing? I alone am the delayed one. Yeah, Memento, could you please just type grape instead? Wrong, that literally never happens in any version of the series. Thanks for confirming you haven't read it. By the by, are you coming to bowling with us on Thursday? I hit up Letty about it. Let me know. I'll let you know by the end of the day. I'll let you know by the end of the day. I'll send the money afterwards, after stream, because I am waiting on her reply. I let her know, because we weren't gonna. Correction, she wasn't going to go when you guys said 9, but she's down to go. But not down to go. I think she's more down to go if it's 7. Because at that time, like, she and I can get her back home, like, early enough. No, it happened in the Tartaros arc, and it was confirmed in the last arc. Oh! I don't remember the Tartaros arc, man. I'm gonna be so honest with you. I don't remember if Tartarus was the one where Natsu gets the Dragon Lightning Slayer mode, or Tartarus is some other shit. I don't know, dude. I am so out of, like, what arc is what in Fairy Tail. The only arc I remember is the Grand Magic Games arc, and I don't even remember everything that happened there. I just remember Natsu... I just remember Urza saying... I'll take on all 100 monsters, and Natsu soloing the white and black Dragon Slayers.
It'd be Classroom of the Elite. Now for Isekai, it's a bit harder to figure out since most of the genre is already irredeemable garbage. Yet, one stands out in its shit to popularity ratio. Mushoku Tensei Jobless Reincarnation. Now I'll be honest, I used to be a fan of this series back when the first part of season 1 came out. I was in high school, but after catching up, I could say very confidently that I can make a multiple hour long video saying how shit this series is. This series can be described as the hell of a boss of anime, whereas it's a series that has an objectively piece of shit character who will be framed as the good guy, and since the creator of the series is also a piece of shit, they will be rewarded, and all of their consequences will be as minor, get it? It's possible, and all their faults will be hand-waved away. The series starts with our main character, Rudius, dying. I forgot his Japanese name. And immediately upon waking up, he...
The Tartar is the one with the 9 demonic gates? I don't know, dude. If you said 9 demonic gates, I've already lost. Like, I don't know what the fuck we're talking about. He raped someone, but that never happened. All I recalled, he groped some girl, no different than Melly, both weirdos, yeah.
Tries to assault the first woman he sees.
But she's gorgeous. Either way, if she's just gonna leave herself open like that.
And remember, this is before he realized he was reincarnated as a baby, so he's just gonna do this. Let's put down one strike on the sexual...
I am crying, bro. The first thought he said was, let me just grope this chick. I'm crying.
Misconduct charge?
There's
As
no
we watch
way.
him grow up through the years, we watch him steal and smell his mother's underwear. How wholesome. More time passes.
No way! No fucking way! No way, dude. No way. Do you disagree about everything he just said about Helava? I mean, isn't Blitzo like an actual terrible person though? I don't know about the author. I don't know about her being like a terrible piece of shit. I didn't even know the author was a woman. I'm just saying, like, isn't Blitzo actively a terrible piece of shit? I remember watching like the first season of Helava Boss. No way, bro is sniffing his technically biological mother's fucking... Alright, this is crazy.
He learns magic, gets a tutor, and immediately says this.
What the hell? Forget a beard. She doesn't look like she can grow hair anywhere. My great teacher is a socially awkward lolly with resting bitch face. She's perfect. I'd totally marry her.
What the fuck, bro? Alright. Alright. Yeah, yeah, Japanese humor, definitely on point. Japanese humor, definitely.
I'm sure this is a normal thing to think about a girl whose age you don't know and looks like a child. I'm sure him looking up her skirt means nothing either. I'm sure the second scene of it happening means nothing either. Something I'll point out is this line from Rudy.
So you have food and gifts to look forward to at 5, 10, and 15. when you're considered an adult.
I've actually seen this point used before by people defending Rudy's later actions. And if you're one of those people, you should be getting drained like a cow. After teaching him all she can, Roxy leaves, and we're shown that Rudy stole a pair of her panties. Okay? Okay, sorry, hold on. I seem to forgot. Whose panties did you steal, Rudy?
That little girl.
Sorry, what?
That little girl.
That little what? You stole panties? You stole the panties of a what? I see. Very likable character
Wow.
you made here, Japanese man. What's crazy is when you've watched enough sloppy, shitty anime or like isekai romance, you just get used to this shit, right? I remember in high school, right, when I was deep in it, right? I was deep in the shit, watching God knows how much shitty isekai romance bullshit, right? When I watched this, I thought absolutely nothing of it. But watching this as an adult, like with a fully formed
Yeah, Blitz is a bad person. I mean, everyone in the show is bad on, I agree. Even Millie and Moxie, one of the more wholesome and loving characters, are gleeful contract killers. Yeah, they are. Because the original point was did worse shit, and yes, if your issue was the age, then Meliodas is worse. Meliodas is the sin of wrath. He is not sane. Comparing your redemption story to that dude is crazy. Blue Girl is probably 8 in Demon Years too. She's a demon? Wait, blue-haired girl's a demon? Memento Rudd is a creep, and so is Melly. Where is that a defense? We shouldn't only call out one, call them all out. I agree.
frontal lobe.
What's good,
He makes me
Ashraf?
feel like a sick old white pervert. And he keeps the panties too. Like, this shit is so gross, man. Ladies and gentlemen,
Bad in some
I'd
degrees.
like
Okay.
to announce some good news. We've now entered the Sylvie grooming arc. The arc where our protagonist that we're meant to like grooms his first child. Now, at first, starts off fine. You know, he thinks it's a boy, so he doesn't try anything yet. Say what you want, at least it's a straight child. You know?
No.
There's none of that homosexual rigmarole here. I lied, actually. I did tell a lie. He tries to forcibly undress him in the bath. I don't care what you say. Oh, this is a sexual since I was a boy. This is a grown man trying to forcibly undress a child. The dad cheats on the wife with the maid and gets her pregnant. The wife wants to kick the maid out, but doesn't. Why, you may be asking? Well, I'll tell you. Rudius forms this master plan to frame his father as a rapist. Editing me here. Yeah, this actually wasn't a lie, technically, right? Like, Rudius lied here to save the maid.
I think
but turns
Memento.
out-
I get where you're coming from, Memento, but I think that you're interpreting it as a defense when he's simply just calling out that this guy's also a creep. I don't think that's necessarily a defense. He didn't know that she was a girl. Why did he pull down their clothes though? Like, listen, I haven't seen the series. I'm watching all from like a very, I guess you could say, biased perspective of a video that is literally calling out the moral and unethical implications of what this dude is doing, especially having the body of a child and the mind of a full-grown man. But what I'm just saying, dude, like, I said it comes across as defense. And I get what you're saying. Yeah, if you're saying that it comes across as defense, then you're interpreting it as such. But if the dude is telling you he's not defending it, I mean, you can't really say that it's coming across as a defense then, right? You're just, yeah, okay, they're both pieces of shit, you know? To bathe because he was worried about getting a cold because they got caught in the rain. Okay, that is context I didn't have still, though.
Out, we're told future, like in the future of the series, that he actually did.
In the end, he assaulted Lilia when she was sleeping and deflowered her. If Paul were a normal boy, it would have ended there. He would have acquished a... I've never seen this word. Acquished and made for the others, or he would have fled from the hall after being chased out. However, Paul was a bad boy. With his mood soured, he resorted to acting out. One night, he snuck into Lilia's sleeping chambers and stole her innocence. Lilia tried to struggle, of course, but there was nothing she could do. Once everything was over, she was left in a daze. She couldn't process that it had happened to her again. She never dreamed of Paul. Okay, but who the fuck is Paul? I don't know who the fuck...
The main character. So this guy's just every character in the show, every male character is just a fucking
Oh, okay, so it's another male character.
good writing, go Japanese man, and everything is solved. Yay! Like, besides kids, nothing comes of this, which is crazy because his wife thinks he raped her best friend. and literally nothing changes. It's almost like the author's trying to tell
It
us
is
something.
Rudeus'
Fast
dad.
forward,
Ah,
Rudy tells Sylvie
damn.
he might be leaving or something that I don't care. He changes his mind and plans on staying. And that's when we get this gem, right? This gem of a line, right?
Okay, so he's the MC's dad.
Together, I'll have plenty of time to make her my ideal woman.
Like, what am I?
Okay, how the fuck do you defend that? What the fuck? Yo! Yo! What the fuck? Yo, real talk. I'm just saying, within the context of this anime, there must not be a god, because there's no way you put this motherfucker in a child's body, bro. There's no way. How the fuck? Yo, is one of the other flawed individuals who I argued is even worse than the MC.
Even supposed to say to that? How could you possibly defend
God
this? He is
exists,
having
but he's
sex,
the villain?
dry
Sure.
humping a pillow.
I'm gonna take that as
Think
you
of
being
this
literal.
6-year-old girl he's gonna What the fuck? Fast forward a bit and we're pausing the Sylvie part. That will continue on in season 2 because we are starting the infamous Eris arc. You know, we gotta switch victims. Now there is one very, very important thing.
Okay, but like, I need you to understand, Masum. I need you to understand, right? He is a 34-year-old man. Well, I guess 40-year-old by this point, right? How old is Rudeus at this point? However old Rudeus is, just add that number to 34, right? He just said, and I quote,
Think of this 6-year-old girl he's gonna What the fuck? Fast forward a bit and we're pausing the sex. You just say to that. How could you possibly defend this? He is having sex. Let's just say to that. A pillow. Think of this 6-year-old girl he's gonna We'll continue on. Think possibly like what?
Time to make her my ideal woman. Together, I'll have plenty of time to make her my ideal woman.
that's grooming. That is...
Plenty of time to make.
M of a line, right?
And as we grow up together, I'll have plenty of time to make her my ideal woman.
As we grow up together, I'll have plenty of time to make her my ideal woman. That is crazy. That is crazy. Nah, you can't defend that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You can't defend that. Like, sorry for those of you that really fuck with this shit. I'm not telling you, hey, whatever. I don't care what you do with your time or what series you watch, but that... That is, you're going to need some Harvard. You're going to need some Harvard level legal defense. You are going to need some Harvard level legal defense. You might need that motherfucker, fuck, what's his name? You might need some, Suits. Harvey Specter. You're gonna need some Harvey Specter level fucking defense attorney for this shit, bro. It gets way worse? No way. No way it gets worse than that. Yo, yeah, you're gonna need some Harvey Specter level fucking defense, bro. I ain't gonna lie. That shit is crazy. That shit is fucking diabolical, bro. Jayoma? I don't know what that means. This shit is insane. That's what I'm saying, bro.
One very, very important thing I should mention about Eris. She is
It
the
only gets
daughter
better?
of this guy,
Okay.
who is the cousin of this guy, who is the father of Rudeus.
No. Yeah, you're gonna need some Saul Goodman type shit. You're
called
gonna need
the
some Saul Goodman
Eris
defense.
And I don't want you to get anything twisted. He was told from the first minute he's there that they're related. Fast forward, nothing too interesting happens. They get acquainted. There's an action scene. He assaults her while she sleeps. No, you didn't mishear that.
Eris, you'll catch a cold. If you don't wake up, I'll attack you.
Still a double A, I see. But I sense the
Oh,
potential for
Jayoma.
growth.
Okay.
You may yet become an E or bigger.
Not only that, he also tries to take her panties, only stopping because she wakes up. And would you believe there are no consequences for this action besides getting punched? None at all. It's not like these characters are like as close as they get in the future. They are still at this point acquaintances. She doesn't tell anyone. Nothing comes of this. Very interesting. Japanese man. Now I'm actually gonna go ahead and skip along to season 2. If I were to sit here and point out every time this guy has a moment of sexual misconduct, we'd be here for no less than an hour. But I will tally every moment I find on the board. And I will say, even though I'm not going through everything here, there's some weird shit, man. Like the dad's cousin, right? He says that if Rudy helps him take over the family, he'd leave his daughter tied up in Rudy's room. And he says no at the moment, but later, like in the night,
When he was a kid, so all the worst thing he does, bunch of hentais have legit better messages than this crap. Yeah, this is really bad. This is really fucking bad, dude. I've seen hentai with more fucking moral and ethical implications than this fucking shit.
guy, he kisses her, gropes her breast, and tries to go all the way up her dress. The only reason he didn't is because she punched him. Mind you, this is a child and his cousin. This show is just weird, man. Like, I can say that there's tons of good elements about this show, such as the production, phenomenal. The animation is fucking high, top tier. The voice acting is especially good, which stands out to me, even though I'm watching the English dub. It's still good. Eris probably being the best voice actor in the show, which makes it infinitely more weird and uncomfortable as Rudy's grooming her because she actually sounds like a child. Some of the characters are actually really interesting, like Eris specifically. Like, I really like her character. If only her and Ghislaine were part of a better show, right? Certain plot points like Eris's development, Roxy's family, and everything with the dragon guy. Those are things that I actually feel myself getting invested in. It's just I immediately get taken back out when I realize the person who we are following throughout the story is a pedophile. And it's not just him, like every adult male in this show says something pedophilic or is a there's too much pedophilia rating off this show. Anyways, Rudy has sex with his cousin and the season ends. The big twist here is that when he wakes up, she's left, and the show does this thing where you're supposed to feel bad for Rudius here. like this is the worst. He's just a little guy, and this is traumatic to him. Can't you guys relate? Can't you guys relate to this? Can't you guys relate to the feeling when the minor you've and leaves you? The fucking bitch. Me when my victim leaves me, you and the child I'm leaves me. Tragic, horrible, fucking foids. Foids. I don't know what to tell you. Like this makes me feel nothing but disgust and murderous intent that I want to like let out on the nearest Mexican.
Y'all niggas is broke. Y'all niggas is bum.
Like what's funny about this show is it'll try and make cliche bad guys, right? Like ugly.
I don't know why he
pigs
did the comparison. I don't know.
And girls and condone slavery, but I know for a fucking fact if the protagonist had the same amount of like royalty power these people had, he'd be doing the exact same thing as them. Like the only difference between Rudius and Epstein is that this nigga is broke. Season 2, our hero is now emo and depressed after, and I'll repeat this as many times as I need to, the child he grew in left him to become a better person. They put in as much emphasis as possible on how like broken and depressed he is, like he's in a like this guy is getting delusions, like he is overall mind fucked over a prepubescent girl. What the fuck? He's saying shit like he's suicidal, but fucking nonce is
Bone
suicidal.
his minor
We're supposed to
cousin?
care.
Forget it. I'm sick of this. I've already lost everything anyway.
The creator of the show is a fucking psychopath, dude. This episode ends with him crying into the panties he stole off of what he thought was another little girl. We're gonna skip ahead again to just consult the
All right, I think I've seen enough. That was certainly something. I hope you guys enjoyed this little back and forth that you've been having. If you guys still want to fight about this, you're more than welcome to. I'm not entertaining this more. It is kind of weird. It is not kind of weird. It is weird. There is no kind of. It just is objectively weird. Well, it's a good thing. I always thought the name Mushoku Tensei just made it sound like every other fucking isekai, so I never watched it. Good thing. Yeah, that shit is wild. It gets so much worse, but yeah. His cousin is not an adult. Yeah. Dude, yeah, this is fuck. Let's get to editing. Yeah, let's get to editing. Continue to have these conversations amongst yourselves. I'm not going to fight anybody on this. Do what you want with your time and energy today. I'm going to be editing. I got to get through at the very least 3 minutes.
So the goal for today is to reach 5 minutes total. Sorry, 8 minutes in terms of editing time. His son learned from his and fuck the. All right. I think that's enough of that. It doesn't generally doesn't get worse. All the worst stuff happens in the first 6 volumes. That's 6 volumes, brother. That is. Listen, Dracno, I respect the fact that if you want to like and watch this shit, sure, fine. And if you think that like Rudeus becomes a much better person throughout the series, that's fine. I need you to understand that that's 6 volumes of fucking degeneracy, though. Like that is 6. Okay, 6 out of 20. Bro, okay. How many? Let me look something up real quick. Let me look at some. No, I don't need that. Let me pull this up real quick. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Okay, I just got up from bed and this is what I heard. Yeah, no, this shit is crazy. How many pages are in a volume of Mushoku Tensei? Okay, a single volume of Mushoku Tensei Jobless Reincarnation light novel typically has 300 to 360 pages. My brother in Christ, that's 1800 pages. My brother in Christ, that is 1800 pages bare minimum. That's all words. That's all text. Like, listen, like what you like. If you think that the character got way better and you think that there's no, like, nothing fucked up and you think that, like, the rest of the series is great, hey, listen. Believe whatever you want. I'm not here to judge you. I'm not here to judge the fucking... I'm gonna judge the series. I'm not here to judge you. Watch what you like. I don't really care. Like, I genuinely don't think... I really do not put that much thought into what other people like. I don't give a shit, right? That's not my prerogative. I don't want to waste that much mental energy on it. I am not going to sit here and listen to the idea that, like, if I have to first get through 1800 pages of walls of text... If I have to get through 1,800 pages of weird shit, of potential weird shit, in order to get to the other, I don't know, 15,000 pages, it's just not for me. It's just not for me. In this situation with Eris, she was the one in control. I'm not saying this makes it right, but Rudy wasn't the one who made the choice for that to happen. She was. That's fine. That's fine. I'm not gonna tell you that I have the full context of it. I'm not gonna tell you that I can judge it fully based on a single video, but I do think that shit is kind of weird. I do hope that we can at the very least agree that shit is kind of weird, and truth be told, yeah, that shit is fucking weird. There's no other way of me looking at it. That shit is pretty fucking weird and degenerate. It's fine. I'm just a fucking YouTuber. I'm just doing my work. But Jesus Christ, dude. Or faster than the speed of light, which is objectively impossible if you are adhering to real-world physics and math. So in my mind, why even bother with math or physics if the story themselves Testament of Sister New Devil? I don't know about that. I don't know what that is. My second reason is that most calcs, in some way, shape, or form, reach their conclusions through utilizing values entirely derived from assumptions, mostly in the form of pixel scaling. This one is a bit of a two-parter. Pixel scaling is a metric that I inherently disagree with because it falls under the logical assumption that the author has drawn every character, environment, and panel to perfect scale. But the thing is, that's next to impossible. Most artists, including Kishimoto and Oda, are incapable of drawing every single character and feat to perfect narrative scale within their stories. You can check the entirety of One Piece and Naruto and you'll eventually find some random visual mistake or size inconsistency. Give me 1 second, guys. Canonically 17 meters. Okay, yeah, I know what I'm gonna do for that.
There are levels to this shit, Halo. Grooming and graping 3 girls isn't the same as groping. I don't know, man. I don't disagree that the MC is horrible at the start of the series. I even prefaced my critique of the series that it's a great story but flawed individuals. That's fine. That's fine. Listen. I'm able to get... Listen, if I could get through... Well, I'm not going to make the comparison, but, like... Listen, I understand One Piece has its share of fucking mistakes, right? Like, Sanji is a far bigger perv than anything that the live action even remotely shows, so anybody's trying to watch, let's say, One Piece live action versus One Piece... versus the actual One Piece anime will probably have a very different opinion about Sanji altogether, but like, or the fact that, you know, there are sometimes jokes in there about like Nami's figure or whatever. Like, I get it, right? A series that we like sometimes have some form of like, every series that we like has something that we're willing to defend with, has something wrong with it that we're willing to defend or look past because we simply like it that much or because we see all the positives in it. I'm not saying that you can't do that. I'm not saying that you shouldn't do that for the series. I'm just saying I feel like if a character is performing an immoral or unethical action, and let's say like that thing is the worst part of the series, right? Let's say like a character performs an immoral or unethical action, and then it is a part of the series, but it's only like a chapter or two, right? Out of like a series of like 500 chapters or 300 chapters, right? That's like literally 1%. Like 1 to less than 1% of the actual series has all that weird shit, right? So to that extent, I could be like, alright, right? Like if 1% of it is like the weird shit, I'm able to like just get past it, right? I'm able to like move past it. I'm able to like, okay, if I like it enough, you know what? I can choose to look past its flaw for the sake of, you know, continuing the series because it offers these other things. I can agree to that. I'm not saying that anyone here is wrong for feeling that way for any series that they might enjoy. I'm not saying, or did Sanji get more pervy? Well, it would be, he get pervier, not more pervy. You don't preface more with a word that has ER at the end. But anyway, yeah. I don't know, man. 18,000 pages, though. Sorry, 1,800 pages, though. I can't do that, bro. 1,800 pages is 1,800 too much for me. Like, seriously, it is far too much. So I was watching Elbaf, and I really like how they animated Cerberus and Gunko's attacks. Yeah, it looks cool. Sorry, the elf style of old characters looking like minors. Yeah, that is also, I don't know, bro. Like, if you're gonna have a character literally... Okay, like, if you're gonna have a character be, like, 1,000 years old or whatever, why do they have to be physically stuck as a child? Like, if you have a character that starts off young or whatever, you know, they are a kid, and you see them grow up throughout the series, I think that's fine, right? Like, obviously, they're going to grow up in some way, as long as you're not focusing too much on, like, changes in, like, physique and figure and stuff like that, I think it's all fine. But, like, I don't know, man. If you're gonna have a character be, like, 1,000 years old, but they're gonna look like they're young... At least make them look like they're, I don't know, 23, 24, mid-20s maybe. Like, if I had to draw an elf character and she, you know, I have to give her the anime art style or whatever, just have her be drawn to already be a fully developed woman. I don't know, man. You don't need, even if you want her to be petite, even if you want her to be, like, fully petite, you don't want her to have, like, too many curves or whatever, you want her to have a flat chest or whatever, just have her be a full-grown woman. Just give her, like, a bare minimum, like, height requirement of, like, I don't know, 5'4", 5'5", and just, like, I don't know, man. Or however many centimeters that has to be. Like, I don't know, dude. Just, fuck, man. What the fuck? Low-key, who do you think is the best written character in One Piece? Best written? Robin's pretty well written. Nami's pretty well written. Luffy's pretty well written. Law's pretty well written. Shanks, I think, is pretty well written. Kizaru's pretty well written. I would argue Kizaru is very well written. There's a few. I can't tell you one or the other. Doflamingo, pretty well written. With a teenager in Volume 9, so no, just till 6 bullshit. Alright. Alright. I get what you're saying. Alright. God damn. It just keeps getting worse in the context of the series, also known as power scaling.
My biggest 3 reasons. Top 10 best written One Piece characters, dude. I'm starting the editing process. I'm not doing more than just like answering a question or two. In the context of the series, also known as power scaling. My biggest 3 reasons for developing this metric were primarily formed due to some discrepancies that I had with calc-based scaling as a whole. Number 1, in order for calcs to work, you everything, and I do mean everything. This makes sense. Watch till the end. Watch till the end. This makes perfect sense. Watch till the end of this portion. This. Watch till the end. This picture makes sense. Favorite One Piece characters? I don't know, dude. I like a lot of them. Sources to the metrics we use to quantify said evidence or how we rationalize said evidence in some way, shape, or form will eventually boil down to an opinion that you either believe or refuse to believe. I say this because I want to make it very clear that this whole video, no matter how much evidence I present for either character or how rational the conclusion. Here's the thing. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go throw something up. I know what you're referencing when you're talking about Rebecca because I did watch Cyberpunk. I feel like creating a character who is a small petite woman that is a fully grown adult but simply has I'll just say a petite body, I guess. Being a woman with a relatively petite body who's short and has next to no curves as far as like, well, she should have curves of some kind, but next to no curves as far as like, you know, the average anime silhouette. I don't think that is inherently wrong, right? Like there are people out there who genuinely do not have a large bust size, who have generally small breasts, and women who have generally a thin build, right? There is a reason why that is a build. Some women are actually built like that. I think it's all about portrayal, right? I think it's all about portrayal and personality. A character like Rebecca, no holds bar, for one, though she may be small and she is relatively young. I think like she's like in her early 20s, right? Like how old is Rebecca from? I'm not going to look that up. I don't want to be on some... I don't need my FBI agent looking that shit up. But a character like Rebecca from Cyberpunk, as an example, her personality doesn't lend to that of her being a kid. She might be brash, she might be trigger happy, she might be overconfident, but she also shows a certain level of maturity that you just don't see from characters, you know, that are of a much younger personality. She's not shy about it, she doesn't look innocent, she knows exactly how the world works, she knows what she's doing, and she gives off this idea of her being not only playful, but also, you know, she's a badass, right? There's a way... Yes, exactly. She does not act like a child. She's not super surprised by many things. She loves to party, and she is essentially, the only real thing about her is she's just short and small. That's really it. You can have a character. Also, Rebecca was modified at childhood age. Her body literally can't develop properly. Also, she's between 20 to 23. Yeah, from what I looked up. Yeah. That's my point, right? It's all about how you differentiate a character, what personality you give them, and what their portrayal is. If you have a character being small, timid, silent, and innocent, and they also happen to be it doesn't matter if you write them to be a 25-year-old woman or a or a 100-year-old woman, if they give off a certain kind of, I guess you could say, vibe, people are going to look at her weird, and they're going to look at you weird for having a character like that being written. And truth be told, that's the issue right there. And I'm not saying you have to make them all brash and cocky and loud and trigger happy. You don't have to do that either, but it's all about how you perform the character. You could say that the character, like, for example, I remember there being a scene where, like, David, right? That was his name? Where, like, David's, like, sending out a package or whatever, and the first thing he does when, like, he knocks on the door, like, he rings the doorbell, is she's literally pointing a gun at his face, literally holding it to his eye, like, oh, what's good, David, my man? Oh, you came to drop off a package? And then she's literally still holding the gun to his face. That's not something a kid fucking does, bro. She knows what kind of work life she's in. She knows what kind of things that she's doing with her brother and shit like that. And she knows the kind of crimes that they're getting into. She's safe at all times. She has her shit up. I remember seeing that scene and I was like, wait, is she fucking naked? And it was like, no, she was wearing like some like small outfit or whatever. But like it wasn't, but like they weren't doing any weird angle shots. They weren't doing anything. It was basically just, I think she changes almost immediately afterwards. It's like the characters do not give off the vibe. Even if the appearance might tell you otherwise, the characters do not give off the vibe, the personality, the aura of that of a kid. And I think that's very important if you're trying to create a character like that. And importantly, she isn't sexualized. Well, in her underwear. No, yeah, she was in her underwear, but she's not being overly sexualized. There's no focus on her body. There's no weird shot from behind or anything like that. She's literally just holding a gun to his face. He gives her the package, she hands it to her brother, who takes the package, and then just starts setting up his new hands or whatever, and she just asks David, oh, so what, you're working here now or whatever? You're doing jobs for us now? Yeah, okay, and then, hey, bye. She ends up actually liking David a couple of years down the line. She ends up trying to, get with him or whatever, but he's already in love with some other girl, but again, she's not being overly sexualized. Kuzan versus Toshiro. A guy who has the power to manipulate water versus a guy who is literally made out of ice. Yeah, I mean, how does Toshiro Hitsugaya freeze a guy who is literally ice? Yeah, Lucy Heartfilia does come across as more of a sexualized character, even if she's clearly a young adult and she's younger than Rebecca. Here's the thing. This might sound weird, but I'm gonna be honest. I don't have an issue necessarily with seeing a character, whether they're tall, short, busty, curvy, or petite. I don't really mind, like, seeing them in, like, for example, like with Rebecca, I don't mind seeing them, like, a scene with them in, like, in their underwear and stuff, as long as there's no focus on the body itself. If they're, like, and as long as it's in a location where, like she was at home, she's fine. She's simply pointing the gun, everything's fine, all chill or whatever. If I see, for example, a character like Natsu, for example, in his fucking underwear, let's say, like, he's taking a dip at a hot springs or whatever, and he jumps in with another, I have no issue with that, right? I don't have an issue with that. My issue more so comes from whether the character is in their 20s or whatever, or whether the character is I guess I have to say it, at least as far as, like, because in Japanese, the anime they draw, where their character is above or under the age of 20, I don't necessarily mind as long as there's no exact focus on their body, because at the end of the day, it shouldn't be an over-sexualization. People do walk around in their homes in their underwear. How many times have you guys heard somebody say, I can't wait to have my own place so I can walk around naked? It is a natural thing. You want to just be comfortable in the place that you're at. I think that's fine. But the issue is when the angles, the camera, and all that stuff tries to show these quote-unquote fan service moments, because I guess they're trying to sell the scene or make it more interesting, but you make the scene more interesting when you don't focus on that kind of thing, and I think that's one of the issues that many of these actors do. Both are bad, bro. Both, I don't necessarily think, well, one of them specifically under 20 is bad. I don't necessarily think only two countings of lowlies. I like the actual adult ones like Rebecca, or the actual kids that aren't sexualized in any way. She didn't even count as lowlies. They're not lowlies at that point. I wouldn't count them. And I haven't disagreed with that. Yeah. I wouldn't say that both are bad. Specifically, again, I will agree with under 20 would be bad, but above the age of 20, I don't think that's bad. Like I said with Rebecca, I didn't see her in any way. I didn't think of her in any way. I'm just saying that when you see the scene, you're not focusing on that. You're focusing on the fact that she's literally pointing a gun at the dude. It's a funny scene because of his reaction. They take the hands and the scene is over in like 2 seconds. A scene like that that's short, quick, and to the teeth, I don't think there's an issue with it. I don't think there's a genuine. What kind of conversation they walk? We were talking about a series called Mushoku Tensei. They were showing. We watched the video specifically in regards to, like, the main protagonist being an absolute fucking freak of nature. Not even a freak of nature, just an absolute fucking freak. And we were talking about like characters that are necessarily like lolis or like more petite, that like you can have a character being written, shown to be, you know, a fully grown woman who does have a more petite build, and you don't have to overly sexualize it. Like the difference between David and R. Kelly is that David is a murderer without the death. There's no difference. Both are creeps. Yeah, that's fair. That is fair. Plus, halfway through the series, Rebecca gets giant robot hands. Yeah, no, she also gets giant robot hands. That's even more way of differentiating her. Once you get to like the time skip and stuff like that, she gets giant robot hands, and it completely it sets her apart even more, and it has you think of her in even a less way. I'm gonna be honest with you. As far as like, I think one of the things that I liked about Cyberpunk 2077 is that even with a character like Lucy, you never really feel like this over sexualization of the character. Even when like a scene where like her and David were having, I don't know if they just had sex or they were about to have sex or something, but it's like, even with scenes like that, there's no over-sexualization or focus on the characters' bodies or builds, and I think that's what's important. When you can have genuine moments where you can have a character literally, like, for example, a woman half-naked in bed, covering herself, like, maybe with the sheets or whatever, but it's not but there's, like, no imprint of her thighs, there's no imprint of her figure and stuff like that. It's just a genuine moment between both characters where the guy is sitting at the edge of the bed, he's hunched over, he's naked too, but again, there's no focus on his physique or build or anything in the same way that there's no focus on her. They're both having a very humane moment. One of the things that I've come to realize is that, like, a lot of the times, especially in Western culture, we tend to demonize certain over-sexualization of characters because, and especially in Eastern media, because I mean, to an extent, it is a bit much at times, and I will never disagree with that. It is quite literally a bit much at times, but I don't think there's anything wrong with like a person simply having a specific body type and that body type simply not being sexualized. I'm fine with that. Unfortunately, the industry treats kids like lolis. Yeah, it's a shame. They shouldn't count lolis, but they should only be adult petite women. But they got the term ruined, and PDFs are all over the place. That's true. Plus, halfway, yeah. I see where you go. Wouldn't Krillin be a loli? He's sure. No, he would be a manlet. Rebecca, no, I'm talking about Lucy. I'm talking specifically about Lucy and David. I think there was a scene where, like, if I remember right, in season 2, where like David was. Shut up about 7 deadly sins already. The main plot of is manually recruiting people to save him and his wife from the curse, not escaping past traumas by grooming a children. Like, okay, yeah, you're just still having a conversation with somebody else. But yeah, make it fair. Naruto versus Luffy, not Foxy Daddy versus Luffy. That's funny. But yeah, you like the title? You like the title of? You both are correct. Both are bad. Yeah. Okay. Bro, this stream is like low-key 90%, 10% editing, 90% lolis. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I really need to get back into it, so I need you guys to, like, at least, if you're gonna have this discussion, have it between yourselves. Cyberpunk, yes, Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk 2077, correct. Technically, it's all in one season, just halfway there's a time skip. I forget, man, I forget if there was a time skip or not. Like, well, no, not that there was a time skip, I forgot there wasn't a second season, though season 1 was kind of crazy. Alright, let's get back to editing. We got 3 minutes to get through. I've got 4 hours. We don't have time to waste. All right. Whatever you guys want to talk about, continuing the conversation, you guys can continue to have it. I'm out of it now. I think that's gonna be the last thing I speak on it. Solo's Naruto verse. I mean, if they can't get over her hollows, then probably not.
And Oda are incapable.
Never shorten Cyberpunk. When talking about Rebecca and this issue, by the way. Never shortened Cyberpunk. Oh, my bad. When talking about Rebecca and this issue, by the way. Never shorten? Okay. Can't wait for Cyberpunk to return. It's my favorite game, or top 3, and Edge Runner revived that sinking ship. Edge Runner did revive it. Are we going to have another breakdown week after? Probably. I was always mad at the way that Rebecca went out. I was always mad at that way. Like, I don't know. I felt like she was probably like one character where I was like, I hope she lives, cause like she's already never gonna get with David. She's never like David's never gonna love her the same way that he loves Lucy. David's already signed his fucking death warrant when he put on that gravity suit. I'm just like, dude. Man, I'm just like, dude. That was one of the few characters where I was like, man, that was a sad one to see go. That one kind of hurt. Well, her and David. Honestly, David really did hurt, man. The abbreviation would be CP. Can't imagine the issues that caused early in the drama of this topic. Yeah. I mean, if somebody misconstrued what I said when I said Rebecca and then, I think I did say Cyberpunk, though. I didn't say Cyberpunk once? Really? Huh. That's when I said Cyberpunk. Well, yeah, it's fine. You guys know what I mean. But yeah, no, you can't really say CP for Cyberpunk. You really can't see it, especially like in a Western place.
Perfect narrative scale within their stories. You can check the entirety of One Piece and Naruto and you'll eventually find some...
No, earlier in the anime got released, there was fake drama over Rebecca and some didn't get the memo that using CP and not the full name makes you look worse. Ah, yeah, Cyberpunk Edge Runners, or at least say CP Edge Runners. But I guess even then you probably just shouldn't use the thing. What if Fujitora controlled Kaguya's gravity? I don't think he controls gravity, he controls gravity to an extent. I don't know, man. I don't think that he's just naturally controlling the gravity of everything, every bit of gravity around an entire location. He like manipulates it by swinging his blade. I'm not saying it's tied to the blade. I'm just saying whenever he like makes something heavy, he usually performs an EI type slash where like he opens and closes his blade.
Some random visual mistake or size inconsistency. Some random visual mistake or size inconsistency. This is even more apparent when you consider that an artist like Hishimoto, who loves to play with perspective shots, some random visual mistake or size inconsistency. This is some random visual mistake or size inconsistency.
Visual mistake. We need, I'll use Naruto as an example for this one, for the visual mistake. Sasuke retrieval. Hold on. Did the anime adaptation do it differently? Naruto versus Sasuke Part 1. Clash. Map interactive Ohara build seems pretty accurate. Nice. Lifted all the rocks in Dressrosa. Yeah. Time to drop the topic. At least thanks for indulging me in the side quest of a topic. Yeah, no, you're fine. You're fine. As long as we were able to have an overall not too toxic conversation over it, so I'm happy that we could at least express how we felt about these topics. Anyone who wanted to say something got a chance to say it. Whoever wanted to defend the series got a chance to defend it. Nobody insulted each other. I view that as a win. I don't think anyone doubted Garp anymore after Gabon's feat. Yo. Toshira is one of the most pathetic Bankai, not gonna lie. I would argue Rukia also has a pretty pathetic Bankai. But Eon, she froze the concept of death. She froze it. How could you say that's pathetic? Her Bankai literally loses to anyone who is strong enough to just ignore it. She can't properly move when she has it active. If she activates her Bankai, she's kind of just straight up fucked. Especially if the person's just straight up just ignores it. She'll freeze herself before she freezes the person. I don't know. Is Bleach really uni level? I've never seen anything about Bleach power scaling. It's uni if you take the cosmology, if you completely ignore the fact that the cosmology is held together by fucking Proctape. It makes her fragile. I agree. It makes her very, very fragile. I think of Bankai that just genuinely makes you fragile, and in a verse where if a character is just straight up more powerful than you, you automatically lose. You automatically lose. Like, I don't know, man. Having a Bankai that restricts your movements and makes you stand still, and if you can't hit them with the absolute 0 or whatever, then you just get fucked. I don't know, man. I can't, I can't look past that. I'm not looking past that. Like, there's no reason for me to. It's just a bomb, kinda. I don't know if I would call it a bum. A bomb. She's a bum, for sure. I don't know about a bomb. Is below silver level? That's funny. That's a funny little take. Okay. Literally 1 page apart. Lock here. Close here. Expand up here. And then expand down here. And then bring it down so that I can make it that bigger. What if I just do it like this? Make this bigger. Make that bigger. Literally 1 page apart. What's your biggest, what's your guys' biggest pet peeve? Let me ask you guys a question to maintain a conversation, so you guys can also have something to talk about amongst yourselves. What is your biggest pet peeve when it comes to the way that a person defends a series? What is your biggest pet peeve when a person defends a series, right? Like, so maybe a series, or when a person shits on a series. What is your biggest pet peeve, right? So like when somebody insults a series or defends something wrong with a series, what is your biggest pet peeve? Heard they were supposed to be adding more build-up for the Silver Arrow. There's no amount of build-up they could add to make that ship satisfied. You'd be surprised, but people think Yoruichi is like crazy fast. I don't know. Making excuses from differ from the topic. Pop is great. What are you guys talking about? Pop. What is Pop? Pop was so fire. What the fuck is Pop? When they constantly go on about the topic, even though you don't want to talk about it, would be so funny when the new Naruto card game dies again, making it a hat trick of dead card games. When people judge a series based on one episode. Didn't you do the same thing to Invincible, though? Didn't you, like, watch the first episode of Invincible and then say, oh, nope, boring, and never watched it again, my love? Because, like, this is one of the party members of the Dragon Quest anime. Ah, got you. Got you. Yeah, you kind of did that, my love. No offense for pointing that out, but you kind of do that as well. These two panels are one chat or one page apart. These panels are one page apart. The blitzing your own shadow bullshit. I didn't mean it in terms of power scaling, but sure. That's funny. That was different because it was in the middle of a party, LOL. Okay, so that means if it was in the middle of a party, then I'm assuming you can now watch Invincible then. So you're willing to give Invincible a chance then? So remember how I said you wanted to watch something tonight? So you're telling me you're down to watch Invincible tonight then, right? Because you only gave it one episode, right? And it's not going to be in the middle of a party. It's just going to be you and me watching something together tonight, right? So you're willing to watch it then, right? Yeah, I got you in that fucking loophole. Pet peeve, when people remove context that doesn't benefit them and adding it when it does. I hate that. Then we kind of do that for Mushoku Tensei. No, let me stop. Yo, I'm crying. I hate when people pretend not to understand a series to hate on it. I also hate when people pretend something is so deep only to those who don't understand hate it. Yeah, is it true that Invincible has an abortion arc? There is, like, a character who does bring up at one point that she does have an abortion, yes. And, to be fair, it was really reasonable considering the circumstances that it happened. It wasn't part of the grapevine, by the way. It wasn't some grapevine shit. It was consensual. It was just, I'll give it one episode with you, but not today. We gotta watch My Dress Up Darling. Sure, we'll watch. When you think Death Battle will ever do Naruto versus Luffy, honestly, I hope they don't do it before I pull out this bullshit, bro. Actually, no. I hope they do, because that just gives me a chance to completely debunk them. That gives me a chance to completely and utterly debunk them. It was a Death Battle cast? Did they really have a Death Battle cast? That's crazy.
Or size inconsistency.
Okay, I know exactly what I'm gonna do with this. Actually, no, I should do one for not One Piece. I should do one for One Piece. I should. I do. Ooh. I need to throw in some, I need to throw in a mask. No, I need to generate an object. Generate media. Test pattern. Tiles and text. Titles and texts. Checkerboard. Color gradient. What the fuck is this? I can't manipulate it? Okay, so I can only manipulate built-in light 1. Fascinating. I might have to look up how to do some like more stuff for Vegas. What's up, Barkos? How's it going? What's up? I hope they don't do it. During the cast, Luffy won, but an actual Luffy loses badly. They're really biased towards Naruto and DB. What makes you say that they're biased towards Naruto? Didn't Sanji win the... Didn't Sanji... Wait, time out. Didn't Sanji win that death battle against Rock Lee? Didn't Sanji win that? Or was I so furious about the way that they treated that battle that I completely, like, misremembered? We're editing. We're just editing. If you need any questions from me, you're more than welcome to ask, but if it's anything that requires me to give you a long drawn out answer or to cover something real quick in terms of power scaling, absolutely not. I'm not asking. I'm not I'm not entertaining it. I'm sorry. Okay, let's move this down here. There we go. We needed to do a mask. Going to do a mask. Yeah, you cannot expect perfection from an author. None of you can expect perfection from an author. Yeah, that's fine. And then we'll make a smaller circle inside. Yep, sweet. We'll make another one. Put it here. And yep, there we go. See? Look at that. Ah! We did it! Rock Leader Sanji isn't even a debate to me, not gonna lie. I mean, it's cool, straight hands, but it's kind of over in 1 minute max. Sanji won, but he was fighting Lee with all guys' feats, and he won through speed. The way they are now is different than back then. Peak final arc for Zoro would be Sanji finally picks up 2 swords and cooks all his opponents. Sanji cooked them all, so it's allowed to use his hands. Seeing Sanji cooked Mihawk too. Zoro begs Luffy for a solo. Can't lie, Sanji is enough for the Naruto verse. Sanji would 100% send a tailed beast flying.
Or size inconsistency. This is
What is the chapter with Bluegrass where she does the... Anybody know what chapter Bluegrass is hopping on top of the... Oh, I got it. I got it. No worries. Ignore me, please. These panels are 1 page apart. I mean, that's the whole point. You have to, if you want a Naruto versus One Piece fight to be entertaining, and you're not just using a pre-time skip character for the sake of giving Naruto characters a chance, you have to downplay the characters. You have to literally make them as weak as possible in order to make it as fair as possible. It's just not fair otherwise. It really isn't fair otherwise, I'm being honest. Let's make it 8. Let's make this 8. Yeah. Where do you scale Boruto? Planetary. The characters, I would argue, they're just mostly planetary. I wouldn't put them that much higher. I don't necessarily have a reason to either. They don't do anything more than just planetary feats, so there's kind of no reason for me to. Yo, guys, who's your favorite Vegapunk? Who was your favorite Vegapunk from like a design standpoint, from maybe personality? Who do you guys who is your favorite Vegapunk? If Sanji hits a woman, Zeph will kill him. Yeah. Shaka? I like Shaka. Shaka, I would argue, is probably my favorite, but I also very much like Lilith. I think Lilith is very cute. I think the fact that Vegapunk's evil version isn't even really like evil, she's more like mischievous, really goes to speak a lot on his character as a whole. I like that, you know? When, like, the most evil part of you is literally just the most mischievous one. Not even, like, true inherent evil. Yeah, I like Shaka. I don't know. I like Shaka. I liked his design. You know, Shaka had a really cool design. I love the helmet. I was really fucking sad, dude. Copy, paste. Yep, just make a new one.
This is even more apparent.
Have you seen the spoilers for the new chapter? No, and please do not give me any spoilers, or I will be forced to time you out for the next 24 hours. I do not fuck with spoilers. I do not fuck with people who spoil. Please respect that. Admiral Bluegrass is... Letty is complimenting me. Okay. Discord, polls. There we go. His nerdiness and intelligence are very attractive, but his kindness and all the different ways he shows it is really one of the most wonderful things about him. That's very nice. Ah, that's nice. That's very nice. Aw, I love you, babe. That's really sweet of her. I'll send you back to the shed next. Don't tempt me. ChatGPT ass response. That's crazy. Shinjuku Yuta pre-body hopping on, or Shinjuku Maki. I would argue Yuta. I would argue Yuta. Even if you take away the domain expansion, he has RCT, and he also has Rika, who should be capable of keeping up with Maki. It should at least have the opportunity to keep up with Maki. I believe that Rika is about as powerful, if not more physically domineering than Maki is when fully manifested. I know that some people go with Maki because she can essentially, like, if she fights like Toji, which I don't think she does. I don't believe that she fights like Toji in the sense that she tries to, like, hide her presence at every single take and you know, move. I would argue, yeah, that Yuta would probably come out on top. Stretched Usopp into a giant and painted him white, so peak. Alright. And also SSJ3 by lifting up Ragnir. That's crazy. I didn't know that. You know, that's crazy. I didn't think that Usopp would get SSJ3 yet. W community. Yeah, but Yuta likes Maki, so he would fold. Oh yeah, no. If she offered him the buns, if she offered him those strong arms and buns, I would fold too. I would instantly fold. She would fold me like a lawn chair. She could literally fold me up, down, left, right, BA plus. Also, the last page where shown Soge King showed up in Elbaf. Soge King showed up in Elbaf holding a Patara earring? That's so cool! Oh my god, I can't wait to see, I can't wait to see Soge Sop. Soge, or to be Uso King. Uso King. I like Uso King more. I can't wait to see Uso King, bro. I think Oda's showing us the true power of being up by putting him against All Out Akainu will be an amazing fight. I don't know if fighting Akainu would be the best way to show Mihawk's power, but I think that would be interesting. I haven't thought about that matchup. That might be interesting. Okay, so what do we write here? At Vice Admiral Bluegrass is shorter. Vice Admiral Bluegrass, I'll put it at like a 9-sized font. Vice Admiral Bluegrass is shorter than the average person. yet she is still visible while on the giraffe sea beast. That's taller than bluegrass is shorter than that's. What if I just put it here? I'm just gonna push this up. I'm just pushing this up. No, actually, I'm gonna push them down. What's up, Peter? Be the best shot at soloing the entire verse, excluding Joy Boy or Emu? None. Which One Piece character has the best chance at soloing the whole verse? I mean, in order to solo the whole verse, you have to... Excluding Joy Boy or Emu? That's kind of impossible for me to answer. That is genuinely impossible for me to answer. We don't know how Shanks compares to every other character. I mean, Shanks or like Loki would likely be like the only two options, except I don't know how strong Shanks. We don't know how strong Shanks is in comparison to all the other characters, to all the other top tiers. We know that he's strong. We just don't know how powerful he is in comparison to everyone. Fuck it, right here. We don't know how strong he is in comparison to someone like Loki, and we know for a fact that, Vice Admiral Bluegrass, okay. It's impossible. Law with Rox's hockey will be a fucking problem. Yeah, you could definitely argue that. Law with Rox's hockey would be a massive fucking problem. I do agree with that. There we go. Okay. That's taller than Vegapunk's giant robot, which is holding the thousand Sunny. Nope, not enough space. Which is holding the 1,000 Sunny. The 1,000 Sunny. Which is 56 meters tall. Is shorter than the average person, yet she's still visible while on the giraffe sea beast. That's taller than Vegapunk's. She swatted away Sukuna? She did not swat away Sukuna. She has better speed scaling above Naomito of everyone, not Gojo Kuna. Precognition and the soul split katana just negs his RCT. I don't think she swatted away. I don't think she swatted away Sukuna. The most she did was physically overpower Sukuna for a moment, which Rika kind of also did when she literally forced him down. Who's the weakest One Piece characters that can clear the 3 admirals? I'd probably argue someone like Loki or... I'd probably argue like Loki. Loki has some crazy potential. Imagine an awakened hybrid Loki with an awakened Ragni or an almost Joy Boy level hockey. That'd be cool. She did throw him away with one arm. No, she spun him. No, correction. She did throw him away. She did throw him. She did do that. She did do that, but Sukuna also, like, hard speed blitzed her harder than literally anyone else. Like, he did it to such a point that in the start of her fight with Kuna and Shinjuku... Yeah, you're right. She did do that when she tossed him into the car. And then I think he shot out a world-cutting slash. Which he then threw in another pair of slashers that sent her flying into a building. Okay.
You'll eventually find some random are incapable of drawing
I
every
can't
single
answer that.
character and feat to perfect narrative scale.
She dodged.
Within
She
their
dodged the world
stories.
cutting slash. She didn't dodge
You
the
can
upcoming
check
attack.
the entirety of One Piece and Naruto, and you'll eventually find some random visual mistake or size inconsistency.
I'm still a proponent that she didn't. I'm still a believer that she did it. That wasn't a world cutter slash. I still believe that wasn't. I know I said it, but I really don't believe that was a world cutting slash. Considering he didn't do the full incantation. He just said twin meteors and then a slash came out.
This is even more apparent when you consider that an artist like Hishimoto, who loves to play with perspective shots, makes things seem bigger than they actually are. Pixel scaling is not even remotely consistent, which is why...
If I click on a fucking key, why the fuck doesn't it do the thing that I wanted, bro?
Who loves to play with perspective shots...
That has chance. Can Maki beat start of Shippuden Sakura? I would 100% believe so. The kanji in the background are the chants. Yeah. Where's the raw? You know what? I'm gonna be honest. I don't give a fuck. I really don't care. I don't care who's stronger. Believe whatever you want to believe. I need to focus. If I'm thinking about like pulling up a fucking panel, I'm already fucking up. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. I don't think it was a world cutting slash. The translations that I read never said all the chants. It only says the last chant, which could also be one for Sukuna's regular slash. I don't give a shit. I really don't. I really don't care. Okay.
This is even more apparent when you consider that an artist like Hishimoto...
No, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. I'm just thinking like it's like the more we talk about it. No, that's not for you. That's mostly for me because I'm thinking I think out loud. Sorry. Because the thing is that I'm now thinking about pulling up JJK. I don't know if you guys noticed. I keep pulling this up right here. It's because I keep going back into like Internet Explorer to like I am. My body is physically already going to like trying to go out of its way to check it out, and I'm like, no, I need to go back to the script. I need to go back to editing. Like, I don't know if you guys saw that like that little bit of fidgeting before, but I was like constantly switching between the windows. That was me trying to stop myself from like going up and looking it up. I don't care that much. Make this video good, bro. I wish you 1 million and more views for each of them. I appreciate that, man. I really do.
This is even more apparent when you consider that an artist like Hishimoto, who loves to play with perspective shots,
People argue this meteor is over to some hundreds of meters, to others thousands of meters, but the perfect Susanoo is no taller than Kurama, which is only, at best, only around 68 meters tall with Wank. Alabasta, no, I need Naruto. I need the 4th Great Ninja Warp. Where's the meteor? El Meteorito. Gonna start commenting after watching 10 minutes. I don't give a shit if they comment after 10 minutes. That's fine by me. Here's the thing. And this is something that I told everyone, and this is just a piece of advice for you guys. If you guys get into a back and forth with a YouTuber and you're going at it for a while with them in the comment section, you're only helping the YouTuber out. Especially if they're not being disrespectful or anything, they're just replying to you, you're only helping the YouTuber out because that's ultimately nothing more than, literal, how do I word this properly? You're doing nothing to the conversation other than essentially just giving them more engagement. You're essentially just giving that person a metric shit ton more engagement. And, I mean, if that was if maybe that's not your intention, but that is ultimately what is going to happen. You know what I mean? People try to scale this to the size, but the perfect Susanoo to tens of thousands of meters, to hundreds to tens of thousands of meters. Unfortunately, the perfect Susanoo, which is no taller than Kurama, is okay. Nikocado, Avocado, Eon, Aizen, Light, Yagami. What the fuck? Nikocado, Avocado. First of all, thank you so much for the $10, Peter. I really do appreciate it. I really do appreciate it. Guys, can we get some W's for Peter, please? Let's get some massive W's for Peter. Nikocado Avocado. Why does that name sound so fucking familiar? Where is that name sound so familiar? In terms of weight. W take? I love that. It's the 2 years ahead gay guy. Oh! Wait. I think I know who you guys are talking about. Wasn't he a guy that, like, yeah. He gained a metric fuck ton of weight, then lost all that weight, and then said that, like, he was already so far ahead of everybody. He had recorded the videos, like, a year prior, and then he had posted them all, like, progressively. Like, it looked absolutely sad, genuinely terrible, and he was just, like, doing some method acting or some shit. Yeah. I watched What Happened to Nikocado Avocado, something like that. Yeah. Damn. Yeah, that was some big brain shit, I ain't gonna lie. That garnered him a metric fuck ton of views. Okay. This meteor, as an example, the number of... As an example, this meteor, this meteor is usually quantified by many pixel scalers. This meteor is... You know what? No, I'm not gonna remove it. I'm not gonna, like, make it smaller. As an example, this meteor is... There we go. Is destroying Maki? I don't agree with that. This meteor is... Example. This meteor is quantified by many people. Let me make it font size 9. Font size 9. Is quantified by many people to be hundreds to thousands to tens of thousands of meters tall, but is smaller in comparison, than the perfect Susanoo, which isn't even 100 meters tall, since it is the same height as Kurama. Since it is the same height as Kurama, same height as... This meteor is quantified by many people to be hundreds to tens of thousands of meters tall. Outline. Shadow. Example. Huh. Naruto never sells more than half of One Piece, by the way. Alright. We don't have to turn this into a whole pissing contest about which series sold more or whatever. It's not that deep. Mach 3 meta used the strongest version. Sakura should win more times than not. SSK is only Jurin Egg and not Regen Egg crossverse. Face reveal when? You know what? I'll do this. If this video gets over 100,000 views, I'll do a if Naruto versus Luffy Part 1 does I don't know, within like by the time that I am done writing my next script, if this video somehow does 100,000 views, and good luck with that. Good luck with that, me. I would 100% do a face reveal. I'd probably... I was talking to my girlfriend about this. I was thinking about getting a green screen. Because if I get a green screen, then I could literally just post everything in the background and just, like, walk around, and you guys can just sit here and see me yap, instead of me just, having to, like, edit every little fucking, pixel of the video. It would probably make, pixel scale... It would probably make, editing a whole lot easier for me, too. I was thinking about it from that perspective. If you face reveal, I won't be able to keep Julio off of you. I think it's fine. I think it's completely fine. Do a cosplay, too? You want me to fucking... I've never done a cosplay, dude. I'm not a fan of cosplaying. I mean... I don't know. I already have the camera and everything. I just never plugged it in. But, I don't know how comfortable. 250k views, and you'll do it in a Zoro cosplay. If it hits 250k views before I'm done with the script of part 2, after I put this out, you know what? I'll do this. I'll ask my girlfriend to help me dye my hair green. I'll dye my hair green. I'll get some of that, like, green hair color change thing for, like, that you can, like, just wash off. I'll get a tight, like, 2-button shirt. 2-button white shirt, and maybe, like, a green, like, belly warmer, and I'll do a Zoro one. I don't have 3 swords, though. I'm not buying the swords. So Sakura can get punched the way tailed beast by your laundry? Yeah, okay. By the way, guys, can we get some W's? Oh, wait, no, you guys already gave him W's to Peter. Thank you so much, Peter. I really appreciate it. Alright, down, girl. Down. Yeah, I'll bring, like, 3 butter knives. I'll bring, like, 3 butter knives and call those my blades. You can do Zoro with 3 brooms. Now I'll do Zoro with 3 butter knives. I'll get like 3 plastic butter knives, and I'll just make Zoro, and I'll just do a Zoro cosplay. Example: this meteor is quantified by many people to be hundreds of thousands, but it is smaller than the perfect Susanoo, which isn't even as tall. It is smaller than the perfect Susanoo. What the fuck happened? Why the fuck did this thing disappear? What the fuck happened? The fuck did I click? I just hard clicked it once. Fuck my life, dude. Oh my god, I just have to redo all of that. I have to now redo all of that. I have to now redo all of that. Why did it go black?
Some random.
Dude, don't. Ah! All right. I'm gonna kill myself. It didn't autosave. No. I didn't delete anything. I didn't do a single thing. I had the mouse here. I had left clicked. I was left clicking. I just had it held down. The screen went black. It would no longer play. Give me a second. Give me a second. I don't do well having to redo things. I don't do well having to redo things. I hate doing something. No, there's no redo button. Fun fact about me. If there's one thing that, like, genuinely can set me almost to 100, it's when work that I do ended up being meaningless. All the thing I just did ended up being meaningless. Give me a second. I need to just lie back real quick. How to set up autosaves, Vegas 26. Autosaves, hold the shift key when clicking options, select preferences, go to the internal tab. Okay. Options, preferences, man, fuck Discord. Get Discord out of here. I am about to crash out on this fuck ass app. I do not want to see it anymore. Okay. This is not helping me. Open Vegas Pro, shift key on your keyboard. Click options, select preferences, click the new internal tab that appears at the top. What internal tab? Okay. Hold shift, options, internal. Okay. And what do I change? Type. To a number low like 60,000. Okay. Let's just double check. Yeah. Okay. There's no point in me getting angry. There's no support. There's no support. If it didn't save it, it didn't save it. It doesn't mean anything. I mean, what am I supposed to do, right? I already let out my scream. That was the most relaxed I could do it. It's my fault for clicking it. Whatever. It is what it is. Let's try that again. let's just do all that again.
Some random visual mistake or size inconsistency. This is or size in or size consistency. This is even more apparent when you consider that an artist like Hishimoto, who loves to play with perspective shots, makes things seem bigger than they actually are. Pixel scaling is not even remotely consistent, which is why you might sometimes see
I already did it, Letty. I already did it. I just looked it up. I just Googled it. I checked the options. I went to the thing and I changed it. No worries.
Pixel scaling is not even remotely consistent, which is why you
Nor
might
is it
sometimes
accurate.
see
There are even calculations. I need a gamma bunta height calc. Yeah. Was anyone else sad or disappointed when Luffy doesn't steal more techniques from people? I mean, what is he gonna steal from people? And he already stole, I mean, he already stole the, Advanced Conqueror's Haki from Kaido.
remotely consistent, which is why you might sometimes see so many different values. You might sometimes see pixel scaling is not even remotely consistent, which is why you might sometimes see so many different values for the exact same panel. Which leads us to the second half of the problem. If the product from a bunch of math is based on values that come entirely from an assumption, then no matter how correct the math is, the product itself is nothing more than an educated guess. So, calc-based scaling is reliant on values derived entirely from an assumption, then no matter how consistent or conclusive the math behind the calc may be, it is still nothing more than an assumption. The final and most damning
Let me listen to that again.
product itself is nothing more than an educated guess. So, if calc-based scaling is reliant on values derived entirely from an assumption, then no matter how consistent or conclusive the math behind the calc may be, it is still nothing more than an assumption. The final and most damning reason is
Yeah. Okay. Just make this bigger. Yeah, just make this about that big. And then grab Kishimoto. Oh, that motherfucker. Wearing a shirt. Bro got a button-up shirt. Bro, hair all crispy. Why your hair like that? How is the disingenuous One Piece glazing going? Well, I lost all of my progress. Because, situation happened. Just kick you, land on the ground 10 times easy.
perfect narrative scale within their stories. perfect narrative scale within their stories. You can check the entirety of and feet to perfect narrative scale within their stories. You can
Who's more handsome, Kishimoto or Oda? Listen, Kishimoto's got like a nice guy look about him, right? Look at it. Look at his hair. Look at the way like it parts forward. He's got your standard anime protagonist best friend cut, right? He seems like a nice, wholesome stand-up guy. But then Oda right here, I mean, look at him. He's a Chad, bro. Look, bro's got a Gucci shirt. Look at the fish head. You know how much it costs to get your head fucking rearranged to look at to look like a fish? Like, we're not even allowed to see his other eye. Bro just has to look at us with one eye. He doesn't even have to look at us with the other one, bro. Like, look at this shit, bro. And, like, the hair? Bro's got a whole mohawk. Bro's got a colored mohawk. Like, Oda knows drip. Oda knows drip. Like, the ponytail, the second ponytail, the big lips. Like, bro, Oda, I ain't gonna lie. Oda knows about the culture, bro. Oda's got the fit. I'm telling you. The drip is crazy. Listen, Kishimoto's wearing Versace. We already know. Top 500 Lindo man on the planet. You see the shirt right here? Look at this shirt. That's just Versace, bro. Come on now. But Oda? Bro, nothing gets over that hair, bro. I mean, he took a flick underwater. How hard is it? Like, you tell me, who the fuck gets a perfect posted up flick underwater? Come on now. Who wins between Oda and Kishimoto in an oiled up twerking competition? The timeout button. The timeout button wins in that competition. Don't ask me shit like that again, bro. Bro could not help but give me the most fucking gooner-based question I've ever fucking seen, bro. At least ask me that shit for a fucking female character, dude. What the fuck? God damn. Bro released that oiled up twerking. What the fuck is wrong with you, bro? We're out here calling a joke and you're... That's me bullshit. What the fuck? Are all Italians this fucking horny? Jesus Christ, bro. Yo. You got problems, Esther. You got problems, bro. Oh, shit. That was funny. Alright, the side eye is pure aura. That's what I'm saying. Like, how many dudes you know just give you a side eye with a flick that's completely posted up? The answer is Oda, by the by. Oda would out-twerk Kishimoto, and what fucking piece of evidence do you have?
narrative scale within their stories. You can check the entirety of One Piece and Naruto, and you'll eventually find some random visual mistake or
Visual mistake. Okay. Fuck me, man. I don't want to have to redo all that. Fuck. I don't want to have to relook this. I don't want to have to look this shit up. Fuck. Alright. Visual mistake. So what was it? Part 1, right? I need the meteor drop as well. Need the meteor moment. God damn it, dude. God damn it, bro. Fuck. Also, this man Madara's a fucking fraud. Why didn't you just pull out the perfect Susanoo again against Naruto, bro? What the fuck? You ever notice when, like, you're looking at a villain and you're like, oh man, this guy's so cool, he's so smart and everything, but then you sit there and wonder, why didn't the villain just do this thing that probably would have been far more efficient? Why waste that time? Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Just made some Italian food. What did I miss? Aster got timed out for asking me a question about whether who would win in a fight between in an oiled up twerking competition between Oda and Kishimoto. I had to time him out. Shit was a bit too degenerate for me. I'm crying, bro. Really said the correct answer is Oda. Oh wait, no.
Perspective shots makes things seem bigger than they actually are. Pixel scaling is not...
Both of these meteors are both of those 10,000 meter. Both of these. You'd be fine with it if the options were females. Yeah, I would have been fine with you asking me the question if the options were females, bro. I'm not answering who would win in a oiled up twerking competition between two men. Fuck you. I'm not doing that, bro. Oh man, that was funny. What did I need? Oh yeah, I needed One Piece egghead. Oh yeah, this garbage. There we go. Literally, both of these panels are exactly 1 page apart. Okay, now I have to re-edit this bullshit. Aura farming is the top priority. Since when do you aura farm? Or, Aster, since when do you aura farm? I aura farm every day when I ask somebody to, when somebody comes in here trying to debate me, and then, it devolves into them simply finding every single excuse in the book or every single reason or whatever to not want to have a conversation with me live. I view that as aura farming. Like, man, you're all this afraid of me. Are you this afraid? Is this all you have to show? You have no issues answering if it was a female character? Of course not. So who would win if it were Nami and Robin? I would probably put my money on Robin. I feel like I feel like Robin, especially with that belly dancing scene from that one movie, yeah, she knows how to twerk. Robin knows how to fuck up the dance floor. 100%. 100,000%. I would pay top dollar to be in that I would pay top dollar just to be the judge of that competition. Nami and Robin? Ooh. I would. They would ask me, yo, did a bucket of water fall on top of you? Bro, you are drenched. And I'm like, oh no, I'm just sweating, bro. Bro, the competition didn't even start. I know, holy shit, emergency Drakecore paycheck to mend your suffering. Us artisans, you're much more for our work and passion, so let things get you down. I appreciate it, Drake. Thank you so fucking much. Hey, I guess happy accidents now, I guess. No, I appreciate it. I really do. Can we get some W's for Drake, please? It's fine. Listen, I gotta redo it again. Whatever. I gotta do all this shit. It's fine. It's fine. It's not that big of a deal. I got my little yell out. I didn't crash out as bad as I hoped I would. I say. I didn't crash out as hard as I thought I would. Yeah. Listen. I'm trying to not crash out as much. I'm trying to keep my cortisol levels relatively low. Oh, fuck me. I have to make the goddamn little red circles again. Fuck. Fuck. Ugh. Of repressed homosexuality? What's homosexuality? Sexuality? What's homosexuality? Is that like a new type of... Is that one of the new 42 different flavors of genders? What the fuck is homosexuality? When was the crash out? When you were gone. I lost all the work that I did. I'm crashing out real hard. What the fuck happened? Because people keep trying to teaming up on me and saying that Luffy's only light speed on Gear 5 and sound speed and base. Then just ignore them. Then just ignore those people. Don't share your pearls with swine. It's not worth having a conversation with motherfuckers who just... they're not going to even remotely hear out an argument, or they're just going to, you know, make up bullshit to make themselves feel better about their dying anime... their dead anime, I'm just being mean at that point. Yeah. The study of homosexuals? Is that what homosexuality is? I never took that class in college, sorry. You might think I'm a bigot, but I never took that class in college. Sorry to say that, guys. I'm not the guy to ask about that stuff. I might just do a square, bro. All these squares make a circle. All these squares make a circle. Anybody know that reference? Uh-huh.
Okay. I really appreciate the money, Drake. You didn't have to, but I really do. It really does mean a lot. Definitely makes the the actual stick of having to do all this bullshit again for each one of these things like way fucking easier, bro. Cause fuck. Yeah, I'll be honest. Like that really is one of the things that gets me most upset when I have to like just redo a bunch of work I just did. I don't like that. I don't know about anybody else. Like that is definitely one of like my biggest pet peeves. Like in terms of doing. Say that ref again. What was it? What reference did I say? All these squares make a circle. All these squares make a circle. Will you be hiding the trash can over Sakura in this video? You know what's crazy? I think I mentioned Sasuke's wife like 3 times. You already knew anything about you homosexual from you already knew anything you about homosexuality from personal experience. What the I don't know how the fuck I'm supposed to interpret that line, Aster. It seems like the woke Italian it seems like the woke Italian oligarchy. No, sorry, don't get it. So you've never seen TFS? No one's ever seen TFS, Team 4-Star? No one's ever seen Mr. Popo say, all these squares make a circle. All these squares make a circle when Kami disappeared? You uncultured swine. Anyway, yeah, you know what's funny? I was thinking about a long-running joke throughout this whole series is that I never once named Sakura by name, and every single time I name her, it's literally in relationship to somebody else. So like Sarada's mother, Sasuke's wife, Fugaku's daughter-in-law. I find out what her father and mother's name is, and then I just name them out. Not that old dog. Not that old? What do you mean? All right. I forget. You guys were fucking children whenever we were in high school watching Team 4-Star, I guess. Popo and Cell's doing the Cell Games arena. Oh yeah. How did all these squares make a circle? That shit was funny. Alright. Time to bring back the opacity. I gotta fix this one. But yeah. It would be like closer to here. There we go. I don't care if it like passes over a little bit, it'll be fine. Alright, now we have to throw in the text. Who's your least favorite man and woman from One Piece, Eon? Least favorite man or woman? Orochi. I don't like Orochi. Terrible fucking character. Woman? I like all the females in One Piece. I don't know. They're all nice. Well, I guess I don't really like... I'll defend Big Mom when it comes to the power scaling aspect, but I can't necessarily say I care for her that much. But I guess if we're talking about like a character that's like more integral to the story than just like that... I didn't like Puddin a lot. I really did not like Puddin. Like, I know she changes her ways and everything, but, like, as a character, I'm just like... I mean, I get why she is the way that she is. I can't say I truly do hate her. Who don't I like? I'm tired. It's been 3 nights straight without sleep, though. I don't know if you've ever experienced straightness. I have a fucking girlfriend. And if you saw my internet search history, you'd 100% know I'm straight. But, yeah... And then they go on to debate me that Luffy's city level, even though we've seen him beat Don Chinja, who split a continent. They say that Kizaru cannot be beyond light speed, even though he literally stated he can accelerate. Their logic is that if he was MFTL, he would be crossing solar systems. I mean, Monkey D. Luffy, I'm being honest with you when I say, dude, just don't talk to those people. Just ignore them. Maturity is realizing when you have to and don't have to talk to someone. In some cases, you just... don't have to talk to people. If you're making a comment on a social media site, if you're making a comment on something crazy, on a social media site, on Reddit, on Instagram, on TikTok, on YouTube or whatever, you still haven't proved you are a man, though. So, are you saying that I'm a lesbian? I mean... Okay. Sure. I proved that I'm a man. You are not straight enough. Need more men. All right. All right. So now I'm a lesbian. Cool. These panels are
exactly 1 page apart. You know what? Let me just save real quick. I'm not risking it. I mean, we got video evidence of you saying you ain't a man. When the fuck did I say I wasn't a man? Lesbian arc. I think Letty would kill me if I went on a lesbian arc. They're taking a spectacled position in this debate. I want you to explain to me. Eon was the AI all along. Okay, hold on. Am I a lesbian or am I AI? I'm saying you're an AI that Letty designed. All right, so I'm a lesbian AI then. What the fuck? What kind of fucked up lore are you guys making up of me? People in Discord are voting for the D&D Tarrasque over the Ninetales. I feel such pride. 300k views on the video and you start face reveal with a 30-second evil laugh and a Big Mom cosplay. I will wear a long... Yo. If the video hits 3k subs... Sorry, 3k views. If the video hits first of all, guys, can we get some W's for Peter, please? Holy shit, thanks again for the 10. If the video gets 300k views, I'll do a fucking face reveal live stream where I wear a long, big, pink female bata. I'm not gonna promise you I'm gonna wear high heels, because I don't know where the fuck I'm gonna find men's size 10.5 red heels, but I will... Jesus Christ, the number keeps bouncing between 5, 6, and 7. I will wear a long granny bata. I'll wear a pink wig, and I'll wear a pirate hat. I'll wear a pink pirate hat. It's consistent with the statements and feats from Lebby. Letty! He keeps calling you Lebby! Aster keeps calling you Lebby! Aster keeps saying it. Aster keeps calling it. That's like the 4th time. It's the 4th time this whole stream, 3rd or 4th this whole stream that he says Lebby. He started off the stream by calling you Lebby, by the way, too. You can go back and check all the comments. Yeah. Just to make sure you understand it. He's the one calling you that stuff. So if you say something on the lines like Aster, you should be, I'll kick his butt after I finish work. What? You know, Letty. You could also just say 500k and you're doing it. 1 million views on the video and I'll do a Sakura cosplay. 1 million fucking views on the video and I'll do a Sakura cosplay. My nemesis is, you know, Letty, if you even remotely, like, hint towards the idea of me timing him out, like some form of punishment, even just alluding to the idea that I should punish Aster in some way, I'll put up the thing on chat right now. I'll put up the thing on chat and we'll, you know, we'll time him out for like 24 hours. If you want to, though. If you tell me to. I have a clip of you calling her Lebby, by the way. Yeah, but you're the one still calling her Lebby right now. You can have a clip of me, but that was me calling her Lebby in the past. You're calling her Lebby now. She's already forgiven me. I'm summoning my 1 million alts. Don't do that. I would actually hate that. No, and I'm not even saying it like... You might be cosplaying as the used rag. Yeah, I might be cosplaying as a used... How funny would that be if I just put a picture of... If I just took like a piece of paper with her face on it, I just put it on my face... And then I literally just wore a long fucking gray broken towel over it. Let's do that shit, guys. Swaikage should react. That'd be crazy, bro. Sakura's #1 hater is doing a face reveal. And then I have to do it as... How tall am I? I'm 5'10". I think like 178 centimeters or something. I think last time I checked it was like 178. Or size inconsistent.
Alright, right. Size and consistency. It was from Egghead, and the size and consistency comes from this panel. Hey, we same height? Yeah. It all exists in a prime reality that shares the same memory experiences, I believe. Yeah. You are making this very sexual. I'm not making this sexual at all. In a fat suit would go hard. I'm not wearing a fat suit for Big Mom. I'll wear an oversized bata. I'll wear an oversized granny dress. I'll make sure it's low cut so that I'll make sure it's low cut. Sakura and the Ichigo cosplay in the second video do as well. Yo. You're asking me to get a Shihaku show and to wear that shit over a... I'm not, dude, that just feels like it's gonna be, like, very hot. And I'm talking about, like, hot in terms of, like, raw heat. I don't know if I'll be comfortable with that. Yeah, I just need this panel right here. Actually, I don't even need to do that. I could just...
Y, move it all the way up. Move this here. Move this there. And then shrink this down here. Why don't you cosplay Uro from JJK? How the fuck does anyone cosplay at least some bazungas, Eon? Where am I supposed to get fake boobs from? I'm not a cosplayer. I don't like cosplay. I'm already overthinking the whole, like, Zorro thing by thinking about, like, dyeing my hair green and everything, and I'd have to shave my beard as well. I'm not doing that shit, dude. You know what? I think I'm shaving my beard this Saturday for that pool thing we're going to. Vice Admiral Bluegrass. Okay. Not the shave. Yeah, if I do the Zorro cosplay, you better hope I don't hit at least 250,000 views, man. Can't wait to buy 1 million bots to see you become a femboy. You've got problems. I made a Pain cosplay. It was hard, but it was worth it. Oh, I bet that must have looked really fucking cool. Pain is one of those characters that I feel like if you can do a cosplay of them right, especially with the eye contacts and everything and like the fake piercings, it'll go crazy. Eon with Uro cosplayed would go crazy. Yeah, sure. All I have to do is get a long wig, black eyelids or something, and a choker. Yeah, you guys will totally love to see me. I'm not doing that, bro. There's no way for me to cosplay Uro because the woman is literally fucking naked. I would get demonetized in an instant. Nobody wants to see me naked. Well, besides maybe Letty. Yeah, no, that's not happening. That is 100% not fucking happening, dude. Tell you what, if I get the video to 8 billion views, 8 billion views, I'll if any of my content ever reaches 8 billion views, then I'll do an Uro cosplay. I'll get kicked out of the internet at that point. I'll find a way to literally grab the air itself. I'll literally grab the air itself and I'll pull it over my body parts. You should cosplay Maharaga or something. How the fuck does one cosplay Maharaga? I hope you realize that, like, listen, I am 5'10" and I'm, like, relatively skinny. There's no way I could even remotely cosplay a hulking monster like Maharaga. Holy shit, another 10. Let's go with you guys giving me donations today. What up, Eon? Thank you so much, JC Biggs, for the big dick $10 dono. What up? Loving the stream so far. There have been a civil war amongst my friends in the versus battle. On a versus battle, we wanted to hear your take on who do you think might win between Might Guy or the 9 Red Scabbards? Might Guy or the 9 Red Scabbards? What the fuck is Might Guy doing in that fight? What is their argument? How about this? What's their argument for Might Guy? JC Biggs. What's their argument? Let's get some W's for JC Biggs. What's the argument for Might Guy? Like, can you just give me can you give me a generalized answer for how powerful they are? Because, sorry, for how powerful your friends think that Might Guy is. Because, like, real talk, Sephiroth from Final Fantasy would quickly realize how expensive that was going to be. Yeah, trying to get a Kusanagi blade. Trying to get a Nodachi. By the way, for those of you that aren't big enough weebs, a Nodachi is... A Nodachi is a traditional Japanese feudal longsword, usually shown to be about the size of a tall man. These Japanese longswords are extremely long. So besides the fact that you would have to get a Nodachi, you need to get an extremely long wig, plus a leather or leather adjacent long black outfit that also exposes your chest. Yeah, good luck trying to get that. That shit would be expensive, yeah. Yeah, no, Sephiroth, I feel like that's one of those, like, cosplays that, like, you genuinely have to work really hard for. You should cosplay Druve. You got the age for that? Fuck you. You know what? Just go away, Aster. Yo, go away, bro. You're so fucking annoying. Alright. It's what Sephiroth has, yeah. I know what Odachi... Like... Because here's the thing about, like, the Scabbards, alright? So... In order to argue that Might Guy beats the Scabbards, like, I get where you're coming from, right? I get where they're coming from. Like, Guy can literally punch the air, send massive shockwaves through Sekizo, and he can also use Night Guy to essentially, you know, to essentially create an attack that... some advice? What advice? I'm gonna travel to South Korea and Japan next year. Some advice.
For one, just make sure your phone is always charged, and just make sure to be very respectful with the locals out there. Japan is there's actually a ton of videos that you can see on YouTube. I've actually looked at them up myself. I've always wanted to travel to Japan and South Korea, and so I've actually looked up videos about like what is the proper way for like tourists to like treat locations, locals, etc. Just be very mindful of your behavior around not around like Japanese people, but just like wherever you go, just in general. Just try to usually be very respectful. Take your images. Don't try to be too loud. How long should I stay? I think that in any location that you go to, at least for me, right? And this might come off from a very privileged position, but like, I think that the perfect amount of time for someone to travel to any location, no matter where it is in the world, if you're not visiting family, if you're not doing anything, I think that the perfect amount of time to travel is 10 to 15 days. Why do I say 10 to 15 days? It might sound expensive, and to be fair, it kind of is, but 10 to 15 days guarantees that you get a full day, at the very least, if you are the type of person that isn't used to traveling, it gives you a full day to relax. It gives you, enough time to get an actual week's worth of actual, walking around, sightseeing and everything, while also giving you 1 to 2 days of, throughout the week of allowing yourself to relax, to just see the general area around, and just enjoy your time there, right? It also gives you enough time if you are moving from location to location to go to places like Osaka, which, from my understanding, if you're going to Japan, if you're not staying for too long, let's say a couple of days, like 3 days, like maybe 3 or 4 days, you should probably separate it to you should probably separate Osaka and Tokyo. A lot of the videos that I saw specified that you shouldn't go to Osaka if you're going to Tokyo, and vice versa, not because of any big reasons other than they're both major metropolitan cities, right? So you'd essentially be going from one big city to another big city, and in many of these cases, you're kind of just seeing the same things around these cities. I always recommend Tokyo if you're into anime and stuff like that, just because you have locations like Akihabara. I don't know if there's any kind of... I'm sure there is, but I don't know if there is any kind of like equivalent of Akihabara or Shinjuku in terms of Osaka. I'm not very well versed in Osaka, at least as of the things that I've learned. But I know that it's also very big on fish. So if you really like to try out like different kinds of fish meals, I would say try out Osaka. 2 weeks enough? Yeah, because that gives you enough time to not only see Tokyo and Osaka, but you can also go see Kyoto, and you might be able to even stay there like a night or two if you've got the extra income. You might be able to stay there at like an inn or something, really get a chance to see a lot of the Buddhist locations, and also the Shinto locations, and also a lot of temples. I think it's very important to like at least get some idea of like the history behind the location, obviously, but a 1 day trip to the other place will be good. Yeah. Kyoto, Osaka, and Tokyo, but mostly Tokyo, obviously, but a 1 day trip to their place will be good. Yeah, no, that sounds honestly really good, man. That sounds honestly really good. Bro is gonna go to Japan and run into the Shibuya incident. Yeah, just don't go on October 31st. Just don't go on October 31st. That's the one thing I can say. Isn't Law's sword a nodachi? Technically, you could argue it is a nodachi. If I'm not visiting family or going with people, I'm staying there 2 weeks max. Any longer and I miss my home. Yeah, that's the other reason. 2 weeks is the perfect amount of time where you can get an actual break from your normal day-to-day life, where you can get that interim break that a lot of the times people really need. 10 to 15 days. 10 is the bare minimum, at least for me. But the reason why I say 15 max is because with 15, you get exactly 2 weeks plus an extra day's worth of travel. So in reality, it's like 13 days of actual traveling and like 2 days of actual like flights, because depending on where you're flying from, it might be a longer trip, and usually to Japan, especially from Western nations, it is a very long trip. It's actually very far from me, 9 kilometers. Insane flights and Airbnbs too is actually not too bad. Is it expensive in Japan? I would say Japan is... The yen is relative to... I believe the yen is relative to $1, or at least... let me look that up real quick. Just do it. You could also just do whatever. For example, you can just type in USD to yen. You could type into Google how you can type into Google like your country's currency to yen, and then you'll get like some comparison here. But how expensive is Japan compared to the US. Let's see that real quick. Significantly cheaper than the US. Overall, the cost of living in Japan is 46 to 69% lower depending on rent. Dining out and housing is the most dramatic differences. Japan yen further increases purchasing power for visitors and remote earners converting to US dollars. Okay, so cost of living. Well, less about expensive is Japan for tourism. Okay, let's see right here. Someone says, why do people say that Japan is cheap? I came back a month ago and I didn't think it was. It was like going to Mexico, but it's cheaper than it was. Maybe it's cheaper than it was in the 80s. I guess it depends on where you're coming from or else you travel. I'm from Australia, and to eat out here, it's way more expensive than it was in Japan. Okay, so it depends on like how expensive it is in comparison to your country, so you can always just do quick Google searches. Yeah. Like, if it's not worse than London or Paris, it's not going to be great. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, just say just do a little bit of rudimentary research on your own end, and yeah, it should be good, man. I'm telling you, it should be perfectly fine. Okay. Vice Admiral Bluegrass Admiral. Bluegrass is half as tall as the average person. Is half as tall as the average person. The giraffe, sea beast, is taller than Vegapunk's robot, which is holding the 1000 Sunny in its hands. The bluegrass does not seem bluegrass is somehow still visible atop its head. Its head. Okay, let's just move this slightly to the right. Be alright. We gonna be alright, right? Bluegrass is half as tall as the average person. The giraffe sea beast is taller than Vegapunk's, which is 1000 Sunny, 56 meters. 56 meters. 56 meters. $56 meters in its head. Thousand Sunny. For context, the 1000 Sunny is 56 meters tall. Context, the 1000 Sunny is 56 meters tall. Okay. Context. Sunny is 56 meters tall. Let's make it red. Let's make it like this red. I like that red. And let's make this like a size 9. There we go. Context. The 1000 Sunny is 56 meters tall. There we go. Okay. Good. I think we should definitely hit 100K with ease, in my opinion. Good enough editing, and it's going viral 100%. I hope so. It is probably the longest video anyone's ever made on Naruto versus Luffy, so I'm hoping it does somewhat well, but, you know, you never know. I don't usually get my hopes up with my videos anymore.
This is even more apparent when you consider that an artist like Hishimoto, who loves to play with perspective shots, makes things seem bigger than they actually are. Pixel scaling is...
Some believe... Some scalers... If you ask a pixel scaler... If you ask pixel scalers... Okay, there we go. Context. Many pixel scalers, many scalers who use calcs will argue that these... Many people who argue the validity... Many scalers who will tell you that this meteor is hundreds to tens of thousands of meters tall. How big do you think the One Piece planet? I get asked this question so often. It is big. The One Piece planet is big. That is my answer. It is big. I cannot tell you how big it is. While we think about the height of the giants in Elbaf, there are heights all over the place, like most of them being comparable to the Sunny, while being stated to be 20 meters or so. Again, author inconsistency. I'll just go with what's stated. Dude. Like, I'm gonna be so honest. When it comes to, like, the giants and stuff, I just feel like it's always so weird, because it's like, you're... expecting an author to essentially just draw everything consistently to the same size is just something that I just can't abide by, right? Like, can you give me like a panel or a page where like the giants are shown to be about as tall as a Sunny? I'd love to see it, just because I posted a cosplay idea for you in the server. I swear to God, Aster, if I see some bullshit, yo. Yo. I swear to God, Aster. Where'd you post it? And this one? Check this out on your own time. It's too long for stream. We need to kill Rudeus. Yeah. Oh, man. Why'd you... I don't want to see that. Cosplay idea for you and Lebby. Hiro Mashima's got problems, dude. Hiro Mashima's got problems. What the fuck did I just see? Yeah. If I remember correctly. Which guy was holding the 1000 Sunny? Also, what up? Hey, what up? Who is who? Likely you're the one holding the leash. And no, I'm not doing that. I'm not into that kind of dominating role. I hate that shit, man. I don't know. Being in a chain is just weird to me. I'm a free soul, alright? 10,000 meters tall. However, a direct... However, it isn't taller. However, both meteors stacked on... However... Let me get the chapter real quick. I appreciate that. 3 minutes of unskippable ads sucks, dude. It's about how to make the algorithm recommend your content. Wait, what'd you say? Also, getting viewers to leave a like to the live stream makes a huge difference. Some advice for a short time once you release the video that does really help well. YouTube will recommend your stuff to a lot of non-subscribers. So during that period, you want to be active and upload a lot. It's going to be rough for me to do that, dude, if I'm not just if I'm just working on the next one. Also, getting viewers to leave a like on the stream is a huge difference. Yeah, if you guys could all, if any of you guys could leave likes on the stream, I would really appreciate that. You know, meters tall. Many scalers. You know what? I'm just lowering this down to like a size 9. Many scalers who will ignore. That this meteor, many scalers will tell you that this meteor is hundreds to tens of thousands of meters tall. However, Madara's Susano, Madara's perfect Susano is only as tall as the full size of the 9 tails, and it dwarves is it dwarf or dwarves? He dwarves the meteor. He dwarves the meteor. Is a bit unclear and open-ended. It might be a fantasy trope. Dwarf. Is it? Or dwarves are correct. Okay, so both are correct when one should depend. Okay. When comparing sizes, use dwarfs for scientific, astronomical, or general biological comparison. Dwarfs. Okay, that's what I need to know. Dwarfs with an F. Dwarfs with an F is what the, and it dwarfs both meteors stacked on each other. Both meteors Madara dropped on, and it dwarfs both meteors that are dropped on the Alliance. It's in chapter 1131, a fat giant carrying the Sunny. Okay. One Piece. 1131, you said. That's weird. That is definitely weird. I guess I would have needed to move the Sunny. I guess these guys... yeah, that's really weird. Wow. I'm throwing this chapter in. How tall are these guys? Let me look up the Elbaf Giants. Wow. Good. No, good find. Good find. Genuinely. No, that was a very good find. That was an extremely good find. Yeah, I would say this is just Oda forgetting about the size of the Sunny. I would 100% just say that this is Oda forgetting about the size of the Sunny. You know what? It is what it is. There is that, and a giant elder who is stated to be 20 meters tall and is almost twice the size of everyone else. Let's see. Ja Rule or Joe Rule?
2,050 centimeters. Yep, that would be 20 meters tall. 21 meters. What the fuck happened? It's been happening a lot more lately. I don't know why the fuck that just happened. When Berg was carrying the Sunny, that was correct. Yeah. Goldberg. Yeah. Goldberg is... That is so interesting. That is so interesting. If I ask someone where Luffy scales and they give me a narrative analysis of his strength that differs from your narrative analysis, should I dismiss narrative scaling as inconsistent? Well, it depends on what the narrative analysis is, right? Like, how much is it that they're contradicting what I say, right? Ja Rule's size is definitely wrong. Yeah, Ja Rule's size would have to definitely be wrong if he's taller than Goldberg. Yeah, his size would have to be different. That's fine. There's always going to be some level of inconsistency within all these stories, especially after 1,000 chapters. I'm not exactly broken up about it. Man, I didn't know Ripley had pink hair. She can get it, bro. Yeah, damn. What were we talking about? Oh yeah, it should be 4 times taller than these giants. It should be at least 2.5 times taller. When Berg was carrying, that was corrected. Was it corrected in the anime? What was it corrected? What, Dr. Strangle? What do you mean by like their that narrative analysis? Like, what exactly did they say, and what exactly did that contradict from the things that I said? I'm asking in part because it could either be some form of misinterpretation, or what they could be saying could just be narratively inconsistent. A lot of the times people do like to throw in the word narrative around a lot just to try to like suit their narrative, just to try and suit their own personal narrative, but it doesn't necessarily like match up if the story is describing something else. If you can give me like a more in-depth analysis, I can give you a better answer. That's so interesting. Wait, actually, I forgot to download that. Let me get this panel. I need this. One Piece. Erubafu. Oh, it's weird. Okay, cool. Are you gonna try Bleach scaling? I have to try Bleach scaling. I don't want to. I don't want to talk about Bleach. I don't want, besides shitting on it, I don't want to talk about its power scaling because it's fucking inconsistent as all hell. It was corrected in the volume in anime. The ship is bigger than Berg. I can't, I don't know if I can look that up. What was that anime? Anime... Heaven? Anime... One Piece... Whoa, let's not do that. One Piece... is it in one of the more recent episodes? Does anybody know what episode Luffy meets, Luffy throws the Gear 4 punch at Loki? If you give me the episode, we should be able to find the scene. There will be small inconsistencies within scaling. If someone has narrative scale to Eon, has another narrative scale to Eon, they would have to explain why. Well, not even necessarily that. We just have to do a comparison and see, like, which interpret... Because I'm sure that, like, if they make an actual good, decent narrative argument and I can agree with them, then it's like, I changed my shit. Here's the thing. I'm willing to change my line of scaling if somebody can give me objective evidence over something that I can't refute. If I can't refute it, then, yeah, I would 100%... I would, at the very least, be more than likely to change my scaling. In the last episode of Bleach stands pushing an agenda for Vasta Lorde. I don't know, man. I heard some shit about... there being like some connection now to the Hellverse movie because they threw in like a scene from there. 161, thank you. We'll click on it real quick. Okay. This is also what I say when I tell people that, like, okay. Let me when does Luffy throw the Gear 4 punch at Loki?
Okay, this is when he does the animal thing. Okay. Don't even joke about that. Okay. Really? It doesn't seem like it. Whoa, whoa, whoa. No, don't do that. It doesn't seem like it. Doesn't seem like it's any bigger. Chubby guy's carrying the Thousand Sunny. It does look much bigger now. It definitely does look much bigger than in this manga panel. Yeah, it definitely looks much bigger than the manga panel. Yo, it is before the intermission? Yeah. Yeah, Vessel Lord Ichigo being multiversal, yeah. I do have to make a video on Bleach because somebody did pay me for it. I forgot what their name was, but because they gave me that money for it, I have to make the video on Bleach, so... Some Bleach fans really debated me about Ichigo beating MUI Goku. Yeah, they're smoking, they are smoking the hardest drug on the planet, which is copium. There is no drug in this world more powerful than copium. Crack, meth, all that shit, no, copium's worse than that shit, bro. Copium makes you believe shit even in your sane mind. At least all those other drugs fuck up your mind and beyond belief. The copium is just you believing that bullshit. I think good size for the Jubi is 1 kilometer, almost like the Buddha statue. Kurama being 100 meters or even above. Kurama's not over 100 meters. There's no argument for it. There's legitimately like no argument for Kurama being above 100 meters. I don't know if I've gone through this line of scaling with you, but essentially Kurama is no taller than the perfect Susanoo. The perfect Susanoo is Kurama's no taller than the perfect Susanoo. Specifically the full size of Kurama, arguing that its height is anything more than... Where can I read the volume release online? Not sure. The official volume release, like, I'm not sure. Yeah. The perfect Susanoo, summoned right there. Kurama about the same size, all about the same size as the wood golem. There's really no argument what can make that they're even 100 meters tall, for the simple fact that if Kurama at half of his size, assuming that having its chakra be split in half, reasonably the argument should be that if its chakra was split in half, then it is half the size that it should normally be. But even if we wank that up to four times, Kurama's only about as tall as all the other tailed beasts. Half of Kurama is only about as tall as all the other tailed beasts. There is no panel where Kurama is shown to be, especially half of Kurama, is shown to be any bigger than any of the other tailed beasts. You could see right here, they're all about the same size. Shukaku is about as large as Gamabunta. Look at the first panel of the manga and look how much taller Kurama is. Yeah, I mean, the first panel could do that, but... Again, sizes aren't necessarily consistent within an anime, and the only thing we have to necessarily go off of as far as an objective line of scaling this doesn't really tell me that Kurama's anything larger than like what it's supposed to be. I'll also give you a size compare. Also give you a direct size comparison. I'll give you a direct size comparison. Right. Not here. It is pre-war arc. It is pre-war arc. Ichigo's not yet Lightspeed. It's just a hypothetical, but it just could be a different interpreting statement over the arcing plot. But the point is that it is a mere existence differing outcome point. Wait, what are you talking about? It's just a hypothetical. It could be a difference in interpreting. I mean, yeah, they could just interpret things differently than I do. That's completely fine. I don't have an issue with people interpreting shit differently. It's just, if you're trying to view that interpretation as like an objective fact and telling me that like your interpretation is supposed to be the number one ipso facto way that I should look at something, that's when I disagree. But you can see right here with the size comparison between Kurama and Gamabunta. I mean, Gamabunta's hand seems to be about as big as Kurama's hand. The head right here seems to be about as big as Kurama's head, and his head is technically farther back in terms of like a perspective shot. Gamabunta's not that much smaller than this version of Kurama. Again, this would be the full size of the Ninetales. And yeah, no, Gamabunta's canonically 17 meters tall. So the least you could say Kurama is, first panel after Obito summoned him. I got you. Yeah, first panel after, wait. Yeah, it should be it, right? When, he's first summoned. Yeah, I mean, he looks massive right there, but this doesn't, but again, it's a perspective shot from a lower angle. It's meant to make Kurama look absolutely bigger. And, I mean, I still stand by what I said. Gamabunta is 17 meters tall. He's not that much smaller than Kurama. Their heads seem to also be about the same size. Kurama gets split in half. Minato splits the Ninetales as chakra. Minato, yeah. He splits the Ninetales as chakra. You can see right here that the Ninetales is much smaller, about half the size. Tries to attack Naruto, etc., 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 etc. If the trees are 10 meters tall, he's at least 6 to 7 times bigger than the trees. But that's an if the trees are 10 meters tall. There's no size comparison for the trees. And as I said before, just to show you, Gamabunta is objectively 17 meters tall. That is the only size comparison for any of these giant creatures that we have. If I had anything else to go off of, I could call it off as a size inconsistency, but no, Gamabunta is 17 meters tall, so the trees cannot be 10 meters. It's just not arguable. Any size comparisons that you may have heard, like Gamabunta being hundreds of meters tall, or being like 50 meters tall. Is this only in the data book? Yep, it's only in the data book. This is the only data book statement within the I don't know which data book this is actually from. I'm imagining it's data book 4 because it has this image of Gamabunta here, which happens during chapter 500, and I think the final data book takes place during all of that. But I can look that up for you real quick. Naruto data books. Fourth data book. The fourth data book, character files. Let's look up the character files. Let's control F. Gamma. Let's Gamma Kichi. Gamma Ken. Gamma Hero. Gamabunta. 17 meters tall. 19 meters tall. 19 meters tall. 1690 meters tall. Yeah, they're not that big. Check the server's gen chat. Sure. The server's general chat. Gamabunta in the Hokage building. Gamabunta in the Hokage building. Yeah. Yeah. Kind of crazy. Gamabunta Manda should be way taller. That's impossible. It's not impossible. I'm telling you. It's the only way you can scale it. Any size comparisons that people say... Like, first of all, 17 meters is pretty fucking massive. Like, 17 meters is unironically massive. It's just that the issue that people have is that they go for their pixel scaling over actual size comparisons, which is always going to be my issue, right? And because the perfect Susanoo is no taller than the full size of Kurama, the perfect Susanoo is no taller than 34 to maybe 40 meters. Like, I'm being honest here. I'm being super duper freaking honest here. It's not comparable. It's not comparable, dude. I'm gonna save this image. Oh, and it's a PNG. Oh, lucky days. Dingaloo, dingalee. Chestnut be happy today for me. Sorry, that was a chopper. That was a Chowder reference. Gamma Bunta and Gamma Hero. And Gamma Hero. Or is that Gamma Ken? No, it's Gamma Hero. Yeah. Like I said. Yeah, they're not that tall. Like, they're unironically far shorter than the Thousand Sunny. Luffy's ship, canonically, the Thousand Sunny, canonically dwarfs these guys. It absolutely dwarfs them. Kishimoto really is inconsistent with these things. He most likely forgot about that, probably. But, like, this is, like, the last data book. This is, like, in the 4th data book, dude. That's kind of the problem. This is the 4th data book. This is, like, the last fucking data book, dude. I don't know, man. You could definitely say it, right? Like, you could definitely say that, like, hey, man, this is probably a little inconsistent, you know? I'm not sure if I necessarily agree with it or whatever, but, like, I don't know, man. This is the only thing I have to go off of. It's, like, 50 feet tall. That's what I'm saying. It's pretty fucking tall. It's just that the Thousand Sunny is way bigger than 50 feet. Yeah. It's weird. I don't know. I'll save this as well. I'm saving this, and we're going to save as... we're going to save this as Gamma Ken. Gamma Ken height scan. Yeah, which is why I also say that, like, Gamabunta and the Tailed Beasts are, like, 17 to 20 meters tall. Like, when I say, even if I wank it... Do they still make these? I thought it was all webby crap. Yeah, no, yeah. Yeah. Sometimes it is. However, Madara Susanoo is only as tall as the full size of the Ninetales, and it dwarfs both the meteors that dropped on the Alliance. The Ninetales is about the same size. Kurama is canonically half of Kurama, half one half of how do I word this better? One half of Kurama is canonically, yeah, one half of Kurama is canonically as tall as the other tailed beasts, which are about the same size, as Gamabunta, who is 17 meters tall. In the Pain arc, when Naruto arrived, you can see Naruto on top of Gamakichi, and he filled around 4 times, and Gamakichi himself can put about 5 to 6 times. And I mean, again, we can use all the math and everything to try and make them bigger, but like, dude, this is the only canon statement I can use. This is the only canon piece of evidence I can use. Again, I can't rely on an author drawing everything to perfect scale. I cannot rely on that. That is something I'm just not going to do. Because again, it would be asking the author to draw Naruto to the perfect narrative scale, to the, yeah. No, that's what I mean, right? Like, it's not even, and I'm not saying that, like, the logic that you're using is incorrect, because I would agree, right? I would agree. Listen. If, right? Just hear me out on this. If Kishimoto never, and I do mean never, gave us a single statement for the height of these giant toads, right? If he never gave us a statement for the height of these giant toads, hey, listen, Gamakichi being like, what, 2 to 3 times bigger than Naruto, and then Gamabunta being like 10 times bigger than Gamakichi, I could sit here and say that, like, yeah, Gamabunta's probably like around 30 meters here, right? Like, he's like 30 meters or some shit. Like, if Naruto's like 1.5 meters and Gamakichi's like 3 or 4 times bigger than him, you could say that, like, okay, well, then that would mean that Gamakichi is like what? Almost, like, what's a good number here? Like, 6 to 7 meters. I'm not making a joke, I'm being honest here. Like, 6 to 7 meters. You could probably sit here and say, like, Gamabunta's like, what? 5 to like 10 times bigger than Gamakichi. I wouldn't be against the idea of like them being like 35 meters, 40 meters or some shit, but like I can't go with that, bro. Because the file type also supports the transparent background. PNGs also preserve image quality compared to JPEGs, who prioritize small file sizes. Yeah, that is all true. She's so smart. Size of a large creature between each other is consistent in Naruto, and the size of people next to others are consistent. Large creatures to people are inconsistent. Yeah, it's really hard to make a large creature and a person both be drawn at their perfect narrative scale without either the human being too small or the giant being too big. Off topic, what are your top 3 games of all time? My top 3 favorite games of all time. I like Destiny. I know that's gonna sound crazy to some of you, but Destiny 1 was one of my top games of all time when I was like in my early 20s. Destiny was 100% one of my favorite games of all time. I thought that shit was one of the greatest things I had ever fucking played. I thought it was so cool. I thought the gun movement was great and everything, but then things kind of went to shit once we got to Destiny 2, and then they tried to bring it back to just make it Destiny. Greatest games of all time. I like the Ratchet and Clank and Sly Cooper trilogy. Those are probably the games I've played the most. I remember buying them. I remember a friend of mine in college. I wanted to get into them in college. A friend of mine who worked at a GameStop in college ended up getting me a copy of Ratchet and Clank's 1 through 3 after I played the 2014 remake. A friend of mine ended up buying for me 1 through 3. I paid him. He gave me the game. I played it. It was a lot of fun. And then I also played the Sly Cooper collection in high school on my final senior year. I remember learning where all the bottle spots were because I saw 100% gameplay, and I just basically memorized off of like that one gameplay where all the clue bottles were. And I loved Sly Cooper's 1 through 3, man. Those games were so good. I wish they would remake them. I would probably say, like, I would probably put both of... I know it's going to be a little bit of cheating, but I would put both of those franchises together into, like, maybe, like, one of my top 3 favorite games. I can't... like, I would say, though, like, it would be those two and probably something like Pal World. I love Pal World. I think Pal World has actively become one of my favorite games of all time. I'm trying to think, are there any other games that I can say, like, I play extremely well, like, I just love down to, like, every fiber of my being? Oh! I got you right now. Crash Team Racing Nitro Fueled, one of my top games of all time. I love that game, one of the greatest fucking racing games ever made. A masterful remake of the original CTR with all the tracks from all these other games and a bunch of added new tracks. I think if we're talking, like, kart racers, Crash Team Racing Nitro Fueled is the greatest kart racer of all time in terms of skill level and in terms of item management. I don't think there's any other game where the items feel overpowered but also beatable by the actual player's skill. I don't think that, and the fact that, like, those motherfuckers back in the 90s or early 2000s designed a system in which your items would get stronger by having Wumpa Fruit completely made the concept of, like, the quote-unquote coin of Mario Kart actually viable, because otherwise the coin is nothing more than just some dog shit little thing that, like, just increases your speed by, like, 1%. I think that the Wumpa Fruit, you just hit 2 boxes, you get full Wumpa Fruits if you haven't been hit yet. And, yeah, the game really challenges you and really makes you have to play it with a high level of skill. There's so much tech in the game in order to play it differently from, like, a person that's playing CTR. A person that just picks up CTR, a person that understands how to play CTR, and a person that understands the tech in CTR, they're 3 different games. They are completely different games. You're not playing the same... A person who plays CTR... A person who plays who understands how CTRs is meant to be played versus a person is playing a different game than a person who's playing CTR like if it were Mario, and those two are playing a completely different game than a person who understands CTR, who understands the tech, U-turning, air turning, air slingshots, like all that shit. It is fucking insane, bro. I've never played a game that is that well developed into giving a player skill expression. Mario Kart just does not compare. None of the Mario Karts compare. They're all dog shit in my opinion towards this. And I played almost every single Mario Kart. I would have to, like, do a cheat answer and give you, like, 2 and 3 being, like, Sly Cooper's 1 through 3 and Ratchet and Clank 1 through 3. I have to just cheat and just throw those into, like, the same game. I love those games. I could play those games for hundreds of hours. CTR was too hard. No, it was just a skill issue. That just sounds like a skill issue, my love. I'm sorry. I remember the first time that she and I played, I was on my Nintendo Switch. I think she was on her Nintendo Switch. We were both playing. We weren't dating at the time. We were just friends. And we were like just yapping there and talking with each other, and she was like, I think I could beat him like once. Like I could never beat him at Mario Kart, but I think I could beat this guy like once in CTR. He's not that good in this one. And I remember lapping her. It's so hard to lap in one of these games, but like in CTR, if you just know what the fuck you're doing and you're playing against someone who doesn't, you can lap them easily. It's so fucking fun. You never played a Zelda games? I like Zelda. I like Tears of the Kingdom. I beat Ocarina of Time 3DS. Yes, I played the 3DS version. The N64 version is just not the way to go. I love Elden Ring. I love Tears of the Kingdom. Well, I never finished it, but I did like Tears of the Kingdom. I loved Breath of the Wild. I liked Twilight Princess. I loved Wind Waker, but I played OG Wind Waker, so it had a bunch of like the mix-up. He was like top player in the world or something. Oh no, I was top 2% in the world. I was top 2% in the world. At my heyday, God of War 3, never, I played it only to like help my cousin beat one scene, and I didn't know the game well enough to like beat that part. There was like an elevator part in God of War 3. That's the most I've ever played from it. I don't care for God of War. But in my heyday, when I was at my best in CTR, I was top 2% in the world, leaderboard wise. I was a fucking animal. I was genuinely an animal. I was top 10,000. That was definitely like my tippity top skill when it came to like video games, dude. I was on another level. But, yeah, I mean, now I'm old. I lost most of my skill for the game. I tried to get back into it, but, man, having to, like, relearn all the muscle memory and, like, all the tightness and the shortcuts and stuff like that is kind of... Well, the shortcuts themselves, I know, but, like, learning the proper lines again is way too fucking hard at this point. Not too hard. I can learn it again. I just don't want to. The truth is, I just don't want to. Try some actual hard game with high thinking skill. I tried TTR. What do you want me to tell you? I did. I also liked Elden Ring a lot. I loved Elden Ring. I could give you guys like a list of my top 10 games of all time, but like if we're talking like top 3, it's definitely CTR and Palworld up top, and then Ratchet and Clank and or Sly Cooper is like 3 or 4. I don't know. Those games are fucking goated. 429, 429. What if we removed 214 from each of them? So 214 from each of them. So like that. And then no, because then it would have to be like 115. It'd have to be like 115. So it'd have to be like 315. And this would also have to be like around 315. Currently, I'm trying to learn like Marvel Tokon though. I don't know. Tokon's fun. I want to learn how to really play Marvel Tokon. I think the game's a lot of fun. And then half of Kurama is only as tall as tuning exams. Where is the scene of Shukaku? PlayStation over PC, by the way. I agree with that. I agree. I'm not a PC guy myself. I don't respect PC gaming at all. I think that a keyboard and mouse is cringe as fuck. If you ask me personally, keyboard and mouse is cringe as all hell. Why? Go up. Yeah. Yeah, we'll just throw it like this. And then we'll just shorten it. 217. Fascinating. Ah, right. Because if I do it like that, then yeah. That makes sense. That makes perfect sense. So what if we lowered it by like 5? And then we increase this by like that. Okay. Then we decrease this by another 5. It's not enough to make my full point, but I
Play with perspective shots makes things seem bigger than they actually are. Pixel scaling is not even remotely consistent, which is why...
calc for Gamma Bunta's height. I already got that one from before. I need another calculation for Gamma Bunta's height. I need another Gamma Bunta height calc. Yeah. 3 sounding feet, cables. Yeah. What is this? Let me zoom out real quick. If I'm not replying to you guys right now, I'm trying to do this. You don't have to play with keyboard and mouse. You can play with controller. Yeah, no. Isaac is cool, but too RNG for my taste. That Loki CPU was cooking, not gonna lie. Yeah, don't remind me, Sailor. Thanks for bringing up that Loki fucking turned me inside out. Yeah. I want to play Binding of Isaac, but I can't get myself to sit down and play shit, even with my ROG ally. Oh, you're an ROG ally. Are you a fan of emulating, handheld emulation? I personally have an Odin Pro. I have a first generation Odin Pro. That shit is one of my comfort consoles. I've been thinking about maybe in the future getting a more powerful version of the Odin. Maybe I'll switch eventually to like a Steam Deck or something. I wouldn't mind having like some stuff. I wouldn't mind having like a more powerful console. Y'all try Mario Kaizo hacks? They got so peak over the years. I've never tried them, but I sometimes do watch Simple Flips play like 1 or 2. It's not bad. I'm okay with them. I don't really think about it too much. Kaizo hacks though, to me it's more one of those things that's like you have to be like a genuine like Mario platforming like enthusiast. Like for the average person, I think it would just be a little too much. Because, like, a lot of it is really just, like, understanding the level and understanding, like, the muscle memory necessary to, like, you know, do the thing. You know what I mean? What was your first game ever? Mine was Super Mario Land 2 on Game Boy. Old head, I know. You know what's crazy? I did have Super Mario Land 1 for the Game Boy. You have an Odin Pro? That's sick. Yeah, I love it. It did take a while to, like, for me to figure out how to, like, set everything up with the Odin. I do love emulating. It's my main way of playing games, to be honest. Yeah, that's fair. I got a couple of games, including some couple of Wii games to play on the Odin Pro. I actually got through a good portion of Super Paper Mario for the Wii on my Odin Pro, but, like, my thing with it is mostly just that, like, especially with, like, Wii emulation, when it comes to, like, Wii emulation, it's sometimes a bit difficult to get a decent enough understanding of, like, how you're supposed to emulate, where all the files are supposed to go, and how to get the thing up running. It was pretty interesting. I don't remember what my first game was. I remember my family had the original Super Mario 64, and we had, like, Duck Hunt for the NES. So it was probably one of those games, maybe like Paper Mario or something. We had a Game Boy, we had a Nintendo 64 as well, but my brother never let me play it growing up. Even though it was in my room, I was never allowed to play the Nintendo 64, and I didn't know how to start it up. So there were a lot of games that I didn't know until I was like 14, like 12 to like 13, from like the N64 era. There was just a bunch of games I never even knew. I remember we had the original Smash Brothers, but I never got a chance to play it, even though I loved playing as Samus and Kirby. And yeah, no, it was my brother eventually sold that, and it sold our GameCube, so I never got a chance to play any of those. I had to basically learn how to play. I had to like buy all these games by the time I was like 12 or 13, like going into like the late 2000s to like the early 2010s. I was just like getting all these old games that I just wanted to play because I never had the opportunity to. Let's see what my gallery is looking like though, because I need to take a couple of the screenshots that I got. 426 pixels. Yeah, this is the 426 pixels thing, right? Yeah, this dude's just using that. Yeah. I don't need that calc. Gamma Bunta, 426 meters. I'm just gonna use 2.
Pixel scaling is not even remotely consistent, which is why you might sometimes see so many different values for the exact same.
Yeah, when somebody tells me I should use pixel calcs and then I see stuff like this, yeah, there's no way I'm going to ever entertain the idea that I should believe anyone. Real talk, if I had to be honest, I will never entertain an argument involving pixel scaling, because just how you can get one argument, yeah, two complete. Yeah, okay. We need a One Piece Fighter Z from Bandai. Fuck Bandai making that shit. Get ArcSys. Get ArcSys. We need Arc Systems to make fucking. If you want a tag-based Dragon Ball Fighter style game with that looks good and the supers look absolutely insane, you need to either CyberConnect. You need to have either CyberConnect, but CyberConnect doesn't make 2D style games. They make 3D style games. You need either CyberConnect for the supers, or you need fucking Arc Systems to make the supers themselves. You need Arc Systems. Arc Systems can make the best fucking 2D fighting games that are also very easy to like get into, or at least relatively easy to like get into. Yeah. If you want a genuine game like that, you need the same character in 2 separate calcs is estimated to be one says 426 meters, while the other says isn't Pirate Warriors Force full of DLC caching slop? Yeah, it's all slop. I know people like the Pirate Warrior 4 and everything, and I'm happy for those that are enjoying like the DLC, but I'm sorry, that shit is slop, bro. It's that game came out on the PS4, bro. Give me a new fucking Pirate Warriors game, or stop updating this one. Just give me new models, give me new everything, bro. I'm sorry, I can't deal with that. I genuinely cannot stand that shit, dude. When like there's just constantly feeding a game that's already like I don't know, like over a decade old. Like, stop feeding the game that's a decade old. Just make a fucking new one. You already got all the models and shit. All right. Life on the Line. Watch the entirety of Bleach or the entirety of Friends in a week. What you choosing? Friends. I'll actually enjoy it. I've seen a good portion of Friends for a bit of my life. One calc says Gamabunta is 38 meters tall, both of which contradict the literal data book statement that says 17 meters. Both of which completely ignore the fact that the data book statement says 17 meters. Both ignoring the data book okay, both ignoring the data book. Okay, there we go. Okay. Sample. Cool. Both one calc says Gamma Bunta is 38 meters tall. The other says 426 meters tall. .38 meters tall. The other says meters tall. Both completely ignore. Both calcs completely ignore the canon data book that says he is 17 meters tall. Why would I... yeah. An open world live service One Piece game with a community behind it like Helldivers would be nice, but probably hard to... yeah, no, it would be way too hard to make. There's no way to make a One Piece game where everyone has... where, like... you can eat like a devil fruit or whatever per character or whatever. You can choose to be like a hockey character, and you could probably make some argument that like a hockey character has more powerful or has easier to access hockey abilities than like, let's say, a devil fruit user. Like, they get way easier to access abilities. You could probably say that in some cases they even have like certain buffs over them. That's also like open world that doesn't break itself apart, where you can travel to like different islands and locations. Like, think about how long it took to make Power World, and then imagine that, but with an open, with like a live service game with multiple fucking people, which I guess Power World already does. But imagine that with like a ship driving system, a ship driving system where you could just fight people across, like, nah, it's too much, bro. I think that like we're probably like maybe 10 years off from maybe a game like that. We're probably like 10 years out from a game like that, if I have to be honest. One calc says Gamabunta is 38 meters tall. The other says 426 meters tall. Both calcs completely ignore the canon data book that says he is 17 meters tall. Lego One Piece would be legendary. I don't know if I would want Lego One Piece. I don't know. I guess for like people who like Legos, sure. Prime blocks fruit. Shanks has the best anti-hacks of all hacks. One Piece is literally the perfect game. Everything on a world besides the moon, you could still add to the game. We just need Rockstar creating the game. Rel sees the best hope he got, son.
If the product from a bunch of math is based on to the second half of the problem, if the product from a bunch of math is inconsistency.
Part 1.
Reach their conclusions through utilizing values entirely derived from assumptions, mostly in the form of pixel scaling. This one is a bit of a two-parter. Pixel scaling is a metric that I inherently disagree with because it falls under the logical assumption that the author has drawn every character, environment, and panel to perfect scale. But the thing is, that's next to impossible. Most artists, including Kishimoto and Oda, are incapable of drawing every single character and feat to perfect narrative scale within their stories. You can check the entirety of One Piece and Naruto and you'll eventually find Oda are incapable of drawing every single character and feat to perfect narrative scale within their stories. You can check the entirety of One Piece and Naruto and you'll eventually find some random visual mistake or size inconsistency. This is even more apparent when you consider that an size inconsistency.
These panels are exactly 1 page apart.
Visual mistake or size. Visual mistake or size inconsistency. This is even more apparent when you consider that an artist like Hishimoto, who loves to play with perspective shots, makes things seem bigger than they actually are. Pixel scaling is not.
I'm gonna throw the Gamabunta databook statement here as well. Oh no, this is not the one I want. This is too big. Too small, I mean. The text on that one would be far too small. It needs to be this one. Yeah. So we do that. Shorten it here. It's here. Okay. Ching 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 ching. Okay. Y. Okay, and then let's just make it Smura.
Than they actually are. Pixel scaling is not even remotely consistent, which is why you might sometimes see so many different values for the exact same panel. Which leads us to the second half of the problem. If the product from a bunch of math is based on values that come entirely from an assumption, then no matter how correct the math is, the product itself is nothing more than an educated guess. So, if calc-based scaling is reliant on values derived entirely from an assumption, then no matter how consistent or conclusive the math behind the calc may be, it is still nothing more than an assumption.
Yeah, essentially, I have no reason to believe. Values, if the value from a... How did I say this?
If the product from a bunch of math is based on values that come entirely from an assumption, then no matter how correct the math is, the product...
If the product of the calc is made from values let's throw it like a size 18. If the product of the calc is made from values that are nothing more than assumptions, from values that aren't directly stated, in other words, assumptions, then no
matter how you choose to go about, no matter how you choose to go about it, the product is an assumption. And no matter how you choose to go about it, the product is just an assumption. Just an educated assumption. Is just an assumption. Copy. The product okay. Let's go text media. Push it here. If the product of the calc is made from the values that aren't directly stated, or the values are assumptions, then no matter how you choose to go about it, the product will always be just an assumption. That's good. The product is just an assumption. Is also just an assumption. Of the problem, if the product from a bunch of math is based on values that come entirely from an assumption, then no matter how correct the math is, the product itself is nothing more than an educated guess. So, if calc-based scaling, the product is or an educated guess, an assumption or an educated guess, then the product is also just an assumption. So, if calc-based scaling is reliant on values, no one here, do not let anyone tell you, please don't let anyone tell you that because of a calc like this, okay, well, give me 1 second, guys, I'm gonna go get some more water. Yeah, you guys will be fine.
Hey guys, I was thinking up of a question that maybe you guys could be interested in answering. Is the Gamabunta scale for when Naruto summoned him during the Chunin exam? Yeah. Funny enough. Okay, so I'll bring this up in a little bit, but funny enough, yeah, Gamabunta only gets summoned about 5 times throughout the series. Naruto summons him to save himself from the chasm. I do have to talk about him in part 1 because I just don't think that like he's gonna be viable in part 2 onward. He's just not a viable condition for Naruto in this case. He summons him during the chasm. He summons him during the Chunin exam. He's summoned during the Pain arc. He's summoned against Kurama, and he's summoned against Kurama, Chasm. Oh, and in the Pain arc. And he summoned in the Pain arc. I think you said you were looking for the data books. I found the Jinsho Raws and downloaded the whole book. What data books was I looking for? Like a specific data book? Well, I appreciate it if you could send it my way, if anything. I don't recall which data book entry I think I was talking about. I know that there's like the one that Sage used with like the Minato Lightspeed. I know that like Sage and those guys from like the Naruto power scaling community. I know that they Minato Lightspeed Raws. Yeah, there is the raw right here. Minato Lightspeed statement. The Yellow Flash is an unavoidable, the Yellow Flash Leaf, an absolutely unavoidable Lightspeed blade, a technique that shines brilliantly on the battlefield. The whispered name is the former moniker of the 4th Hokage. Yeah. I think this was from Databook Statement. I think this is a Databook Statement from 2. Just that you were generally looking for the data books. If you need one, let me know the page of the wiki sites and I can find it. Oh, I appreciate it. Let me ask you guys a quick question. Why is Gamabunta even in a combo? He can't even handle Killingham monsters. Well, Gamabunta's in the conversation because I'm doing the first 100 chapters, and in order for Gamabunta, like for the tech, I got you. The reason why Gamabunta is necessary is because I have to give Naruto Gamabunta within the first 100 chapters since he summoned them, or else people are going to bitch and complain about me not doing it. Personally, my thought process is, why would I give Naruto Gamabunta when he doesn't summon Gamabunta once for offensive purposes, right? I mean, flying Raijin enough, right? Well, we'll cover everything. Let's not change the topic real quick. Let me just cover this first. So, actually a broken hacks ability? Yeah, try room. So, Gamabunta is necessary to talk about because it's technically a potential win condition that Naruto does have against Luffy, but there's a couple of issues when you're talking about Gamabunta because Gamabunta has, like, next to no quantifiable strength or speed scaling, right? Like, the most you can argue for Gamabunta is that because he stabbed this dog right here, I do bring this up in the video, but because he stabs this dog right here, which Naruto sent flying up with a Rasengan, you can a massive Rasengan, you can argue that, like, Gamabunta's massive Rasengan, that Naruto's massive Rasengan is as powerful as Jiraiya's massive Rasengan, which carves away mountains, which means that Gamabunta, who stabbed the thing, can damage the mountains or whatever, right? Like, that would be, like, the line of scaling, right? You have infinite speed, by the way? That's insane. So, like, yeah. Naruto sends these things up flying into the air with a massive Rasengan. You can see right there that the attack sent them flying. I can't argue that it, like, broke their skin or anything. But, yeah. You can see all the toads, like, hitting him right away, but most importantly, Gamabunta stabs the dog immediately. So, the basic argument is, the biggest argument I could think of is, if Gamabunta could hurt the toad, it's like, fine, Raijin, not gonna lie, because the permanent is better than a Van Augur, that's FS. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. The permanent mark is a really cool touch that I like what Kishimoto did. Rasengan is so inconsistent. It's not even that it's inconsistent. I'm just saying, Minato is slow, I can tell you. I imagine, Julio. I imagine. The issue is that I don't believe that Gamabunta just naturally has a blade that just deals more damage inherently than, like, a massive Rasengan, right? Like, if his blade and a massive Rasengan were to go band for band, I don't think that his blade would, like, come out on top, right? Unless you think that he has as much attack potency as the mountain carving massive Rasengan, which, while I do disagree with it, and in part because these are two different types of attacks. One is a blunt force rotating attack that sent them flying into the sky. The other one was him literally stabbing the giant dog.
He is slow, but his intelligence with Flying Raijin makes up for that. Well, he's not slow. Minato has arguably light speed reaction time, depending on how you're willing to argue it. The argument for Minato... Do you know if that data book was specifically for the Flying Raijin? So when Sage and Six were talking about it on stream, when they were saying like, oh, I remember Six from Tokyo bringing up that like, oh, you should bring up the Minato Lightspeed raw statement. This is from Data Book 2, if I'm correct. This is from Data Book 2. Let's read it through again, right? I have immeasurable speed, so I can see Julio next move. How can you see someone's next move if they also have immeasurable speed? I guess that makes sense. Yeah. Sword got Galaxy AP, but he's actually from Tokyo. But is he actually from Tokyo? I don't think he is. But anyway, the yellow flash of the leaf, an absolutely unavoidable light speed blade, a technique that shines brilliantly on the battlefield. The whispered name is the former moniker of the fourth Hokage. Okay, so we know that Minato is the yellow flash of the leaf. An absolutely unavoidable light speed blade. What does that mean? It's completely open to interpretation. This data book statement, I'm not sure if it is in reference. I remember, I think, actually asking Sage of the Calves about this on stream. What is the context and reference? And he said, we're not actually fully aware of. And I'm like, okay, then so why the fuck do we use the statement? An absolute unavoidable light speed blade. We can break that down into different arguments, right? A technique that shines brilliantly on the battlefield. That's obviously it being hyperbolic because Flying Raijin doesn't literally shine. The jutsu doesn't have any kind of visual indication other than the jutsu's caster teleporting. So, just to be clear, if anyone like this third statement right here, a technique that shines brilliantly on the battlefield, it shines brilliantly more so that like it is noticeable that this technique is very effective on the battlefield, right? Minato, after all, had a on-site run order, right? Etc., all that garbage, right? 1 second. I'll check out the rule breaker thing later. I sent you some in your DMs. The issue here is just an absolutely unavoidable light speed blade, which at that point, now we have to ask ourselves a couple of questions. It doesn't look to be in Gino's show, but I did find this. Okay, let's save Minato, Lightspeed Raw, Lightspeed Statement, Minato Data Book. Why are we on a random literal L Lightspeed Statement number 72 for Naruto? I forgot why the fuck I even started talking about Minato's thing. Google Translate. Open in Google Translate. Images. Data book. Fuck off. Here. There we go. Let's see what it says. Okay, the Flying Thunder God technique allows you to instantly teleport to a pre-marked location. The Thunder God technique in Pure World Reincarnation, for example, the difficulty in learning and handling it, nevertheless, it has been passed down. Jesus Christ, my phone is hot. It has been passed down for future generations. There are techniques that have been passed down through generations. Such advanced ninjutsu is certain ninjutsu development technique created by a master craftsman. This is the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Passed down from master to disciple. Denjutsu, the secret story of the creation of ninjutsu. The technique developed by Tobirama. The techniques developed by Tobirama were later passed down to his disciples, and the names of those who used them became more famous. Just as he improved and mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, earning himself the name the Yellow Flash, superior technique refined by his disciples, and evolved with the times. Example includes the Shadow Clone technique, the Spiral technique. Yeah, no, none of this matters. None of this means anything. No one can resist talking about his achievements. Yeah. Super God fake painting. All that motherfucker side did was just draw more angrily. Bro put in more emotion into his art.
So, if calc-based scaling is reliant on values derived entirely from an assumption, then no matter how consistent or conclusive the math behind the calc may be, it is still nothing more than an assumption.
Okay. So Minato, databook pain, assault, databook pain. I need another random 10. Okay, Madara, Meteor, Calc. Essentially, any arguments brought to me that involve meteors. Even Eon is subject to praise in sight orders. Yeah. Minato didn't do shit with the buffed reanimated jutsu. I don't know if he didn't do shit. That guy was kind of crazy. Sakura over Minato is a crazy ass fucking take. Sakura over Minato is like actually one of the craziest things I've ever fucking heard. Is Gaban attack against Imu basically Malevolent Tribe, but better because it's an island-sized attack and its advanced armament conquers cuts? I don't know. It's not a consistent slew of attacks that gets stopped if you destroy the structure. I don't know. Yeah, that's too much shit. I just need a quick, simple calc that I can just take. I was in all comments for like the longest bit, actually. You know, if you're asking me to go to all comments, it's gonna be some bullshit. This person likes Big Mom's Cave. That's funny as fuck. This person likes Big Mom's Cave. That's also funny as fuck. I don't know, man. Somebody sent me something. Other stuff. They're talking about the thing with Earth. All right. I see what you're trying to send me, Aster. Thank you. Yeah. All right. Search by the jutsu name. You know what? Let me just look up Ten Tails Cataclysm. I want to see what the Ten Tails Cataclysm calc. Let me see that shit. Yeah, let me see the Tenpechi major problem. Final tally. No, it's too much. I think it'll be print screen. I'm just I'll take that. Around Continental? Wait, what are we talking about? Most at the Tataton trade? Lightspeed in Naruto. I just want to comment that Lightspeed in Naruto is slower. What makes you say that? I'm not gonna fight you. Listen, if you guys believe whatever you want to believe, it's fine. But like, what makes you say that? Like, genuinely, just out of curiosity. I don't personally care that much either. I really do not care that much either. But like, what makes you say that? Crater vaporization. Death battle end. Luffy's definitely out it. I think Luffy might try to like heal over again, but like I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Why the fuck are people saying that the frost region is 865 kilometers? Where the fuck do you get 860 distance per pixel? How the fuck did you get that range? Distance per pixel, 0.85 kilometers. Why how are you coming to the conclusion that each pixel is 1 fucking kilometer? How the fuck did we come to that conclusion? That every single pixel is a kilometer? Made up bullshit as always. Blue Lock going crazy. They summoned separate Susanoo to stab someone with a big ass sword. There was a good Reddit thread on Kirin where Zetsu's statement on Kirin is slower than the data book statement. Yeah, but that doesn't mean that Lightspeed in Naruto is slow. That just means that it doesn't necessarily mean that Lightspeed in Naruto is slow. It just means that the data book statement is contradicting the canon statement. Which, I mean, do with that information what you will. But, let me make this just slightly smaller. Bro really said 1 kilometer per pixel. I'm crying. Bro said 0.8 kilometers, 800 meters per pixel. How the fuck do you come down to that conclusion? So you're telling me that these mountains, right? So from my understanding, right, then these mountains that are like, these mountains are kilometers tall then? How the fuck do we come to that conclusion? Because if these mountains are kilometers tall then, you're telling me that 1 pixel equals 0.8 meters, 0.8 kilometers. That means it's 800 meters. That means that a single pixel in this image, right? A single pixel in this image, bro, when Naruto, okay, I need you to do me a favor and not insult an entire community. I need you to do me a favor, stop insulting an entire community and don't call people gay. Like, come on now, dude. Come on now. Now, my goat Luffy is getting up and boxing Emu into the ground. I don't think he wins, but he's putting in more work than he got at the last couple of hits. Hopefully, bro. Hopefully, our boys got this. Hopefully Naruto doesn't get curb stomped. Sorry, Luffy. What the fuck am I talking about? Naruto would get curb stomped. Oh, man. No wonder people fucking hate me, bro. No wonder people fucking despise me, dude. I was just throwing that, like, backhanded comment, like, oh, yeah, no, Naruto doesn't shit. The God Tree parameters. How the fuck do we come into the conclusion? Are we really arguing? Bro, come on, man. How the fuck are we arguing that these motherfuckers are even remotely close? Alright, yeah, I'm just gonna do this shit right here. Tree mass. Okay, I'm just yeah, like, I'm not doing this, bro. I'm not doing this. I'm sorry,
So, if count-based scaling is reliant on value,
how the hell is each pixel? How do we even remote? You know what? I know exactly what I'm doing. I finally got an idea what I'm gonna do. Print screen. How do we even reach this conclusion? How do we even come to the conclusion? How the hell did we come to the conclusion? Yeah. Print screen. Mass times density times volume. Okay. I know exactly how I'm doing this. Open. And obviously no shade on this individual making these calcs or whatever, but like I need to use their calcs in order to make a point. How the hell do you even reach the conclusion? How does one even reach the conclusion that the How the hell does one reach the conclusion that according to these calculations, a single pixel from this... Okay. Mask. I just need this portion right here. Uh-huh. Make it very big. How does one even remotely reach the... Restore. Output. How does one even remotely reach the conclusion that a single pixel... How does someone... The mountains are several kilometers tall because they are multiple pixels. How is a single pixel entirely from an assumption, then no matter how consistent or conclusive the... So, if calc-based scaling is reliant on values, play with perspective shots makes things consistency. This is even more apparent, visual mistake or size inconsistency. This is even more apparent when you consider that an artist like Hishimoto, who loves to play with perspective shots, makes things seem bigger than they actually are. Pixel scaling is not even remotely consistent, which is why you might... How does one even remotely reach the conclusion that a single pixel on panel... You know what? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make this... Dun 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 da-dum dun 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 da-dum dun. How does one reach the conclusion that a single pixel... How do you reach the conclusion that a single pixel is 800 meters? Is at least 800 meters? Is 700 is approximately 7... Yeah. How does one reach the conclusion? Objective statement to back it up. How does one reach the conclusion? We're going to make the text small. How does one reach the conclusion that a single pixel is 784 meters, by that logic, the mountains are several kilometers tall. Let's lower this down to 8. How does one reach the conclusion Just reached Kaguya's appearance. It terrifies me how many people call you stupid for not arguing with data books when no light speed statements in the manga apply to any offensive jutsu. If each pixel was 0.8 kilometers, wouldn't it reach out of space? Yeah, yeah. Did you see the Choji is 700 meters calc? Choji... giant Choji size calc. 23 meters to over 870 meters. You weren't fucking joking. You literally were not fucking joking, dude. How? Bro said his length was almost a fucking kilometer. Yo, there is no fucking way people believe this shit. Well, it's 2017. I can't blame somebody from 2017. How does one reach the conclusion that a single pixel is 784 meters? By that logic, the mountains are several kilometers tall. Bro got them cheeks. Bro is 12, bro. Yo, bro is 12. Relax. Relax, son. It's just a drawing. Oh, man. Let me just fuck around here real quick because I do need to now do something. I need to make a black, like a semi-transparent black background. Like, this is fine. Relax, son. It's just a drawing. That's like 1.1 pixels. Not anymore. He's like 30 something. He was a child. You freaks. Let me just look up text real quick. Yeah, that should be good enough. And we'll do text box. Text box. I don't need to do that. Okay, and then let me make one more thing. Text media. No, I don't need text media. Generate media. Give me some solid color. Give me red. Right. Make it transparent. I need to see exactly where my mask is going to go. Okay. How does one reach the conclusion that a single pixel is 784 meters? By that logic, the mountains are several kilometers tall. It was really impressive, though. It was. I'm not arguing that it wasn't impressive. It's just not as powerful as people seem to prattle on that it is. They got the Cataclysm to Continental. Look up grown up. I'm not looking up grown Choji cheeks. I'm not doing that, bro. Who wins? One-tailed cloak or the theoretically 1 kilometer Choji? Probably Naruto. That is a Naruto who's like a full fuck. Well, not an adult by that point, but he's old enough. He's like 4 years older or something by that point, like three and a half years older. So no, he should be 4 because Choji should be like 13. He should be like 4 years older. All right. Where else did I had some writing? I need some here. Copy. push this up. Paste this here. Yeah, paste this there. Careful, son. It's just a drawing. Relax, son. Push this up. Push this up. Okay. That's not what I wanted. Why did you do that? There we go. Copy, paste. These panels are exactly 1 page apart.
You'll eventually find some random visual. That's next to impossible. Most artists, both Naruto and One Piece, ultimately break the laws of relativity in half because they genuinely have characters that are either light speed or faster than the speed of light, which is objectively impossible if you are adhering to real-world physics and math. So in my mind, why even bother with math or physics if the story themselves
No, I don't think it could tank Luffy. I don't think it could tank. The whole point. It's funny how people use the Cataclysm as a Jura feat. It looks to me like it knocked Naruto out of KCM1. That's what I'm saying. Like, Naruto literally had to use the chakra cloak. Naruto literally had to use all of Kurama's chakra to protect everyone around him. And in order to do something like that, he basically had to not only focus on their defense, but it literally blasted him right out of it. That was in chapter 628, probably. First tank 2 fireballs from Madara and Obito, which bigger than the 10 Tails, and Kunai bigger than 10 Shinobi combined. I don't know what you're referencing, Mazum Kazi. Like, I know the moment you're talking about, but I don't know, like, what exactly you're trying to say by it. Okay. Oh, this looks way fucking better. Yeah, I like this. Okay, yeah, that's way fucking better.
Inconsistency. This is even more apparent when you consider that
Many scalars... Wait. Oh, I still misspelled that. Okay, this is why we're going over things again. Somehow... Okay... Vice Admiral Bluegrass is as tall as the average... is half as tall as the average person. The Giraffe Sea Beast is taller than Vegapunk's robot, which is holding the Thousand Sunny in its hands. Bluegrass is somehow still visible atop its head. Context, this Thousand Sunny is 556 meters tall.
This is even more apparent when you consider that...
It's gonna... smack somehow. Alright, some hoe. Yeah. Eon is gonna smack some hoe. Alright. I would never lay a finger on a woman.
Even more apparent when you consider that an...
Many scalers will tell you that this meteor is hundreds to tens of thousands of meters tall. However, Madara's Perfect Susanoo is only as tall as the full size of the Ninetales, and it dwarfs both meteors. Madara dropped it. Both meteors Madara dropped in the Alliance. One half of Kurama is canonically as tall as the other tailed beasts, which are about the same size as
more apparent
Gamabunta, who
when
is
you
17
consider
meters
that
tall.
an artist like Hishimoto, who loves to play with
I don't think it's has an apostrophe here. Oh, yeah, it doesn't have an apostrophe. You're right. When it's for an inanimate object, it doesn't have the apostrophe. You are right. Don't do me like that. At least read my follow-up. Wait, what happened? I was referring to him being a okay, no, it's not to me. Appreciate it, Aura. Yeah, I know comics. That's why I laugh when someone brought it up to me. Choji would be big. You wouldn't see him easily.
consider that an artist like Hishimoto, who loves to play with perspective
I don't
shots-
think people understand like how big a kilometer is. Like, you ever walked like, I don't know, I guess like if you're in a major city, have you ever walked like 10 blocks? 100 kilometers to reach space, yep.
Consider that an artist like Hishimoto, who loves to play with perspective shots,
Let me actually show you something really funny. How wide is Earth? How wide is Earth in kilometers, right? You're saying 1,000 kilometers, right? It takes 100 kilometers to reach space, but it's about, what, 100... The Earth itself is about 100 times wider. The Earth itself, in terms of, like, width, is 100 times wider than the distance it would take for you to reach outer space. It's over 100 times wider. I want you guys to, like, really consider that, right? So when someone says that, like, oh, the Ten-Tails tree is, like, 10,000 meters tall, it's not that big. Like, it's big. It's like 10 meters tall. Sorry, 10,000 meters tall. That's not that big. Like, it's pretty fucking tall. It's not that big. That's literally 1,000 times smaller than the Earth from end to end. So, like, 10 Chojis could cover the planet. If you somehow think that Choji is that big, dude, I don't know.
consider that an artist like Hishimoto, who loves to play with perspective shots, makes things seem bigger than they actually are. Pixel scaling is not even remotely consistent, which is why you might sometimes see so many.
Since I used to walk wherever before I got a car, walking from downtown to my home, at which was near downtown, was 2 miles. Yeah, no, people really, I feel like people genuinely don't understand like how big kilometers are, bruh. Even a mile, like walking a mile, like I'm not saying that like, okay, you'd have to be a bit of a big bag to not be able to walk a mile, to be honest. I'm not the healthiest person myself. I'm kind of skinny, all things considered. But like, I would say like a moderate amount of fat. But like, my point is, I could walk a couple miles. Like, if I needed to throughout a day, I could definitely walk a couple miles, especially like if I need to get from point A to point B and there's just nowhere to do. But like, that's still a relatively long distance, right? Like, when I was driving my car to my friend's place, I drove like 70 miles, and I'm just thinking to myself, like, wow, it really does take a while to just pass one single mile, dude. Like, especially when you're driving by car, like, it might seem fast for some of you, but like, if you're in a car and you just drive down a single mile down a straight line, you'll be like, wow, we really went a far distance from where we started. Eon's 130 pounds confirmed. I'm more like 165. I was 130 pounds at one point, but that was when I was like super sick.
Consider that
Actually, no, I was 138 to like 140, 42. I was like sitting. I can walk a mile. Yeah, I would expect most people here to have the capacity to walk a mile. It's just people don't seem to comprehend how like big a mile really is. Cause like you hear 1 mile and I'm sure that some people, especially like in terms of power scaling, think, oh, that's not that big. It must be really puny, but it's like, no, dude. Like, remember how crazy the 5K 5 kilometer shot from Sakamoto Days is? There's a 5K kilometer shot. I imagine you on the thicker side in my head. What made you think I was on the thicker side? Is it my voice? Nah. No, you're fine. Same. I was 130. Now I'm 205. Big muscle. Good for you. Good for you. I have been considering like getting back into the gym and probably like I feel like if I could I feel like if I could lose some of the fat around like my waist, because I'm really like, if you look at me when I stand, I don't have a belly. I really don't. It's like when I scrounge down and sit down, like you'll start to see like a belly form. But like if I could like get rid of like that body fat percentage and just like build enough muscle to be like 180, 190, I think I would be fine. I think I would be okay with like 180 or 190. You sound fat is a crazy pull. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, how the fuck does one sound fat? I can jog 4 miles. Any more than that, and I'll probably faint from the heat. Well, then don't jog in the heat, bro. Also, imagine Eon on the thicker side based on his hatred for beans. The fuck is wrong with you? How does eating beans make me fat? Oh yeah, Eon's a thick motherfucker. Yeah, Eon, you sound thick as fuck, bro. Your voice, your hefty laugh, yeah. You got a bass in your voice, Poppy. Okay, but you realize that like thin people have thick voices. Thin people have bassy voices as well. What, did you think I was gonna talk like this if I was actually like 130 pounds? Like, oh geez, you guys really don't understand. I imagine that this is what most people think I sound like because I'm a nerd at power scaling. Probably the voice. Well, we skinny twinned. Apparently this editing stream turned into a public execution for Eon's self-esteem. I'm good on the self-esteem. I don't mind people calling me fat. You people seem to forget that there are so many jokes built around me over the last like 3 years due to my community that like none of it generally bothers me. The only reason I time people out for the bean stuff is just for the sake of the joke. But yeah, since time immemorial, it has been known that beans are goated source of protein without much fat. You can put in a timeout for like 10 minutes because I'm not gonna even remotely allow anybody to give me any form of like positive bean propaganda in my fucking stream. How fucking dare you? If thick fat is your ability, what's your hidden ability? All right, that was for the finals. That was for the finals, bro. Let me see if I got any more of those videos. I should probably, right? Content, sound, VG VODs, Elden Ring, Lies of P, the finals. Which one was this one? Let me see if I got any more, Whoa, don't do that. Yeah, this was early finals. Have you guys ever played early finals?
Booty doctor?
More like the anus doctor, but yeah.
Let me
I
see.
just play Tekken. Wi-Fi? Nah, we need connected. We both hop out.
Alright.
Alright, let's go for it. Let's see what's up.
Alright.
This was the good old days with my cousin. Damn, that motherfucker doesn't get on anymore. To me, your voice gives delicious. Alright, you just have a bias. Does not like gaslight.
Alright. I don't mind this. Shit. There's nobody playing? What the fuck? Oh damn, I'm getting shot from crazy deep.
Oh yeah, I see him. Right here.
The powerhouses are proving to be real go-getters. They've started our first cash out.
Oh, that was crazy. Nah, that was crazy. Hold on.
Well, that's stupid. Yeah, I forgot to...
Yo, Isaac, right there, right behind you.
Why didn't David revive?
Oh, nigga's really dick eating. No, David's still in here. Damn, I can't get around.
Maybe if you jump him and
I was watching a lot of those videos last week, but they were recommended to me.
I can't go upwards.
They were
I can't go
only meant
upwards.
for members. Got you.
Oh, it can't.
Nah, at least as far as I know, not really. Damn! Why'd I get shot, you fucking dick licker?
Alright.
Yes.
You have practice?
Fuck, I can't get up there.
I'm telling you, I'm not bad at this game. Like, if I actually showed you guys some of my clips, like, recently, especially when, oh yeah, this was me on Hinge, like, this is me with, like, no fucking filter. If I were to show you guys some of the, like, more recent clips I've done, I feel like I'm genuinely nice at, like, sniping specifically. Guava pastries are so good. Guava pastries are fire. Yo, speaking of fruits, what's your guys' favorite fruits? Guava's a nice, sweet, juicy guava top tier. No fruit beats that, bro. You just literally take out like the top pit and the bottom pit, and you can just eat the whole fucking thing, bro. I didn't mean the game, I meant the word. Oh, yeah. That shit was smooth. You had practice? To be fair, I grew up saying the word. To be fair, I did grow up saying the word, and I do say it a lot when I'm gaming with my friends, but I don't use it like as a... I don't use it as a... I don't use it in hate for actual minorities. I just call anybody that I'm playing against like, oh, kill that dude over there, kill that dude over there. Like, that's how I use it.
What if I... Wait, hold on, I have an idea.
Part of the reason why I also don't post these or I never make content is because I'd have to like bleep out myself out every now and then.
It doesn't matter. Like I'd say it really
Mangoes
doesn't
are
matter,
better?
'cause that's a glitch.
Bro, a mango is... Oh, I'm black Hispanic, so I can say it. I'm technically black Hispanic too, from my dad's side. But mangoes are good, but only like the juicy, semi-sour, like a mango that isn't like that. A mango that's like ripe enough to where like it's not too sweet. It's juicy and it's got like that bit of like taste and sour. Bro, you fuck a knife, fuck a fork, bro. Use your teeth, rip out the fucking outer crust of that shit and just start eating that shit in front of the. Just start eating that shit right above the kitchen sink. Just start going ham. So what's the issue? Be a proud black Hispanic. Bro. I've watched so much political content, especially content regarding like, especially a lot of content from like Jewel Almighty, who talks a lot about like black issues, African American issues, bro. I can't say the word. We technically can't say the word, bro. I'd rather just not do it. From where I grew up, and what is technically my my ethnicity, you can make an argument that we can. I'm not doing that, bro.
You'd rather just put them in a position where they're more likely to take damage now.
Oh yeah, throw that shit out. Fuck.
Damn it, I gotta get out.
If anyone can say anything, I generally prioritize intent over actual word. I do as well, but the internet doesn't give a shit. People will demonize you for saying something. Oh yeah.
Disconnect? That's crazy.
Why did I quit the game?
I think it's because he's in a team with us. Alright, there we go.
Why did I transfer over this thing?
Out.
Oh my god.
Why did I save this? Why did I save this clip? I don't know. I'm Puerto Rican born and raised in New York, so I let my nuts hang. That's funny. Cardi B is Dominican. She proudly says she's a black woman. Damn, even though it's your heritage. I just don't feel comfortable with it. I've seen enough like political content to know that it's just not the right move to make, especially as a content creator. You don't want people finding some shit from you a while later and be like, "Oh yeah, this guy clearly is problematic." And it's like, bro, I'm playing a video game with my friends. And I didn't say, oh, that hard R or anything. I'm just like, oh, shoot that dude. He's almost dead. Like, I don't know. People get very touchy about that subject. I'd rather just not really offend anyone with it because obviously it just causes issues. Are you very light-skinned? I tend to be on the paler side, just because I don't go out a lot, especially when I'm more sickly. I tend to be on the paler side. But I would say I'm like, what's the... We never use the heart. Yeah, no, we never use the hard R. We never use the hard R. Let me see. What? Latino skin tones. Latino skin tone. I would say I'm like... When I have sun, when I get a good bit of sunlight, I'm like this. On average, when I'm not getting a lot of sunlight, I'm like this. It's because I take more towards my mom's side. My sister took towards more of my dad's side, so she's more like this, and like when she gets bronzed, she gets like this. My brother was definitely like, I would say the lightest skin of us. Yeah, I'd say my brother was like the lightest skin, but he would be like this, so maybe here with a tan. I'm like more like here to like maybe here if I get like a nice good tan. I just don't get a lot of sunlight though. Me personally, like I go out when I need to, but I don't really step out that often.
Consider that an artist like Hishimoto, who loves
I'm
to
the same
play
as your
with
sister, so me and your sister
perspective
can
shots,
say
makes
you
things seem
can't,
bigger
you
than they
racist.
actually are.
Oh, that's funny. I knew you were a vampire. Nah, you're fine. No, that was funny. That was funny. Bro said, me and your sister can say it. You can't. You raise. That was funny. Medium toasted is the phrase you're looking for. What are you saying? I'm medium toasted. You're telling me I'm a as long as no one ever calls me a stale-end piece of white bread, I think I'll be fine. As long as no one ever calls me the stale-end piece of white bread, I think I'll be perfectly chilling.
Is not even remotely consistent.
Onto all the other stats,
which is
470
why
meters tall.
you might sometimes see so many different values for the exact same panel. Which leads us to the second half of the problem. If the product from a bunch of math is educated guess. So or conclusive the math behind the calc may be, it is still nothing more than an assumption.
That would also mean that the tree's heights would reach... Crazy, because I have your sister's skin tone? Really? I could kind of tell because of the profile picture. I figured that, like, anyone who has, like, an anime character with a slight change to, like, their skin tone is likely of a similar skin tone. I've noticed that. I noticed that specifically from Twitter posts, but not because I had Twitter, but because I would watch content of, like, Twitter meme reviews and stuff. Not Twitter meme reviews. No, not that. It was, fuck. It was, I was watching this, YouTuber who did, like thread posts that he would then create content off of it. It's more so for Yu-Gi-Oh, but I've noticed that some people do that.
The final and most damning reason is honestly the simplest. Unless you get objective evidence that the author 100% agrees with whatever product or value your calc-based scaling reaches, it is nothing more than headcanon.
It will and always will be headcanon. There is no objective way you can even remotely prove that a calc is whatever you think it is. There is... I need a way to wording it. Meme review. You guys want a meme review for me? What could I even do a meme review of? I was thinking for a while now to maybe make a meme review for, like, chat, for, like, for Discord. Like, you guys post your favorite, power scaling memes. It could be, like, you guys want to take it from, like, I'm mixed, so I know? Yeah. Finally free from timeout jail. Beans are 0.3. Bro, literally, this is some repeated offender shit, bro. This is some repeated offender shit. How the fuck do you get timed out for something and then immediately start doing the thing you get timed out in? That's like stealing from a bodega. That's like stealing from a convenience store or like a 7-Eleven or some shit. And then walking out, getting caught, going to prison for like 6 months, and then coming out, and the first thing you do is walk to the bodega or the convenience store or whatever right next to the jail and just holding them at gunpoint again. Agenda piece is Eon sword level? Absolutely not. Absolutely not sword level. I feel like I could tank. I feel like I could tank Emu sword. Okay.
The simplest. Unless you get a damning reason is honestly the simplest.
You institutionalized the poor bastard. Bro said I institutionalized him. How the fuck I won timeout, got timed out like 5 or 6 to 7 times in one stream? Alright. Alright. Alright, bro, just have to throw the 6-7 joke in there. Alright. You just made... If Jeff is still here, you just made him fucking dry.
Unless you get objective evidence.
Okay. Where was 2? Is this 2? And this is 1. I'll just take 1. Unless you have objective evidence that the author agrees with your with your made-up pixel calc, it is nothing more than headcanon. Hold my can of Heinz beans, Julio. Alright. Alright. Yeah, you guys got problems. I got problems too, don't worry. 3. Wait. These are 18. Okay. 3. Unless you somehow have objective evidence that 3, unless you have objective evidence. I swear I heard your voice before. What's the video going to be about? Well, are you guys on TikTok around about who solos who? Are you the guy on TikTok? No, I don't have, well, I have a TikTok, but I don't make TikTok content that often. Cornholio, I am making a video on Naruto versus Luffy, within the first 100 chapters. It is a 3.5 hour long video. If you'd like to check out my content here, you're more than welcome to check out my channel and click on anything you've seen there. I don't make TikTok content that often. I think I uploaded like a couple of the shorts I made here and then just uploaded them to TikTok, but I don't make TikTok content for a living. Oh, thank God. That guy genuinely is a dork. Well, I would prefer if you didn't insult people, because one of the things that my community does is that we try not to insult people for their takes, regardless. I don't even think you know who the fuck he's talking about, Julio. You're just antagonizing. We try not to attack people for having takes that we disagree with, but you are more than welcome to feel however you feel about whomever it is that you're talking about. Yeah, I'm making Naruto versus Luffy. I've got a bunch of videos on Naruto versus One Piece. If you're interested in that kind of stuff, you can check out my content. If you have any questions, you can come by. I stream most days a week, when I'm not, like, actively doing something outside or working on something. Spurner hate beans and feet to obscure his tastes. He played the Renamon deck. He's clearly in toe beans. You know, I did not play the deck for that reason. But the fact... you know what? I'm just timing you out. Fuck you. I'm definitely dry after that joke, Eon. I know you're right. I don't ever use TikTok. I'm on YouTube, gang. Bean level. All right, that's also a timeout. Stop calling me bean level. Fuck. Direct no peak. All right. All right. Let's see. Objective evidence. Unless you somehow that the authors of these series 100% agree with your calc, it will never be anything more than headcanon. It will never be more than headcanon. Calc. I'm going to write a second one. So this is size 18. Cool. Value. Your calc-based scaling reaches, it will never be anything more than head, no matter how hard you try to argue, no matter how... This is an argument that I genuinely could not come up with a counter-argument for when I used to throw in random calcs in my earliest videos. That's because no matter what value a person gets, even if it has been double-checked by dozens of other scalers and they all agree that the math is correct, the objective, simple truth of the matter is that that value... You guys are talking about Renamon. Why is nobody talking about the actual transformation, the actual Digivolution? You should... Can you do a backflip? Absolutely not. Why is nobody talking about Sakuyamon? Sakuyamon is way fucking better than Renamon, you freaks. Yon is beyond bean level. He one time downed a whole semi-truck full of... You know what? I don't even need Letty for this one. Good night. Goodbye, Julio. have a good rest of your night, Julio. I think that's... Alright, that's enough, Julio. Fuck you. Can you do a backflip, bro? No, I cannot do a backflip. I'm a noob? Yeah, probably. I'm an unathletic noob. Laugh at me for I cannot do backflips. Renamon clears. Why the fuck am I even I'm not gonna look up Renamon on Google just to then look up Sakuyamon just for you guys to all pick Renamon. You guys are all gonna pick Renamon just for the sake of being gooners and freaks. I'm not doing that for you. I'm not gonna post a thing. I'm not gonna post a poll. I'm not gonna post up images of the characters just for you guys to literally choose the thing that directly fucking antagonizes. Damn, that's crazy. Cornholio the Great is having a blast here. You're a piece of headcanon. You'll never be a real piece of canon. That's crazy. That's crazy. Imagine, can't put that one on me. No. You told me to take him out because he was saying that he was, no. You sent me a DM. You sent me a mental DM. Straight to my brain. I could feel the energy of you saying like, yo, Julio, if these motherfucker even remotely flirts with Eon, I'm gonna freak out. I'm gonna crash the fuck out. you somehow have objective evidence that the author of these series agree with your calc, it will never under. Can you do how about a front flip? If I can't do a back flip, why the fuck would I be able to do a front flip, bro? What kind of question is that? What kind of a question is that? All right, actually, first let me move this down. It will never be anything This is good. Okay. It will never be anything more than head canon. It will never be more than head canon. Is it head canon or head canon? Head canon. Head canon is one word. It will never be more than head canon. Unless you somehow, the author of a series to agree. Can the word more fit? It will never be more than headcanon, no matter how you try to, no matter how hard you argue it. Yeah. No matter how hard you try to argue. Okay, the reason why we separated them, it will never be headcanon no matter how hard you try to argue it. There we go. Sweet. Hey, can you solo me in a fight? I am a pacifist. I'd rather not fight. I can do a flip. Renamon will suffocate you with her thighs. Alright. Damn, Julio always got the short end of the stick. I'm with the comedian on this one. Eon can't blame her. Yeah, that's insane. That's crazy. Because a front flip is easier. Headcanon is, yeah, one word. If you can do a flip, Renamon will suffocate you with her thighs. I would rather the furry creature not suffocate me with its thighs. Lady Devimon is top 3. I would argue Lilithmon is top 3. I would argue Lilithmon, Bielstarmon, and Venusmon. If I had to give you like my top 3 Gunnarmons, Venusmon, Venusmon, 100%. You understand the reason why. You guys don't need me to give you that much of a reason. Yeah, Venusmon, you already know. Yeah, Venusmon for sure. Bielstarmon. Here's Bielstarmon. Yep. Yeah, you guys understand what I mean by top 3. Bielstarmon. And you know what? I'm not even gonna say Lilithmon. Sakuyamon. Yeah, Sakuyamon. 100% Sakuyamon. 100,000% Sakuyamon. Yep. Yeah. You're right there. 100,000%. 100,000% Sakuyamon. My name is Jeff. I thank you for seeing the light. Definitely put that 700-meter Choji. UBW plays. Here I come. King of Bias. Do I have any timeouts in stock? Lying is a sin. Angelwomon is top 1. Junomon and Venusmon. Lilithmon with black circles under her eyes. Goated. What's the reason, Eon? Don't worry about it. Mid. Sakuyamon is mid? Oh, wait. You're telling me that Angelwomon is better than Sakuyamon? You're telling me that Angelwomon is better than Sakuyamon? You're out of your fucking mind. Why? Because she's showing you more thigh? Say that again, Eon. That was funny, not gonna lie. What the fuck did I say that was funny? What, Yeah. Yeah. Bro really said Angelwomon and Junomon. You really said Junomon over... Yo, this dude is crazy. You're telling me this thing is sexy to you? This thing right here, this is sexy to you. Bro, you're out of your mind, bro. Bro thinks that this is sexier than Sakuyamon. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Absolutely fucking not. Absolutely not sexier. Bro, she's all spiky. So Lilithmon is goth, a reason to tame her? Yeah, this is Lilithmon. Lilithmon. Yeah. Yeah, this right here is Lilithmon. I'm not into the whole, I'm not... Clip that. Sir, I don't understand a furry. Alright. You mean... You know I don't mean hysteric mode. No, you definitely meant hysteric mode. You 100% meant hysteric mode. 100,000% meant hysteric mode. Ah, you're talking about this version, Lilithmon. I've not touched Digimon in a decade. I'm out gooning at E... I've not touched... I'm out gooning Eon. I don't goon to Digimon. They're fucking digital monsters. Why the fuck would I goon to them? So Lilithmon is goth, a reason to tame her? Yeah. I'm not into goth, personally. I'm not into goth. What do you bring to the table, noob? I bring my knowledge over power scaling and a kind disposition.
Agrees with whatever product or value.
And she's canonically an ultra scalist. Yeah, she is.
It is nothing more than headcanon. This is an argument that I genuinely could not come up with a counter-argument for when I used to throw in random calcs in my earliest videos.
Noob, I'm better. That's crazy. Alright. What do I bring to the table, they say? I'm definitely getting the Digimon game when it comes on sale. The Digimon game is fine. The Digimon game is fine. I will say, it gets a bit monotonous if you're just trying to grind out and just make them as strong as possible. It does get a bit monotonous because you're kind of just like running around, going to one place, then running back and forth. You're basically just backtracking constantly, just going through the same like 2 areas for like each of the high-end locations, and you're just auto-battling with all the Digimon. It is a fun game though, I will say. You can ride them alright, just not in the SF. Alright. I'm not a goth hater. I just don't care for goth. I just don't care for the goth aesthetic. Hating on goth is crazy. I'm sorry. I was never converted by people like Gwen from Total Drama Island, Sam from Danny Phantom, or a Rogue from X-Men Evolutions. My bad. I wasn't fucking converted. I was much more when I was a kid. I was much more into your When I was a kid, I was much more into fuck. What was her name? Black Cat from X-Men Evolution and Lindsay from Total Drama. Like, yeah, I just don't care for goth. I was never into the goth aesthetic. I'll convert you. You're alt, alright? You're alt. You're fine. You're perfectly fine. Eon's favorite Pokemon is Lopunny? Actually, no. My favorite Pokemon is Lucario. Thank you very much. What were we gonna look up? Holy noob is crazy. Oh, I was gonna look up my own YouTube channel. That's right. I needed a clip from like Kaido versus Madara. Oh, male furry bait. All right, all right. Why do you have to turn it into male furry bait? So you like blondes? I'm not really. It's not really so much the blonde itself. I just like happy. I am more into a bubbly personality girl rather than a goth girl. I'm more into like a bubbly personality rather than like goth and I guess the word would be I don't know. I'm not into goth.
Jutsu, especially since its size is relative to the amount of.
Yeah, I really did not want to have like a high. Yeah, I realized later on that I was like, I just need to push it. Yeah. The man who hated happiness. I like happiness. I thought Eon was crazy for hating beings, but not liking goths. I am having an identity crisis. Maybe Sakura does indeed solo Nami. Bro actively cannot help. Bro might actually be institutionalized. He can't help but get timed out. Holy shit. That is absolutely insane to me. Alright, calcs. Alright.
Him, and before they made contact, Rock Lee and Minato were able to intercept the orbs and teleport away before they hit.
His issue wasn't that it was a furry, it was that it was a woman? Alright.
So this kunai feat shouldn't be close to light speed.
So you like the Gyaru? I actually do like the Gyaru aesthetic. Like, I do actually like the Gyaru aesthetic, but I don't like the extreme Gyaru where, like, they're getting, like, the fake tans and where they have, like, the weird, like, rings around, like, their mouths and stuff and, like, their eyes. I don't like that. But, like, you know, a Gyaru aesthetic isn't bad to me. Like, I actually do kind of like it.
Fastest jutsu, at least quantifiably, should be the Light Fang jutsu, which is faster than this attack.
I guess I really didn't used to use calcs back in the day. Did I? What? Kaido was built different. Hockey, Big Mom. Did I use any calcs for this one?
Going, everyone. The people have out because none of their opponents have light speed feats. The highest you can scale.
Yeah, not really calcs, but what if I do it like this? Yeah, print screen. Not really calcs, but I did used to rely on versus Battle Wiki. I know better now. I know better than to do it. Okay, let's go back to thing.
When I used to throw in random calc in my earliest videos. That's because no matter what value a person gets, even if it has been double checked by dozens of other scalers and they all agree that the math is correct, the objective, simple truth of the matter is that that value is not objective.
The David Fried, Tupac murder Fried. What the fuck do you mean the Tupac murder? There's a. What are you talking about the Tupac murder? Lil Durk? I don't know. Okay, I know about the Tupac murder. I mean, like, what are you talking about? Didn't Tupac die like back in like the 90s? And who the fuck is Lil Durk? I know about Luigi the CEO killer. That dude's chilling. Drake is pushing 40 and he's barking for a goth? That's crazy. I don't know, bro. If you're pushing 40 and you're... You know what? I can't even say shit, because at the end of the day, he's got money. He can get women. Who gives a shit? But, like, I don't know. Like, settle down a little bit, bro. Talking to random ladies on the internet is kind of crazy to me.
Random calcs in my earliest videos. That's because no matter what value a person gets... That's because no matter what value a person gets... even if it has been double checked.
The fuck do you mean they made progress on Tupac's murder case? How the fuck is that even remotely possible? Like, no, like, I'm asking like this, like, genuinely. How the fuck is that even remotely possible? Not Little Durk. I don't know about Little Durk. I don't know who that is. How the fuck is it possible for Tupac's case? Like, the guy died like 30 years ago. Fought a war for 29 years after it ended. Oh. Not inherently calcs, but not exactly calcs. Many of these values were based off of calcs people used in Versus Battle Wiki. Granted, I know, but you didn't know like Tupac's murder was solved and the one of the guys responsible got arrested for it? To be honest, I never cared enough about Tupac to A, listen to a single one of his songs, and B, know why he died, who killed him, or why he got, or who the fuck was it that did it. I never cared for Tupac as a rapper. I thought for the longest time when people were referencing Tupac, I'm like, Tupac? Who the fuck is Tupac? Like when people used to reference him in his music, they're like, oh my god, Tupac was so good. I'm like, who the fuck is Tupac? When somebody first read me their name, I was like, oh, you can't say Tupac. It's not Tupac, it's Tupac. And I'm like, why should I give a fuck? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know who the fuck this guy is. I don't give a fuck. I don't listen to rap. Well, I mean, I do listen to a little bit of rap here and there. I like Eminem, but I wasn't even the biggest Eminem fan. I was just like, I like some rap songs here and there. Others I could genuinely not care for. It is what it is. Vlad solved this years ago. He was on Vlad TV telling everyone, so the guy who passed the gun to the killer is on trial for it? Oh. Oh. That's crazy. So they just, like, reopened the trial? That's insane. These weren't exactly... These aren't exactly calcs, but they were based off of calcs made by community members, made by the community members of Versus Battle Wiki. Obviously, I don't agree with them. Obviously, I no longer agree with them. Obviously, I no longer agree with them. This is good. Copy. The killer is dead, so everyone else in the car besides the guy who gave the killer the gun to kill Tupac. Okay. You fuck with Indiana Jones by You Know Miles? I don't know who You Know Miles is. Free from timeout jail again? I thought Tupac... I'm the South Park meme equivalent of Randy going, I didn't hear no bell. Yeah. There was a screenshot of the head mod literally admitting that the team infrequently does favor one verse over another via personal bias. You'd love that shit? Loved what? Indiana Jones by You Know Miles? I'll throw it into my YouTube music and see and listen to it in a little bit. I didn't get the amount of progress I wanted to do, but you know, considering I had to literally redo a portion of this again, yeah, fuck me, I guess. How much longer are you gonna stream? I'm probably stopping soon. I've been streaming for almost 6 hours. I am done, bruh. I don't want to like bring back the 6-hour streams or like the 5-hour streams because like those are kind of emotionally exhausting, and I do want to be able to spend a little bit of time with my girlfriend without feeling like I am just dead in terms of my social battery. Which I'm not gonna lie to you, I kind of am. Less than a minute, I think. I got you. It's short, I promise. I got you. Do you have a screenshot of that, Aura? Do you have that screenshot? Diddy did have the money on Tupac, but the guys didn't get paid for it since they got attacked by Tupac and did a revenge killing. Just Google versus Battle Wiki bias. I'm also posting it in general. I got you. I'll look it up right now. Versus Battle Wiki bias. It's true against some verses. Archive posts, new comments cannot be posted, votes cannot be... if yes, which? Upgrade Marvel while downgrading DC. It's actually a solid website. If it's just... it is just that there are a few mods lurking around ruining everything. The tiering system is good. The actual character pages, though some are horrendous. They literally admitted to being biased. We can't just ignore blatant feats and portrayals simply because we don't like them. We literally can. We do it all the time. Wow. Took years to convince them that Roshi blowing up the moon is, well, moon level. I still think it's crazy that Roshi just looked at the moon, pointed his hands, search images, and clicked the first screenshot. Yeah. We read that, yeah. Fascinating. Versus Battle Wiki has a serious outer versal bloat problem. Yeah, I know this is a pretty heavy issue that needs to have an entire weight of the forum and mainline site team to actually make a difference, but it's not what I'm here for today. I'm not trying to change anything, just make it a wider awareness of an observation that I've recently had. Can probably be testified by several people here. I can be for certain that many people here agree that the frequency of 1A profiles has risen significantly over the lifespan of Versus Battle Week, especially these last few years. Of course, this is natural, as many fictional universes are added and created. This makes more profiles to be added. Sometimes, some happen to belong in the outer Versa level or tier 1A because the way they are presented in the story and vice versa, but there are discrepancies in the data that can be observed within the tiers where with each profile having a category, we can deduce how many character profiles belong in each tier, and so I'm here to prove that this is in fact 1A bloat going around. First, let's compare 1A tiering system, because 1A is a tier that, but also to avoid clutter, to bring the messages. Okay, so 501, 503, 600, okay. Not really the best hour, but you can see the small discrepancy that the pie just loses consistency towards the last piece. Each tier gets dwindles in numbers until we get a bump to 2A and 1A, the most prestigious in their name, besides the point. Okay. Here's the real deal breaker among the higher infinity categories. 1A's particular dominance, where it breaks the mold and consistency of the characters, which where the lowest tier has highest number of participants, the next lowest, and so on and so forth. The 1A, for some reason, is huge outlier to this particular order, and I have checked. There aren't many tiers that have such a discrepancy. Where they aren't like 1A or anything. Y'all just seeing that now? I saw that years ago. I mean, yeah, yeah, and fuck, man. Jeff has just been above all of us in terms of like the power scaling Discord for years. He just finally found a channel and a bunch of goobers like us that essentially all finally like came to see the light. Bro's the forefather of I told you so.
Argument 4, when I used to throw in random calcs in my earliest videos. That's because no matter what value a person gets, even if it has been double checked by dozens of other scalers and they all agree that the math is correct, the objective, simple truth of the matter is that that value
none of these
is
values
not objectively canon to the series.
In other words, it means absolutely nothing to me.
It genuinely doesn't matter to me if most people believe that calc-based metric is the most consistent or accurate way to scale, because if the value... That's because no matter what value a person gets...
What do I do for this? Wait, I took a bunch of screenshots. Why not just use those? Yeah, I've got a bunch of screenshots here. I'll figure this out tomorrow. I'm gonna stop here. We'll just make up the time tomorrow. So tomorrow we have to get to should have gone to 8 minutes, but I only got about a minute and a half done. So tomorrow we have to do 4.5 minutes tomorrow. I'll figure this out. We'll figure it out. We'll put it together. I will talk to you guys. I should also blame myself for not starting up immediately. I should have started work immediately instead of just yapping with you guys for a little bit. Part of me just wanted to procrastinate, I guess. Drawing from your memory. It's my life. What's this about? Mahoro Haruta is a manga artist. I'm already bored. What's this? Let's see what happens in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 9. Let's see. What's going on here? Okay. Okay. Let's climb higher. Let's get our hands on a lava rock and save Usagi's sister. What the fuck does that mean? She told you to hurry, right? Come on, get here. I'm injecting him with some heavy-duty drugs. Why are we doing that? There's just a random foot on screen. Aster's about to pull up. I always think of you and only you as the #1 fan, then rephrase it. I believe with you with all my heart. This totally makes perfect sense. You gotta be kidding me. Somebody's on the roof. Okay. Yeah, it's a stand. Jodio didn't even turn his phone on. How the hell can it be here? Oh, shit. Oh, shit, it's John Rod, guys. It's fucking John Rod. Holy shit, John Rod pulled up. Holy shit. Okay. Okay, what the fuck is John Rod doing? They're inside a fucking submarine or something? They're only targeting the place where we're headed? Okay. I love dumbass designs like this. I strive to match this. That's what I'm saying, bro. I might just make the villain of my series just some dumb looking goober design, just like a fucking just a template. What if this was how Emu looked? What if, like, underneath the cloak, what if, like, underneath Emu's hood, this is just what Emu looked like? It was just this and a pair of eyes. It's insane. Araki has some serious balls for going with this. That's what I'm saying, bro. Holy shit. Yo, John Rod might actually have one of the most peak designs of all time. It's like, here's the thing about the internet, right? Here's the thing about the internet. It doesn't matter what the design is, as long as it's either stupid enough or funny enough for you to make a whole fucking conversation over it. I don't know what the fuck's happening here. I already made one whose body is magnetic beads like those kids' toys. Oh, that's pretty fucking cool. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I like that. Like, they can separate and then like, attach themselves and everything. That's pretty cool. You know how much confidence it takes to be able to say, nah, I can make a character expressive even though they're literally a stick figure? Yeah, no. Araki is a fucking genius. I'm telling you, man. Araki's like in his 60s just out here making peak, man. Burare isekai kimono tabi. Animal ears, cuddling, relaxing, a little naughty star. This is the this kind-hearted boy Takumi is reincarnated into another world, of course, where he meets Porsche the cowgirl, alright. Ranan the rabbit girl, sure. And Shanoa the cat girl, alright. Using his skill Animal Lover, he grows close to these girls who possess animal-like abilities and aims to live a laid-back and soft and easy life. Yo, the amount of fucking series that I've seen where the main protagonist just wants to live an easy life is crazy, bro. This shit is crazy to me. An explosive lineup of huge, beautiful... Alright, a brand new world illustrated by the master of chests, Atsuto Shinozuka, is released under the body sensation fetish comic Noipa Comics. What a... I gotta look up and see who the fuck this dude is. Atsuto Shinozuka. Atsuto Shinozuka. No. You don't get any of my information. Oh, no, this motherfucker... Okay, yeah. This dude is about this shit. This dude really is about this shit. No wonder, bro won't even show his face. Yeah, he's definitely about this shit, bro. Anime department, art department, yeah, sure. Furry goons, yeah. Alright, get me out of here. What's going on in Spy X Family? Is there something utterly frustrating about not being able to understand the thoughts of others, huh? We told his family that he was on the brink of death, but he still haven't bothered to fix us. But it would end. I would hate to end up the sort of father. This man, does he still toward me? Is there really no ulterior motive in calling here? I don't know, but it doesn't matter. The final boss doesn't have the power to read minds. I better listen in on a little longer. There you are. I finally found you. The final boss is here. The hospital will probably get Lloyd come home tomorrow, so wait patiently like a good girl. I'm always a good girl. Good night, die, scared. Does research. Mama, something on would sleeping with you make me a bad girl? Oh, that's sweet. Okay. He made Seikon Quasar? Seikon no Quasar? How the fuck do you know about that anime? How the fuck do you know about that manga? Bro just secretly ousted himself as a gooner. To be fair, most of my chatters are gooners. It's this one. A couple of cuckoos, super second year high school, switched at birth. On his way to this. Oh, yeah. Okay, I remember reading the thing of this. No, I'm not doing that. All right, guys, I'm gonna head out. I have to get ready to have some food, spend some time with my mom, and then spend the rest of the night with my girlfriend. So, I'll catch you guys all later. I saw it on IMDb profile. You open. No. I know that. No. I know that. That's where you figured that out from. What I'm saying is, you know what series that was. You like recognize the series. I love you more. Bye. I love you more than Julio. I'm back. All right. Wow. Crazy that Julio literally replied as soon as you said that. Have a good night, guys. I hope you guys take care of yourselves, and I will talk to you all later, especially Letty. Peace out.